I got some big shoes for a big buck, like I can't lose. Look, I be going up these days. That mean I move through this maze like the Matrix, just like some latex. I be protecting. Of course they showing me love after neglecting. Confidence turned to common sense, and the common sense be kinda lit, bringing compliments every season. We don't stop until your heartbeat drop. Come on, like when the ball drop at New Year's Eve. I got some big shoes, my balls dropped at 13. They try and cut me down cause I be shining like Christmas tree. I always been a star, maybe I gotta be. And I don't go too hard unless I got to. Like Tupac too, I keep a fine boo. And yeah, she talk smooth, cause she my little dog, she my best friend. And I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend. And I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. I be blocking them when I see that they copying and pasting. Shit the DM, I ain't respond, so they erase it. Boy, move at your own damn pace, nigga, just face it. Cause you be in my ear all day, talking that basic. My boo bought me big ass shoes and I don't lace them. How can I replace her? I mean, she do so much for me. I be hugging the beat, I be loving the beat. She be chopping to me. I said, damn, I'm gon' high walk across the street. And afterwards, she be running and jumping on me. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend. And I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in.
From the principle of cooperative effort, greed and selfishness have no part in this spirit. In this chapter, you will see examples of the power of cooperation at work and learn how to inspire it in the people you work with. What is teamwork? In your mastermind alliance, you build a small group of individuals committed to the same definite purpose. You all share the same burning obsession. You each benefit from the increased enthusiasm, imagination, and knowledge, and you are in agreement on the division of the rewards of your labor. Teamwork establishes much the same relationship, but since it involves working with people who probably don't have the same burning obsession you do, it requires more effort on your part to maintain a commitment to the work you seek from others and for them to discover their own desires. Management guru Peter Drucker says that all employees have to see themselves as executives so that they will see the work they do in the context of an entire operation. Managers must learn to subordinate themselves to the work they are doing and not become concerned with promoting their own positions at the expense of their employees. Drucker recalls the example of General Douglas MacArthur, who started every staff meeting with a presentation from the most junior officer present. MacArthur allowed no one to interrupt because he knew it was important to build the confidence of his officers. He wanted and needed that confidence. Your habit of going the extra mile must extend to your associates. Even if your benefits are generous and your salary is good, people can come to take these things for granted. You should anticipate your associates' needs and act before they even recognize them. Teamwork sometimes appears among people who are forced by necessity to work together, but it is undependable and never lasts. The United States and the Soviet Union were allies against Hitler, but the alliance evaporated as soon as he was vanquished. True teamwork depends on relating yourself to others in such a way that they work with you willingly. It is up to you to supply the motives for that willingness and to be alert to any changes in it. Teamwork is a never-ending process, and even though it depends on everyone involved, the responsibility for it lies with you. Teamwork turns a company around. During its early years, National Cash Register found itself in financial difficulty because a negative attitude had set in among its sales representatives. Hugh Chalmers, the company's sales manager, called his reps together to address this problem. Chalmers realized that the sales reps were the company's greatest asset, which could be preserved only by restoring the fullest measure of teamwork. When the reps were assembled, Chalmers stood up in front of them and said, "Some of our competitors have started a whispering campaign that this company is in such financial difficulty that we will not be able to pull through. There are rumors that we intend to cut our sales force and lay many of you off. This simply is not true. Some of you have been influenced by these reports until your sales have dropped off alarmingly. I brought you here to give you an opportunity to speak for yourselves. I hope you will speak frankly, no matter how you feel. The meeting is now open to you. Will each of you please tell what has happened to curtail your sales and what you think we should do to restore that old team spirit which existed before these rumors were spread? One of the reps stood up. My sales have been dropping off because I have a territory that has been hit hard by drought. Nobody is buying cash registers because their business has suffered. Worse, our competitors are cutting prices and offering deals which make it impossible for me to compete with them. And the rep continued, this is a presidential election year, and everyone in my territory is worried about the outcome. No one seems to be interested in buying anything until they know what will be happening in Washington next year. A second rep stood up. His story was even more negative than the first one, full of woe and an evident conviction that the company was doomed. He announced boldly that he was looking for another job. Before he finished, Chalmers jumped up and held out his hand for silence, and then exclaimed, this meeting will take a 5-minute recess while I get my shoe shine. Please remain seated. To the astonishment of the sales force, Chalmers sent for the young boy who shined shoes in the company's factory, a common service in those days. Paying no attention to his audience, Chalmers chatted with the boy. At the end of the conversation, Chalmers handed the boy a dime and then announced that the youngster was going to make a speech. No one could have been more surprised than the shoeshine boy. I don't know how to make a speech, he protested. Yes, you do, Chalmers replied, and you can make a better one than the last two we heard. I'll help you. How old are you? Chalmers asked. 11, the boy replied. How long have you been shining shoes in this plant? 6 months. Good. How much do you get for shining shoes? I get a nickel, the boy replied, but sometimes I get another for tips, like you gave me. Who had your job before you did? It was a boy named Ted. And how old was he? Chalmers queried. 17. Do you know why he left? I heard he thought he couldn't make a living. Can you make a living at a nickel a shine? Chalmers asked. Oh, yes, sir. I give my mother $10 on Friday, and I put $5 in the bank, and I have $2 left for spending money. Some weeks I make more than that. I'm saving on the side to buy a bicycle, but my mother doesn't know anything about that. Thank you, Chalmers said. You have made a very fine speech. Turning to his audience, Chalmers said, you have heard this boy's story. Now let me tell you what it means. In the first place, I want to call your attention to the fact that this boy is doing a job that used to be held by someone 6 years older than he, doing the same work, charging the same price, and serving the same people who work in this plant. The older boy quit this job because he couldn't make a living from it. But this boy not only has money for himself and his dreams, but helps support his family. He is working the same territory the older boy worked, but he is working it in a different mental attitude. He is cooperative. He goes about his work with a smile on his face. He expects success, and he is finding it. The older boy was indifferent, moody, and never took the trouble to say thank you when his patrons handed him a nickel. Therefore, that was all they did hand him. No tips, no great amount of repeat orders for his services. Of course, he couldn't make a living. Furthermore, at this point, Chalmers was interrupted by a rep. I get the point. Those of us who've been failing in the field have been buying other people's hard luck stories instead of selling them cash registers. I know that's what I've been doing. I've been trying to do my job with a negative mind, and that's why my sales have fallen off. I don't know how anyone else feels about it, but I'm going back to my territory and start working it as I've never worked it before. I can promise you that in the future you'll get orders for cash registers from me instead of hard luck stories. Another rep jumped up and cried, that goes for me too. And then another. Soon pandemonium broke out with everyone talking at the same time. The conference wound up that night with a banquet at which every sales rep promised to return to the field with a new spirit of faith. The year that followed was one of the most profitable in the history of NCR. What happened? A leader had seen what it was his workers needed. In this case, it was a kick in the pants, It showed them that success is something you create for yourself, not something others steal from you. Chalmers refired their dedication to their tasks with a vivid example of the success that was available to anyone committed to its pursuit. Although he strongly suspected what ailed his reps, he was wise enough to give them the opportunity to express their concerns. Chalmers knew he needed a frank working relationship with his force. He didn't punish those who had the courage to speak up. He offered every one of them, complainer or not, the same thing, a vision of what he could accomplish. And he started his speech with a reassurance that the company was standing behind its sales force. Chalmers maintained a positive attitude in his relation with his reps, and he influenced them to respond in kind. Teamwork costs so little in time and effort, and it pays huge dividends. One wonders why so many people go out of their way to make life miserable for themselves and others by failing to realize this. Teamwork as a model for business. Years ago, an article by Robert Littell in Reader's Digest described a management system in use by the McCormick Spice Company in Baltimore. This system was revolutionary in its time, though more and more companies have now adopted something similar. McCormick called it the multiple management plan, which is just another way of saying teamwork. When Charles P. McCormick succeeded his uncle as head of the company, he decided to share the responsibilities of running the show with those who could be taught to take it. He picked 17 young people from the company's front office and made them the junior board of directors. They were charged with examining and discussing everything the company did and presenting their findings to the regular board, as long as they were unanimous in their decision. As Littell wrote, a flood of energy and new ideas was released. Men who had felt themselves to be merely glorified clerks tasted responsibility and clamored for more. Even in the first year and a half, practically all of the juniors' recommendations were adopted. The same policy was applied to the assembly line, where a factory board was formed with the same charge. The three boards met together weekly in a spirit of harmony, everyone seeking ways to improve business and efficiency, to raise McCormick another notch higher. McCormick's personnel policy was truly forward-thinking. Dismissing a worker required the signatures of 4 supervisors who thought the action was necessary, and anyone threatened with dismissal was allowed to plead his or her case. As Littell noted, McCormick and Company charges itself with an error if it lets a man go until he has been helped to see that his going is just and necessary. The multiple management plan worked for McCormick and Company because of the spirit of human understanding and teamwork the individual workers put into it, a spirit which began with management and was readily embraced by the employees. And obviously, this spirit of understanding and teamwork served to provide sound economies in the management of the company because it recognized and appropriately awarded merit down to the humblest employee, and at the same time eliminated the unwilling and unfit from the organization. People will work harder for personal recognition and a word of commendation where it is deserved than they will for money alone. No one wants to feel as if he or she is merely a cog in a wheel. Your job as a leader is to see that everyone has a role in your group or organization, and that he or she recognizes the importance of that role. Through the multiple management plan, McCormick put the soul back into his firm and provided every worker with a very real desire and worthwhile motive to go the extra mile and to do it with a positive mental attitude. That is the essence of teamwork. There is no record of anyone's ever having made a great contribution to civilization without the cooperation of others. Even great artists like Michelangelo depended upon assistants, craftsmen, and patrons to make their work possible. There is a state of mind that tends to make people akin, establishes rapport between minds, and provides the power of attraction that gains the friendly teamwork of others. This state of mind, like so many of the other priceless assets of life, is usually attained by the concentration of the mind on attaining a definite major purpose backed by an appropriate motive and self-discipline. That state is enthusiasm. It is contagious. Infect others with your enthusiasm, and teamwork will be the inevitable result. Chapter 13. Learn from adversity and defeat. Throughout this book, I've reminded you to look for the seed of an equivalent benefit in every defeat you experience. This isn't always easy when you've suffered a setback, but it is an important part of the science of personal achievement. The time to begin mastering this skill is now, instead of while you're licking your wounds. Failure and pain are one language through which nature speaks to every living creature, pointing out mistakes. Animals may become timid so that they avoid a threatening situation when it arises again. You must become humble so that you can acquire wisdom and understanding. Realize that the turning point at which you begin to attain success is usually defined by some form of defeat or failure. With this realization, you need not accept defeat as failure, but only as a temporary event that may prove to be a blessing in disguise. Everyone faces defeat. No one who has attained success has not met with some form of failure comparable with the scope of his or her success. Edison failed with more than 10,000 different attempts to create a light bulb before he hit on the formula that worked. Jonas Salk tried countless different media to cultivate the polio virus for a vaccine before he discovered that monkey brain tissue did the job. Debbie Fields founded the high-profile Mrs. Fields cookies chain with a single store and expanded it worldwide very quickly. Too quickly, in fact. The cost of expansion crippled the company, and Fields found herself deeply in debt. She learned that trying to own and run all the stores was simply too much. Now she franchises operations instead of running them herself, and the company is profitable and growing once more. Defeat should be accepted merely as a test which permits you to discover the nature of your thoughts and their relation to your definite major purpose. Knowing this modifies your reaction to adversity and keeps you striving toward your goal. Defeat is never the same as failure unless and until it has been accepted as such. Emerson said, "Our strength grows out of our weakness. Not until we are pricked and stung and sorely shot at will it awaken the indignation which arms itself with secret forces. A great man is always willing to be little. While he sits on the cushion of advantages, he goes to sleep. When he is pushed, tormented, defeated, he has a chance to learn something. He has been put on his wits, on his manhood. He has gained facts, learned from his ignorance, been cured of the insanity of conceit, has got moderation and real skill. Defeat, however, does not promise the full-blown flower of benefit, only the seed from which some benefit may be coaxed. You must recognize the seed, nurture and cultivate it by definiteness of purpose. Otherwise, it will never sprout. Nature looks with disfavor on any attempt to obtain something for nothing. You need to thank your faults when they are revealed to you, because you cannot truly understand them until you have fought them. Adversity becomes a blessing. Milo C. Jones operated a small farm in Wisconsin. He was barely subsisting at it when disaster struck. He suffered a paralyzing stroke. His relatives were so convinced that he was a hopeless invalid that they put him to bed and left him there. Unable to use his body, Jones turned to his mind. Almost immediately, he had an idea that was destined to compensate him for his misfortune. He summoned his relatives together and charged them with planting his entire acreage with corn. That corn would be used to feed a herd of pigs. Those pigs would be slaughtered and turned into sausage. Within a few years, Jones sausage was being sold in stores all across the nation. You know it as Jones Farm sausage. Milo Jones and his family became wealthier than they had ever dreamed. This happened because Jones was forced by adversity to turn to a resource he had never really used, his mind. He formed a definite major purpose and a plan for realizing it. He created a mastermind alliance with his family, and with applied faith, they carried out the plan that a stroke had brought to a poor farmer. When defeat overtakes you, don't spend your time counting your losses. Save it to count your gains and assets, and you will realize that they are greater than any loss you have suffered. You may wonder why Milo C. Jones had to be overcome by a debilitating ailment before he discovered the power of his mind. Others might say that his compensation for that ailment was only financial and therefore not equivalent to his loss of mobility. But Jones also received spiritual benefits in realizing the power of his mind and the strength of his family. His success, to be sure, did not restore control of his body, but it did give him control of his destiny, which is the highest form of personal achievement. He could have lived out his life in his bed, worrying about himself and his family. Instead, he was able to bring them security they would otherwise never have known. Prolonged illness, like any crippling defeat, often forces us to stop, look, and listen. We learn to understand that still, small voice which speaks to us from within and leads us to take inventory of the factors which have led to defeat and failure in the past. Again, Emerson points the way in these matters. A fever, a mutilation, a cruel disappointment, a loss of wealth, a loss of friends, seems at the moment unpaid loss and unpayable. But the sure years reveal the deep remedial force that underlies all facts. The death of a dear friend, spouse, brother, lover, which seemed nothing but privations, somewhat later assumes the aspect of a guide or genius, for it commonly operates revolutions in our way of life, terminates an epoch of infancy or of youth which was waiting to be closed, breaks up a wanted occupation or a household or style of living, allows the formation of new ones more friendly to the growth of character. It permits or constrains the formation of new acquaintances and the reception of new influences that prove of first importance to the next years. And the man or woman who would have remained a sunny garden flower with no room for its roots and too much sunshine for its head, by the falling of the walls and the neglect of the gardener, is made the banyan of the forest, yielding shade and fruit to wide neighborhoods of man. Time is relentless in preserving the seed of an equivalent benefit that hides within a defeat. The best time to begin looking for that seed in a new defeat is now. But you can also examine past losses for the seeds they contain. Indeed, sometimes the weight of the loss prevents you from searching at the time. But now, with your increased wisdom and experience, you are ready to examine any loss for the lesson it can teach you. The major causes of personal failure. To give you some perspective on the losses you face, I have below listed the most common and powerful causes of failure. When you recognize any that have hampered you, it is important that you do not berate yourself for their presence in your life. Instead, you must resolve to do something about them, and do it now. 1. The habit of drifting through life without a definite major purpose. 2. Meddlesome curiosity about other people's affairs. 3. Inadequate education. 4. Lack of self-discipline, manifested as both uncontrolled appetites and indifference to opportunity. 5. Lack of ambition. 6. Ill health that results from negative thinking and poor diet. 7. Unfavorable childhood influences. 8. Lack of persistence and follow-through. 9. Negative mental attitude. 10. Lack of emotional control. 11. The desire to get something for nothing. 12. Failure to reach decisions promptly and firmly when all the facts needed for the decision are available. 13. One or more of the 7 basic fears: poverty, criticism, ill health, loss of love, old age, loss of liberty, death. 14. Poor selection of a spouse. 15. Overcaution or the lack of caution. 16. Poor choice of a vocation or occupation. 17. Indiscriminate spending of time and money. 18. Lack of control over the tongue. 19. Intolerance. 20. Failure to cooperate with others in a spirit of harmony. 21. Disloyalty. 22. Lack of vision and imagination. 23. Egotism and vanity. 24. Desire for revenge. 25. Unwillingness to go the extra mile. That's quite a list, but the causes of failure are many. Often you will find more than just one has led to your downfall. In my youth, I founded a magazine in Chicago dedicated to exhorting readers to strive for success. I lacked the capital for this venture, so I entered into a partnership with my printer. The magazine was a success, and even though I had to work long, endless hours, I was happy. But I was not paying attention. My success threatened another publisher, and without my knowledge, he bought out my printer partner and took over my magazine. I was out of work and separated from my labor of love in a most humiliating way. Many of the above causes for failure were responsible for my defeat. The most important was that I had neglected to cooperate with my partner in a spirit of harmony. I bickered with him often about trivial details of publication. When the opportunity came to be free of me and to make a profit doing it, he jumped at the chance. My egotism and vanity were responsible for much of this, as were my general lack of caution in business affairs and my sharp tongue. But, and this is an important but, I did manage to find the seed of equivalent benefit by seeing these flaws in my way of doing business. I left Chicago for New York, where I founded a new magazine, one over which I retained control. To achieve this end, I truly had to inspire cooperation in my new business partners, who were risking their money without the power my former partner had kept. I also had to be much more cautious in my business planning, since I depended more deeply on my own resources. The result was a magazine that within a year had more than twice the circulation of my previous venture. And it was as a part of my efforts to build the profits of that magazine that I conceived a series of correspondence courses which were the first codification of the science of personal achievement. I stood at a fork in the road when I was dethroned from my Chicago magazine. I could have given up and returned to the quiet lawyer's job my wife's family urged on me. Instead, I recognized the seeds of equivalent benefit in my defeat, and I nurtured that seed beyond my wildest dreams. The benefits of defeat. Defeat reveals and breaks bad habits, releasing your energies for a fresh start with better habits. Defeat supplants vanity and arrogance with humility, paving the way for more harmonious relationships. Defeat causes you to take inventory of your assets and liabilities, both physical and spiritual. Defeat strengthens your willpower by providing it with a challenge to greater effort. Bodybuilders know that it isn't enough just to jerk the barbell up. It has to be returned to its original position twice as slowly as it was raised. This principle is known as resistance training. It requires more control and effort than the showy work of actually lifting the weight. Defeat can be your resistance training. Every time you return to where you started, do it deliberately, concentrating on the process so that you train yourself to make even stronger and more powerful progress the next time. Your attitude toward defeat. Again and again, I've stressed that your attitude toward defeat is crucial to mastering it. You can see it only as a loss or as a chance for gain. The negative attitude toward defeat is effectively summarized by Shakespeare and Julius Caesar. When the murderer Brutus says, "There is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures." These are the words of a doomed man, a man who seals his doom by failing to recognize that there is never just one chance, never just one tide that leads on to fortune. The positive attitude is very different. Consider this poem by Walter Malone entitled Opportunity. They do me wrong who say I come no more, when once I knock and fail to find you in. For every day I stand outside your door and bid you wake and rise to fight and win. Wail not for precious chances passed away. Weep not for golden ages on the wane. Each night I burn the records of the day. At sunrise every soul is born again. Laugh like a boy at splendors that have sped. To vanished joys be blind and deaf and dumb. My judgments seal the dead past with its dead, but never bind a moment yet to come. Malone's vision of defeat is the one you will prefer when you have discovered that every defeat carries the seed of an equivalent benefit. Remember, at sunrise, every soul is born again. That rebirth is the opportunity to put defeat behind you. Fear, self-limitation, and the acceptance of your defeat as final will cause you to be bound in shallows and in miseries, as Shakespeare suggests. But these things can be overcome by applied faith, a positive mental attitude, and a definite major purpose. If you accept defeat as an inspiration to try again with renewed confidence and determination, attaining success will only be a matter of time. The secret to this is your positive mental attitude. Remember, a positive mental attitude attracts success. You need that attraction most when coping with defeat. Redouble your efforts to maintain and build your PMA when adversity strikes, and use your applied faith in yourself and your purpose to put your PMA into action. That is the fundamental lesson in learning from adversity and defeat. Chapter 14. Cultivate Creative Vision. Creative vision requires you to stimulate your imagination to work toward your definite major purpose and to put the results of that imagination to work. Expressed by people unafraid of criticism, creative vision is responsible for the shape of civilization today. It has brought every advancement in thought, science, and mechanics that allows our current standard of living. It inspires you to pioneer and experiment with new ideas in every field. It is always on the lookout for better ways of doing things. Creative vision belongs only to people who have the habit of going the extra mile, for it recognizes no 9-to-5 working hours, and it isn't concerned with monetary rewards. Its aim is doing the impossible. This chapter will give you great examples of creative vision and show you how to understand the process by which it works so that you can apply it in your own life. Synthetic imagination. Imagination, like reasoning, takes two forms, synthetic and creative imagination. Each can contribute to the betterment of your own life and the world around you through creative vision. Synthetic imagination combines previously recognized ideas, concepts, plans, or facts in a new way or puts them to new use. An excellent example of synthetic imagination is Edison's invention of the light bulb. He began with one recognized fact that other people had discovered. A wire could be heated by electricity until it produced light. The problem was that the intense heat quickly burned the wire out. The light never lasted more than a few minutes. Edison failed more than 10,000 times in his attempt to control this heat. When he found the method, it was by applying another common fact which had simply eluded everyone else. He realized that charcoal is produced by setting wood on fire, covering it with soil, and allowing the fire to smolder until the wood is charred. The soil permits only enough air to reach the fire to keep it burning without blazing. When Edison recognized this fact, his imagination immediately associated it with the idea of heating the wire. He placed the wire inside a bottle, pumped out most of the air, and produced the first incandescent light. It burned for 8.5 hours. Edison's creative vision depended on several important principles of the science of personal achievement. He applied the habit of going the extra mile because he labored without immediate pay. He worked with definiteness of purpose and was inspired by applied faith to carry on with his work through an incredible number of failures that would have broken most people. Finally, he applied the mastermind principle by assembling a team of skilled chemists and mechanics to perfect his invention, finding the right kind and thickness of wire, the right quantity of air to leave in the bulb, the best way to construct the bulb, so that his invention took on the most efficient form possible. Synthetic imagination does not depend on having tremendous personal advantages. Edison had spent only 3 months in grade school, had supported himself for many years as a telegrapher, and was fired from almost every job he held. He began to lose his hearing early on and eventually became almost completely deaf. But he turned his life around through definiteness of purpose, the habit of going the extra mile, and applied faith. Thomas Stemberg was a successful executive in the grocery business. Working with a Connecticut-based chain, he opened a string of high-volume mega supermarkets that offered consumers huge selections at low prices. The stores were very successful, and Stemberg was building a sterling reputation in his business. But he wasn't satisfied. He saw the prosperous grocery megastores and wondered if the megastore concept couldn't be applied to something else. He wanted to start a large business in a big market underserved by modern distribution methods, offering customers a good value. He formed a mastermind alliance with Leo Kahn, the man who had pioneered the grocery megastores, and in 1986, he opened Staples, the first mega business supply store. Stemberg's idea was so smart, so right, that it immediately inspired competitors like Office Depot and Office Max to revolutionize the business supply industry. Despite the competition, Staples surpassed even Stemberg's ambitious expectations. In just 7 years, sales exceeded $1 billion. Thomas Stemberg didn't invent the superstore idea, but he applied it to a market that had been quiet and humdrum for decades. He developed a definite plan for attaining his goal. He formed a mastermind alliance with Kahn, the man who understood the concept best. He put his plan into action with applied faith, and he went the extra mile by offering customers more and better service than they could get anywhere else. Synthetic imagination puts the entire sum of human knowledge at your disposal, but like any other part of the science of success, it requires your dedication to making your vision into reality. Creative imagination. Creative imagination has its base in the subconscious. It is the medium through which you recognize new ideas and newly learned facts. All your efforts to impress your definite major purpose on your subconscious work to stimulate your creative imagination. F.W. Woolworth was working as a clerk in a hardware store. He was at that point simply determined to be a good and valuable employee. When his boss complained about piles of out-of-date goods that weren't selling, Woolworth's imagination went to work. "I can sell those items," he told his boss, and with his employer's permission, he set up a table in the store, laid out all of the dud merchandise, and priced everything at 10 cents. The stock sold remarkably fast, and soon the owner was searching for anything he could lay his hands on to put on that table, which became the most profitable spot in the store. Woolworth had the faith to apply his new idea to an entire store. His boss didn't. The Woolworth chain of five and dimes quickly spread across the nation, earning him a fortune. His former boss once commented, "Every word I used in turning that man's offer down has cost me about $1 million I might have earned." Woolworth was so committed to his then modest purpose of being a valuable employee that his imagination was ready to back up his commitment with powerful ideas. He certainly went the extra mile for his boss, but because that man didn't have the vision that Woolworth had, other investors formed Woolworth's Mastermind Alliance and profited from it. Creative vision goes beyond imagination. Creative vision is more than an interest in material things. It is a commitment to a better future. Synthetic imagination springs from experience and reason. Creative imagination springs from your commitment to your definite purpose. Creative vision depends heavily upon creative imagination, but it is also more than that. Imagination recognizes limitations, handicaps, and opposition. Creative vision rides over these as if they did not exist, for it has as its base an infinite intelligence. One of the purest examples I know of creative vision is illustrated by the story of Dr. Elmer Gates. Gates was an inventor who worked at the same time as Edison, but his methods and background were very different. He was a highly trained scientist, and his patents actually outnumbered Edison's 2 to 1. Gates applied creative vision in a remarkably simple process. He would enter a soundproof room, sit down at a table with pencil and paper, and turn off the lights. He then concentrated his thoughts on a particular problem and waited for the ideas that he needed for its solution. Sometimes ideas flowed to Gates immediately. Sometimes he had to wait for as much as an hour before they came. Occasionally, nothing happened. At other times, he perceived solutions to other problems that he hadn't even been thinking about. Dr. Gates' creative vision transcended imagination because he had developed it into a faculty he could call upon at will. Creative vision produces results, not alibis. Creative vision is needed today. There are countless calls for creative vision in the world today. We need forms of energy that do not pollute or drain our environment. We need schools that capture the attention of our young people and teach them to better themselves. We need cures and vaccines for terrible diseases that threaten the Earth's people. We need people who can show small business how to use and profit from rapidly changing technology. We need plans for controlling the cost of health care and making it affordable for every honest worker without destroying the incentive of the professionals who provide it. There is both challenge and opportunity in these needs, and I raise them only to start you thinking about the scope of the possibilities for creative vision. There is a place in America for every person who can render any type of useful service and is willing to render it with the right mental attitude. If you have creative vision, you will recognize this and profit from it. You will never complain of a lack of opportunity. Great leaders of every generation in this country began their careers in humble occupations. Andrew Carnegie was a bobbin boy in a textile mill. W. Clement Stone was a newsboy. Harry Truman was a haberdasher. Ruth Bader Ginsburg had to become a law secretary when she graduated from law school because judges couldn't imagine hiring a woman clerk. Yet now she sits on the Supreme Court. It makes little difference where you begin. The important thing is, where are you going? What motive inspires you to give your best? Are you willing to go the extra mile? Are you a clock watcher, eager for the day to end? Or do you look for the opportunity to make yourself indispensable to others? These are the questions you must ask yourself. If you have creative vision, you can answer them. You know where you're going, you know what you desire, and you know that life never lets you get something for nothing without eventually forcing you to pay more for it than it is worth. When you have creative vision, you know that you can succeed only by helping others to succeed, and you know that it isn't necessary for anyone to fail in the process. Creative vision lets you make decisions quickly, and it lets you change those decisions as soon as you realize a mistake has been made. It frees you from fear of others, for it makes you feel at peace with yourself in your knowledge that you are fair and honest. It's a common human trait to envy people who have attained success, looking at them only in the moments of their triumph and forgetting the prices they had to pay. Often we suspect that they owe their success to some sort of pull, luck, or dishonesty. But creative vision makes you keenly aware of the price of personal achievement because you yourself know its labors. You understand the benefits of sharing your blessings, experiences, and opportunities with others. You know that your success actually depends on it. If you feel the need for a creative vision in your life, you can begin to develop it by getting on better terms with your own conscience, inspiring yourself with greater self-reliance, providing yourself with a definite major purpose, and keeping your mind so busy with that purpose that you have no time left for fear and doubt. Nothing will happen in your life that you do not inspire by your own initiative. Creative vision is the power which inspires the development of that personal initiative. Chapter 15. Maintain Sound Health. You want to get the greatest vigor and fullest use from your body. You can do this if you understand two important points. One, your body and mind are one, effectively a mind-body. Two, your mind-body is in turn at one with nature. The health of your mind and body cannot be separated. Anything that affects the soundness of your mind will affect your body, and anything that affects your body will touch your mind. This is why I refer to you as a mind body. But you are also affected by your environment, subject to natural laws that govern your mind body just as much as they affect trees, mountains, birds, and beasts. Understanding the way in which you can maintain a sound mind body depends, therefore, on understanding the way nature works. You must learn to work with natural forces, not fight them. The rhythms of life. When you consider the waves of the ocean, the passing of the seasons, the waxing and waning of the moon, you will see that nature moves in rhythms. There is even a rhythm in your own life from birth through childhood and adolescence to full maturity, old age, and finally birth of a new generation. Light, energy, and matter are made up of waves, either moving out in their own rhythm or bound like a neutron around the fixed point of the nucleus of the atom. Nothing about life is static. Movement is constant and rhythmic, though sometimes that rhythm is too large or small for us to perceive immediately. This is one reason why we enjoy music, for it reflects the rhythms and waves of our experience. You must learn to bend and sway with the rhythms of life, not to stand fixed and immobile against them. A sandy beach moves and changes with the rhythms of the waves and lasts for eons. A breakwater is soon destroyed. Take a look at your life. Is it rhythmical? Are you following work with play, mental effort with physical effort, eating with fasting, seriousness with humor, sex with transmutation of sex into creative effort? Your subconscious does its best work on your behalf while your conscious mind is at rest. True inspiration most often comes after your subconscious has been given a task and while your conscious mind is then occupied elsewhere. That is, while your mind is playing. Archimedes had struggled with the complex problem of determining the relative mass of two objects without finding a solution. It was only when he decided to relax and slip into his bath that his subconscious was stimulated by the water he displaced in his tub. He sprang from his bath with that now famous cry of Eureka and the solution he had been seeking. Are you giving your mind a chance to relax by playing? Interference with normal rhythmical patterns produces so many problems. If you don't give your mind a rhythm of work and relaxation, your body will be so constantly stimulated that you will likely end up with a stress-related disorder. And without highs and lows, the things that you value begin to pale. Your past failures are what make success sweet. You don't really want continuous happiness, for then your happiness would seem dull. One of the major goals of marriage counseling is getting couples to understand that there is no such thing as being constantly in love. People in love have a series of loves, like waves on the oceans. In the troughs, they are neutral in their feelings, but troughs make the peaks of the waves so much more poignant. As in life, not all the ocean's waves are of the same intensity. There are a few for each of us that reach great heights, and it is the memory and exhilaration of these moments that we store up to call upon when the going gets difficult. You have to learn to understand the waves and rhythms in your life and to live within those rhythms in order to be in harmony with the world. The influence of your mind. Just as you have to understand nature as a complex whole moving with its own rhythms, you have to understand that your mind and body are a whole, each influencing the other. Humans are the only thinking creatures, and this power allows you to modify your world and to learn its laws. You need only to conceive the idea and believe in it to achieve the idea. This is the story of all the successful people who have changed the path of civilization. It took countless hundreds of millions of years for evolution to develop from all the animals that walked or swam to a bird that could fly. Yet the Wright brothers, with childlike faith in their own idea, had human beings airborne in a mere 20 years. That is the power of the mind, demonstrated to us by experience and reinforced by the words of countless prophets in touch with infinite intelligence. Christ himself said, "All things are possible even unto the end of the world." Your mind has the higher function in your mind body. Your body is an exquisitely functioning machine for carrying your mind about and executing the dictates of this powerhouse. A smoothly functioning mind is necessary to a smoothly functioning body. Some people have bodies that are limited. They can move, see, or speak only with difficulty, or not at all. Yet the power of their minds allows them to live full, creative lives. Helen Keller is a marvelous example, as are Beethoven and Edison, both of whom suffered from severely impaired hearing. Franklin Roosevelt was barely able to stand on his own, yet he inspired and led our country through the greatest depression and war we ever faced. Senator Bob Dole's arm was permanently injured in World War II, but that has not stopped him from becoming one of our most influential political leaders. The story of civilization is punctuated with greatness achieved by individuals in spite of physical limitations, because these people possessed smoothly functioning minds. On the wings of a definite major purpose, faith, enthusiasm, and a positive mental attitude, they rose farther and farther from any despair over their limitations toward great heights of brilliant achievement. That is the influence of the mind. Essentials of success and happiness. Many of the essential principles of success are also essential to a smoothly functioning mind. A definite major purpose and plan for carrying it out can keep you from vacillating in your efforts. Think of a situation in which you were part of a smoothly functioning plan. You were content with the way the situation was handled. You felt at ease and comfortable. Your mind is always satisfied with the harmony produced by a well-organized plan. Anxiety develops from a poorly organized plan. Controlled attention, self-discipline, accurate thinking, personal initiative, learning from defeat, and going the extra mile are all mental tools that you can use to organize and carry out your plan. They give you satisfaction both in the achievement of each step of your plan and in your overall progress. Satisfactions are important foods for a healthy mind. Probably the most important single quality for sound mental health is a positive mental attitude and all that it entails. Two of the greatest destructive forces in the human mind are fear and its close partner, anxiety. They kill enthusiasm, destroy faith, blind vision, blunt creative effort, and dispel harmony and peace of mind. All qualities necessary for a positive mental attitude and sound mental health. The force of fear. Fear and anxiety produce unharmonious, irritated restlessness in your mind that leads to serious mental maladjustments and produces its counterpart in the body in the form of serious disease, perhaps even death. There is a growing awareness in the healing professions that many human ailments are either the product of mental distress or greatly exacerbated by it. The list of diseases that are brought on by stress is long, varied, and growing. Allergies, asthma, skin disease, hypertension, cardiac problems, arthritis, colitis, and immune disorders. Some hay fever sufferers start sneezing and itching at the sight of goldenrod in a vase. Tell them the plant is artificial, and their symptoms clear. This is a simple example of how the mind can affect the body negatively. You must replace fear with understanding and faith in yourself. To do this, let's look at how fear affects the mechanisms of your body. Temporary, fleeting fear is a normal and important function. It gets you to move out of the way of an oncoming train, or keeps you from walking too near a cliff by momentarily focusing your attention, your mind, on a problem. Once the problem is over, this kind of fear is forgotten. Fear also focuses your bodily functions on a threat. That old story of a cave dweller frightened by a sound in the night is a good illustration. Instantaneously, the heart begins pumping faster. Blood is diverted from the digestion for use by the muscles. The blood vessels serving the muscles dilate to handle increased volume, while those near the skin contract so that less blood is lost in case of a cut. Hearing becomes more acute. The pupils dilate to take in more light. The adrenaline gland unleashes a torrent of stimulant to provide strength for a fight. All this is preparation for surviving a battle or chase. The ensuing battle uses up the adrenaline and exhausts the other bodily systems so that they step down from their heightened readiness. Blood leaves the muscles to return to digestive and other functions. This is an extremely powerful response, one that kept our species alive over millions of years. But it is not intended to be a constant state, or it diverts the body from its normal functions. Still, some of us activate this response to some extent daily, or even continually, because we live in frequent fear. You must work to eliminate the causes of those fears. The fear of the loss of money. Have you set up a system to conserve and develop your assets? The fear of ill health. Have you sought and followed worthwhile counsel? The fear or loss of love. Have you put as much effort into increasing your beloved's affection as you would into cultivating an important business prospect? The fear of death. Have you sought help and understanding to the point where fear is replaced by faith? The list of fears is endless, yet to cultivate a positive mental attitude and develop a smoothly functioning mind that can live in harmony with itself and the world, you must conquer fear and anxiety. If the same fears and anxieties recur in your mind constantly and are paralyzing your efforts, seek the help of a good professional counselor. You aren't admitting weakness by doing this. You're expressing maturity and commitment to your health and your definite major purpose. A brief period of therapy may mean years of happiness. Remember that whatever your mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Isn't the person who is afraid of falling on the ice the one who falls? Repeating a fear over and over in your mind makes you more susceptible to the things you fear. You must vanquish fear before it vanquishes you. The force of a positive mental attitude. The best way to remove fear from your mind is to replace it with PMA. Émile Coué, the French psychologist, gave us a very simple but practical formula for building PMA and maintaining a health consciousness. Every day, in every way, I am getting better and better. Repeat this sentence to yourself many times a day until your subconscious picks it up, accepts it, and begins to carry it out in the form of good health. This is a simple yet astounding form of autosuggestion. It depends on your belief in the statement. But the best way to build that belief is to make the statement a part of your mental environment. Remember that your mind is strongly influenced by its environment, and by filling that environment with the right thoughts, you will come to believe them. Eating habits. The purpose of food is to supply the body with the things it needs to maintain itself in good repair. Your eating habits must be guided by this goal alone. Think of your digestive system as a factory. To function efficiently, it has to have a supply of a variety of materials in varying quantities. If you provide the wrong mix of materials, some jobs will never be completed. Some will be done with jerry-rigged parts, and some materials will simply be stored up in every corner until the walls of the factory begin to swell. Finally, the walls burst, the roof caves in, and the factory is either out of business or in need of serious and expensive repair. Information about nutritional requirements continues to evolve as scientists work to understand more and more about the body. Pay attention to new information, but do not be swept along by fads as it becomes available. In the main, however, some simple points will keep your diet balanced. 1. Fresh fruits and vegetables should make up the largest portion of your meals. They supply complex mixes of vitamins and trace elements, and your body is designed to avail itself of them easily. 2. Complex carbohydrates, such as breads, grains, and potatoes, should be the next largest. 3. Protein, in the form of lean meats, fish, and dairy products, is important, but it should not be the center of your meals. Select small amounts of foods you enjoy rather than gorge yourself on steak at every meal. 4. Avoid fats. Limit your intake of butter and oils and stay away from deep fried foods. Also avoid sugars like candy and colas, which provide little but calories. Seek variety as well. Your body's nutritional needs run a wide gamut, and the best way to serve those needs without becoming a food chemist is to be sure that you eat a wide spectrum of foods. Don't say, I can't eat that way, for all you're really saying is, I don't want to eat that way. It is a very glib bit of mental gymnastics to make yourself believe that it is impossible to do what is really only unappealing or different. Why should all your efforts for success stumble over your ill health because you don't like broccoli? Never eat while angry, frightened, or worried. Your body is simply not in a position to make use of the food when it is on a defensive footing. Worse, you can make eating a habitual response to stress, which can lead to overweight. Moderation in food and alcohol intake is important, both because your body can be overwhelmed by an excess of either, and because overindulgence can become a trick to avoid dealing with some problem that urgently needs to be faced. If you find that you cannot control either, seek the help of professionals or a worthy organization like Alcoholics or Overeaters Anonymous. Rhythms in relaxation. Relaxation entails completely forgetting the worries and problems of the day. As desirable as this may seem, many people have trouble relaxing. Your conscious mind selects objects on which to concentrate, and this concentration means the exclusion of other thoughts. You cannot just collapse into a chair and announce, I am relaxing, because your mind will select some object to focus, most often the very item you wish to forget about for a time. You need to select an object of relaxation for your mind to concentrate on. It can be kite flying, gardening, reading a novel, or anything else which will absorb you. Television and the corner bar are not the answers. Cultivate a variety of interests that take your mind to new places. Practicing controlled meditation will do wonders for your mental powers. Physical activity can be a terrific thing to immerse yourself in. Not only do you relax your mind, but you strengthen your body. Short periods of relaxation throughout the day can break tension and give your subconscious a chance to work. Read a magazine article, listen to a language tape, work on a crossword puzzle. This is not wasting time. It is keeping your mind in top condition through relaxation. Sleep. Your body needs time to rebuild and revitalize itself for the next day. It is sheer stupidity to try to increase your productivity by cutting your sleeping time. 6 to 8 hours a night are all you need. And remember that even while you sleep, your subconscious is working. Insomnia is often caused by a failure to relax before going to bed. Don't work until you drop. Instead, wind down at the end of the day by doing something you enjoy that doesn't overstimulate you. For this reason, exercise is not good just before you go to bed. Perhaps quiet small talk with your spouse is all you need, or an easy routine of brushing your teeth, stretching for a few moments, or making your bed. A habit which signals your body that it is time for sleep is a valuable aid. Exercise. Ideally, your relaxation and play will include exercise. Relaxing and playing are important to your mind, while exercise, which is mostly beneficial to your body, can also be of great mental benefit. You need to engage in aerobic exercise for a period of 20 minutes at least 3 times a week to keep your heart and lungs strong. The rate at which you exercise must be determined by your age and physical condition. Trainers at any local gym or YMCA can explain this to you and help you design a simple exercise regimen that is neither expensive nor time consuming. How much time do you spend watching TV? Consult your doctor before you begin any exercise program. Exercise can be a tremendous mental and physical stimulant, clearing away sluggishness. It also teaches you persistence and concentration. Athletic training has become an important field for understanding human potential and has resulted in many techniques that can be applied to your quest for success. Bill Bowerman was a first-class track coach at the University of Oregon for many years. When he conceived an idea for a better running shoe, the lessons he had learned in training himself and others were an important part of making Nike the #1 American shoe manufacturer. Sex and sublimation. Sex is your most precious and constructive drive. It is also the most easily debased. Sex is behind all the creative forces that advance human destiny. Sex has built cathedrals, universities, and nations. Why? Because the desire for sex causes us to work to please others, and out of that work spring kindness and the understanding of others. Sex is a completely natural desire. Do not fear or deny it, but realize that you must direct it, like all desires, to definite ends instead of letting it become an end in itself. If sex is all you want, you will do anything to get it, forgetting your faith in yourself, your definite purpose, and your moral standards. When you want sex, remember that you cannot get something for nothing. The intimacy of sex is gained by constructive work at building a committed relationship. If you channel your desire for sex into creating and providing for that relationship, you will not only get what you what sex alternated in a rhythmical pattern, just as work and play do. Effective mind-body stimulants. At any given time, your mind-body may need a boost. Many of the best boosters are things you are already doing. You just need to be conscious of the effect they have and seek them out. Sexual expression or a sublimated sexual drive keys up the mind so that it works rapidly and well with real inspiration. Love, the ultimate aim of sexual desire, serves a similar purpose. When the two are combined, they are unbeatable. Fanning your burning obsession is a strong stimulant. Work is a wonderful opportunity for creative expression. Do something small and definite, yet satisfying, like making a phone call or writing a thank you note. A burst of exercise releases pent-up energy, drives away frustration, and stimulates the brain with increased blood and oxygen. A little play lets the subconscious go to work. Music is full of rhythms, beats, and pulses. You can select it to boost your enthusiasm or help you calm down. Friendship is a great stimulant. Talk your problems over with others. Laugh with them. Your children can inspire you. Build a strong relationship with them. And never neglect to spend as much time with them as possible. Teach your children a skill and renew your self-confidence. Let your children talk to you and renew your faith. Mastermind alliances are powerful stimulants. Seek out the enthusiasm and experience of other people when you need a boost. Mutual suffering causes people to pool their mind power and direct it to relieve that suffering. Autosuggestion implants the ideas you want in your mind. Use it whenever you need it. Faith and religion are stimulants of the noblest order. Turn to the assurances they offer you and renew your sense of purpose. Your mental and physical health is inseparable. You cannot work to straighten one without having a positive effect on the other. Your mind and your body are the navigator and the ship which carry you to the success you desire. Do everything you can to preserve, protect, and defend them. Chapter 16. Tell me how you use your time and how you spend your money. I will tell you where and what you will be 10 years from now. Time and money are precious resources, and few people striving for success ever believe they possess either one in excess. Understanding how you use them is an important part of evaluating your progress towards success and analyzing what may be holding you back. We'll begin this chapter by taking an inventory of your progress towards success with a special emphasis on the role of time. Once you have seen how to improve your use of time, you'll be able to devote more of it to managing your money, and any review of the overall path you are following is always valuable. A personal inventory. Ask the following questions of yourself and answer them honestly. You want to identify areas needing improvement, not win a prize for a high ranking. Feeding your ego by lying to yourself about the truth will only waste the time you spend on the inventory.
I got some big shoes for a big buck, like I can't lose. Look, I be going up these days. That mean I move through this maze like the Matrix, just like some latex. I be protecting. Of course they showing me love after neglecting. Confidence turned to common sense, and the common sense be kinda lit and bringing compliments every season. We don't stop until your heartbeat drop. Come on, like when the balls drop at New Year's Eve. I got some big shoes, my balls dropped at 13. They try and cut me down cause I be shining like Christmas tree. I always been a star, maybe I gotta be. And I don't go too hard unless I got to. Like Tupac too, I keep a fine boo. And yeah, she talk smooth, cause she my little dog, she my best friend. And I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking them, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. She my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking them, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. I be blocking them when I see that they copying and pasting. Shit the DM, I ain't respond, so they erase it. Boy, move at your own damn pace, nigga, just face it. Cause you be in my ear all day, talking that basic. My boo bought me big ass shoes, and I don't lace them. How could I replace her? I mean, she do so much for me. I be hugging the beat, I be loving the beat. She be chopping to me. I said, damn, I'm gon' high walk across the street. And afterwards, she be running and jumping on me. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend. And I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in.
One, do you have a major definite purpose? What plans do you have for attaining it? How much time are you devoting to those plans on a persistent daily basis? How often do you work on your plans? Only when the notion strikes you, or when you can snatch a few minutes during commercials? Two, is your definite major purpose a burning obsession? When and how often do you fan its flames? Three, what have you planned to give in return for realizing your definite major purpose? Are you doing it yet? When will you start? Four, what steps have you taken to build your mastermind alliance? How often are you in contact with the members? How many of them do you speak to monthly, weekly, daily? Five, have you made a habit of accepting temporary defeat as a challenge to greater effort? Let's hope your temporary defeats are few, but they are inevitable. How quickly do you seek out the seed of equivalent benefit when adversity strikes? How do you spend more of your time, carrying out your plans or brooding over the obstacles you face? 7, how often do you forego personal pleasure in order to have more time to work on your plan? How often is it the other way around? 8, do you seize every moment of time as if it were the only one you were sure you had? 9, have you looked at your life as the result of the way you spent time in the past? Are you happy with your life to date? Do you wish you had spent it some other way? Do you regard each second that passes as the opportunity to change the course of your life for the better? 10, Is your mental attitude always positive? Is it positive most of the time? Some of the time? Is it positive now? Can you make it positive in the next second? How about the one after that? 11. How often do you display personal initiative by backing your positive thoughts with action? 12. Do you believe that you will succeed by luck or a windfall? When are these things going to happen? Do you believe that you will succeed as the result of your own efforts? When are you going to make those efforts? 13. Do you know anyone who inspires you with his or her personal initiative? How often do you seek that person out? How often do you actually model your behavior on him or her? 14. When do you go the extra mile? Does it happen every day or just when you think someone is paying attention? Is your attitude good when you do it, or do you begrudge the additional work? 15. How attractive is your personality? Do you look at yourself in the mirror every morning and work to improve your smile, your facial expressions, or do you just brush up before an important meeting? 16. How are you applying your faith? When do you act on the inspiration from infinite intelligence? How often do you ignore it? 17. Are you building your self-discipline? How often do uncontrolled emotions cause you to do something you quickly regret? 18. Have you mastered your fears? How often do you display their symptoms? When do you replace them with your ambitions? 19. How often do you accept other people's opinions as fact? Do you question those opinions every time you encounter them? How often do you call on accurate thinking as the solution to your problems? 20. How often do you inspire cooperation by giving it? Are you doing it at home, at the office, in your mastermind alliance? 21. What opportunities do you allow your imagination? When do you apply yourself to problems with creative vision? What dilemmas do you have that need to be solved this way? 22. Are you relaxing, exercising, and paying attention to your health? Were you planning to start at the new year? Why can't you start right now? This inventory is designed to get you thinking. Your use of your time reflects the degree to which you have made the principles of personal achievement a part of your life. Don't be discouraged if your answers to these questions are not yet what you'd like them to be. I have sold books to millions of people and lectured to thousands more. Many of them gained great success afterward, but none of them did it overnight. Although the benefits from success can accrue very quickly, most truly successful people need much of a lifetime to get everything they want. Those are lifetimes well spent. Doers and drifters. Your attitude toward life determines your attitude toward time. People pretty much fall into two camps on this subject. Doers have a definite major purpose, manage circumstances and resources, examine every idea they encounter before they adopt or discard it, take risks and assume responsibility, learn from their mistakes, go the extra mile, control their habits, have positive mental attitudes, apply their faith in their own success, create mastermind alliances to expand their knowledge and experience, recognize their weaknesses, and take steps to correct them. Drifters have no goal in life, are controlled by circumstances and the lack of resources, flit from one idea about life to the other, depending on this week's fad or what the guy on TV said last night, run from opportunity and blame others for their lots in life, make the same mistakes again and again, do only what it takes to get by, let their habits control them, have negative mental attitudes, never do anything to improve their situation, learn all they want to know from that guy on TV, wouldn't know a weakness if it bit them. How a doer uses time. My guess is that if you've made it this far, you're determined to be a doer. Great. Let's look at some places where a doer can make substantial difference in his or her life by the wise use of time. Occupation. A doer sees work as the source of all opportunity, a route to independence and security, and a means to better the surrounding world. Doers select work suited to their education and temperaments. They engage in labors of love. Doers don't evaluate their work by the number of hours it takes. They look at it from the perspective of the amount of useful service they render by going the extra mile. Time is a tool for them, not an end. They take pride in their achievements, not in bursting out of the door at 4:59:59. They don't complain about long hours. They complain that the hours aren't long enough to accomplish everything they want. As a result, doers get paid twice. Not only do they take checks home, but they also earn the right to better jobs and bigger checks. Mental habits. Doers take possession of their minds through self-discipline. They make plans and they carry them out. They direct their minds toward the objects of their desire and keep their minds occupied with those things. They don't spend time thinking about what they don't want. Doers recharge their positive mental attitudes often. Their productivity gives them concrete signs of their progress toward their goals. They take these signs as indications of the great things just over the horizon. Relationships. A doer inspires cooperation from others by giving it first. Doers don't spend time arguing, nitpicking, or gossiping, and they avoid people who do. Doers don't waste their time with drifters. They realize that defeatist attitudes can be contagious, and they don't want to be infected. They aren't selfish, they're just particular. Instead, they associate with people who are willing to work with them. They offer those people the extra mile service they offer everyone. In return, they gain enthusiasm and support. Doers have sympathy for drifters. They'll even point the way toward definiteness of purpose and lend a hand to anyone who has gained just that much. But they know that they can't help someone who isn't ready to help himself or herself. They also delegate work. Doers know that you should never do anything which you can get someone else to do for you better than you can do it. They realize they have to be available to the people who are working with them, and they offer those people all the access they need. Health. Doers pay attention to their mental and physical health. They relax, they exercise, they eat right, and they see the doctor when something goes wrong. The doer knows that time spent in prevention is much shorter than time spent on repair. Doers don't begrudge themselves the benefits of sound minds and bodies. Religion. Doers are people of active faith. They let their commitment to leading their lives morally and honorably insulate them from fear and arrogance. Their consciences don't have reason to reproach them because they spend all their time in constructive efforts. In addition, doers are people of every religion. No matter what their convictions are, they live by them to the fullest extent. Whenever they face problems, they turn to those convictions and make their decisions based upon them. They are not paralyzed by doubt, and they can act immediately. Spare time. Doers put the time they have away from their jobs to practical uses. They romance their spouses, laugh with their children, relax alone, exercise with friends, educate themselves, campaign for good political candidates, or work on their plans for their definite major purposes. The doer is not a workaholic. Doers know that there are other things in life besides their own immediate success. They know that if they don't pay attention to those things, their success will be meaningless. But doers don't engage in activities that have no payoffs. They aren't likely to be found in front of the television sets for 4 hours a night. There aren't many doers who have their own bar stools either. Doers enjoy life more than drifters do because everything they do brings them closer to their goals. They make all their time work for them. Doers see movies, read books, go to basketball games, even stare up into the blue sky and watch the clouds go by. But they know why they are doing it. That makes all the difference between a doer and a drifter, and it's all the difference between a success and a failure. Some doers you should know. William Sidney Porter sat in his prison cell contemplating the stupidity of the embezzlement that had brought him there. As near as he could figure, the only thing he had gained was a lot of spare time. And since he had several years left in his term, there didn't seem to be a lot he could do with it. But there was, and Porter did it. He began to write short stories. He wrote many of them. Then he began to sell those short stories to magazines under the name O. Henry. By the time he was released, he was already the most popular short story writer in the country. He walked out of prison into a success. Warren Avis was a doer. As an Air Force officer, he was constantly traveling the country, and he recognized how convenient it would be for people to be able to rent a car right at the airport. While his $10,000 in savings wasn't enough money to set up an operation on his own, he did have the gumption to put together a business plan and get a bank loan. Within 8 years, he had car rental counters in airports across America and was able to sell the company for almost $8 million. Avis saw an 800% return on his investment because he was willing to do all the work necessary to make that chance pay off. One of these men started off serving a jail term, the other serving his country. But they both recognized that in order to make their lives amount to something, they had to become doers by taking control of their time. The division of your day. We each get 24 hours to manage. The broad divisions of that time are easy to see. One, 8 hours for sleep. Two, 8 hours for work. Three, 8 hours of spare time. You can't mess around much with that first division or your health will suffer. You can occasionally steal an hour or two from your sleep, but it's a bad habit. Don't create any bad habits. The 8 hours spent at work are potentially your most directly productive. You need to stay focused on your purpose and your habit of going the extra mile if this is to be the case. The preceding 15 chapters of this book will teach you that. But in a few lines, I'll give you some tips to manage that time more effectively in attaining your purpose. The last 8 hours are your spare time. You need to manage them as well, or you'll find them slipping away in routine household chores, reruns of Mr. Ed, and listening to your neighbor talk about his new lawnmower again. This can be harder, but I have some guidelines to offer. As you'll see, managing your time, like managing your life, requires knowing what you want to use it for. Time management on the job. As our society gets more complicated, there seems to be more to do. I am indebted to the writings of Alan Laken and Stephanie Winston for some of the advice that follows. They've spent their time learning about time. Prioritizing your tasks. Make a list of all the things you need to do today, this week, and this month. Divide another sheet of paper into 4 equal sections. Label the top left important and urgent. Here you will enter jobs that you know must be done right away in order for you to be successful. Write the day and hour each task is due next to each job. Label the top right section important but not urgent. Put things here that are essential to your work but aren't a crisis. If you pay the most attention to this section, nothing should end up in the top left category. Again, make a note next to each task about just exactly when it has to be done. It is important to review this section every day so that nothing slips over into important and urgent. In the bottom left, write unimportant but urgent. This category, like the last one, requires you to have a keen sense of your purpose. You have to be able to make a definite decision about what matters to you. Most of the things that fall into it will be spontaneous. Someone will want your advice. You may get a call telling you that you may have to act now to buy that beautiful timeshare in the Poconos. You won't bother to write them down because you can either dismiss them or move them into important and urgent. The category is on the sheet of paper mostly to remind you that urgent does not mean important. Finally, write unimportant and not urgent in the bottom right. You might not even bother to write tasks down here since it means that you will never devote attention to them. But again, it helps to remind yourself that there are many things which can fall into this category. When you complete a task, put a line through it. Create evidence of your accomplishment as a reminder of your efficient use of your time. Handling paper. Two kinds of paper will cross your desk: valuable, a sales update, and superfluous, information about the office pool. Throw the superfluous stuff away without even setting it back down on your desk. Never give it a second thought. Handle the valuable material as little as possible. If you can, attend to it right then and there. Read updates, sign authorizations, write responses on the spot. Put reading material like magazine articles aside for a regular dedicated time. If you can't act on a paper for some reason, make a small dot in an upper corner. The next time you pick it up, make another dot. You'll soon see how often you're handling the same piece of paper again, and you'll be motivated to do something about it. Budgeting your spare time. Routine tasks will easily expand to fit the time available and eat up all your spare time unless you make a definite decision to devote it to the things you think are important. Allot your time in the following manner to make sure that you are able to do all the things you need to. 1. Spend 1 hour a day in quiet meditation on the following subjects. A. Your plan for your definite major purpose. B. Contact with infinite intelligence, affirming your gratitude for the blessings you have. C. Self-analysis, identifying the fears you need to master and making plans for doing so. D. Ways to increase harmony in all your relationships. E. The things you desire instead of the things you don't want. 2. Devote 2 hours to going the extra mile by rendering some sort of service to your community, your spouse, or your family, without expecting any kind of reward for it. 3. Study and read for self-improvement for an hour. 4. Spend an hour in contact with members of your mastermind alliance or close personal friends. This leaves 3 hours for relaxation, recreation, exercise, and other responsibilities. As you become familiar with these activities, you may be able to combine them with other things. You can meditate or read while commuting on the bus or train. If you have to drive to work, listen to audio tapes of self-improvement books. Carpool with a member of your mastermind alliance and use the driving time for discussion and problem solving. If your relaxation involves a worthwhile hobby, teach it to youngsters in local service groups, rendering extra service to your community. The possibilities are as many as you can make them. Follow this schedule 6 days a week and set aside 1 day for nothing but mental and physical relaxation and your religious and philosophical activities. You can spend much of this time with your family. You all will be glad you did. Budgeting your money. Many people have written good and valuable books about specific ways of managing your money. Seek them out. I won't provide you with the nitty-gritty details, but I will remind you of the importance of budgeting your money. Like time, money should be spent with a definite purpose in mind. You must create a budget for all your expenses, and you must use self-discipline in sticking to it. Your first priority in any budget should be to set aside a fixed percentage of your income for savings. The rule is pay yourself first. A strong and growing savings cushion is an important weapon in your fight against the fear of poverty. If adversity or ill health strikes, adequate savings will allow you to start looking for the seed of equivalent benefit right away. You won't panic about the mortgage payment, and you'll be able to recover more quickly. Make sure that you have adequate life insurance if others depend on you. The cost of a good policy is worth the anguish you will save your dependents. Your sudden departure from this life will be more than enough sadness for them. Don't compound it with the threat of the poorhouse. Allocate some portion of your income to charity. This is an important part of going the extra mile. Let's hope you'll never have to depend on some worthy group to help you out. But what right do you have to anyone's aid if you have never given any help yourself? If you're in debt, you need to spend as much as you can realistically afford to pay that debt off. Don't tell yourself that you'll need only $10 a week spending money when you've been blowing 100, because once you spend that 11th dollar, you'll decide you've already blown your budget and might as well go all the way. It's a slippery slope. And don't cut into your savings allotment to pay your debts either. Make savings a habit. Never back away from a good habit. Once you're out of debt, divide the money you were using to pay it off between your savings and your general household and entertainment expenses. You want to cultivate the habit of increasing your savings whenever your income rises. But you should also give yourself some immediate reward for doing your job. You will probably find that circumstances arise that your budget did not allow for. There may be a health emergency, a new baby on the way, a parent who needs help. Don't let this throw you. By developing and sticking to your budget, you've increased your habit of self-discipline. You've also learned to make your money serve your purpose. You did it before, and you can do it again. Habits are an important part of budgeting your time and money. They are important to every principle in the science of personal achievement. They are, in fact, the keys to all personal achievement. The next chapter will teach you to select and control your habits on the basis of cosmic law. Chapter 17. You are where you are and what you are because of your established habits. The aim of this book has been to force you to examine those habits and teach you ways to change them. To do this, you need to understand and apply a universal principle I call cosmic habit force. Cosmic habit force is the law which makes every living creature, every particle of matter, subject to the influence of its environment. It can work for you or against you. The choice is yours. Using natural forces. The grandest example of cosmic habit force is the operation of the heavens. Stars and planets move with clock-like precision. They don't collide. They don't suddenly veer off course, at least not without some major change in the forces at work, like a supernova or a black hole, which are themselves just another example of matter behaving according to established patterns. A complex system of gravity and inertia, attraction and repulsion, keeps things moving so precisely that for millennia, human beings have been able to predict the position of the stars and planets, the timing of eclipses, and the regularity of meteor showers. Sunflowers don't grow from turnip seeds. Giraffes don't give birth to tadpoles. Clouds don't release milk. Everything does that which is its nature to do. All this is a reflection of universal order, which makes so much of the physical operation of the world understandable. Certainly, we are still working to understand more than we already do, but science is based on the faith that there is a universal order. All actions and reactions are fixed on the basis of this order. In the science of personal achievement, you seek to take control of this order by taking control of your habits. You recognize that your thoughts and actions will become as much a part of your nature as Pluto's orbit is a part of its nature. If your habits are positive, the seeds that they plant will be too. But you have to realize that cosmic habit force always operates. If your habits are negative, their results will also be negative. This is why you must take control of your habits through self-discipline. Habits become a part of your nature by repetition. If you create thought habits by repeating certain ideas in your mind, cosmic habit force will take over those patterns of thought, make them more or less permanent, depending on your intensity of repetition and practice, and put them to work. The same thing will happen with physical habits. If you follow the same route to and from work every day, you make that route a habit. You probably aren't even aware that it is a habit until you need to alter your route to go to a store or visit a friend. If you aren't paying attention when you start your trip, you will probably find yourself missing the turn or forgetting your task altogether. This is an example of why you need to be aware of and in control of all your habits. If your dominating mental habits are thoughts of poverty, then cosmic habit force will bring about poverty in your life. If your dominating mental habits are of prosperity and peace, cosmic habit force will bring them about. There is an endless cycle here. Repetition of a habit intensifies it until it becomes an obsession. You can become obsessed with poverty or with achievement. This is why I have repeatedly stressed that your thoughts are the only thing you can completely control if you decide to do so. You must control your thoughts to control your habits. Cosmic habit force doesn't leave you any room to complain that opportunity never came your way. You will know that as long as you have the power to form and express your thoughts, you have the power to change the circumstances of your life into whatever you want them to be. If your life isn't already what you want it to be, it is because you have drifted into your present circumstances by virtue of cosmic habit force. You can change that. Definiteness of purpose, backed by the power of cosmic habit force and enforced by self-discipline and personal initiative, can bring you to the circumstances you want. Money-making habits. So the circumstances you want include making more money, do they? Here's how to go about using cosmic habit force to do just that. Step 1. Create a clear mental image of just how much money you want to make. A lot is not a good answer. You need a concrete figure or a percentage above your current income. Step 2. Imagine some of the results of having that money. A new home, sending your daughter to medical school, a comfortable retirement. Doing this clarifies which of the 10 basic motives are driving you. The more motives you can associate with making more money, the stronger your push to achieve it. Step 3. Decide how you will earn this extra money. I've emphasized again and again that you can't get something for nothing. You must have a plan. Step 4. Write out your goal and your plan. Include your motives for making more money. Instead of a statement like, I want to retire in security, write something like, I want to own my own home free and clear of debt. I want to be able to travel and visit my family 3 times a year. Set a date for starting and achieving this goal. Sign your plan. Make it a contract with yourself. Step 5. Go back to your plan and underline all the things that you need to do to make it happen that you aren't doing now. Make a separate list of these things. Step 6. Start doing the things on the list. Some of them will be daily tasks, such as spending less money on dining out and putting more money into your savings account. Others will be longer range but will require daily progress, such as going the extra mile in your job. You have to bend all your efforts and thoughts to doing these things. Step 7. Every day, read your goal aloud to yourself until you have it memorized. Repeat it in your mind when you get out of bed, when you start your job, when you come back from lunch, when your workday is finished, and before you go to sleep. Yes, this is just what you should be doing anyway in connection with your definite major purpose. You are giving cosmic habit force a pattern to follow. The length of time you need to start conditioning your mind to get positive results depends almost entirely on the amount of faith and enthusiasm you place behind your words and actions. All voluntary positive habits are the products of willpower directed toward the attainment of definite goals. If you say to yourself, sometime in my life I want $100,000, you are saying, I am uncertain about my goals. Here, cosmic habit force cannot come into play because there is no definite pattern for it to follow. If you say instead, 6 months from now, I want $100,000, and I will do X, Y, and Z to get it. Cosmic habit force has a pattern to follow, but it will follow that pattern only when your thoughts and actions lead it there. If you don't do X, Y, and Z, you won't develop cosmic habit force. Flexible habits. Be sure to make your plan sufficiently flexible so that you can change it when you are so inspired. The key word here is inspired. As you put your plan into action and develop applied faith, infinite intelligence may hand you a better plan than the one you have made. Treat such inspiration respectfully, for it will help you strengthen your plan where it is weak. Don't express contempt for your hunches. If you repeatedly say to yourself, I had the most foolish idea today, soon you will be having only foolish ideas. Instead, write down your hunches as soon as they occur to you. Examine them carefully, and be sure you are not rejecting them simply because they involve something that hasn't been done before or because they don't conform to your current habits. The purpose of cosmic habit force is to make your habits serve you, not the other way around. Don't let your habits become so ingrained that whatever useful purpose they once served, they now limit your opportunity, tolerance, faith, and enthusiasm. American Express enjoyed huge success with its charge card in the 1980s. It became a symbol of prestige, and millions of new members signed on. More businesses than ever accepted the card because they wanted to attract card members' dollars. Then the economy changed, but American Express habits didn't. As it became necessary to stretch every penny and to watch every percentage of margin, cardholders began switching from the high-fee American Express card to no-fee cards from Visa and MasterCard that offered almost the same benefits. Merchants became angry because American Express claimed a higher percentage of each charge than other cards. Worse, it was slow to credit merchants' accounts. The number of cardholders began to fall dramatically. In Boston, a group of restaurants even organized a boycott of American Express to protest its policies toward merchants. Profits disappeared and losses mounted. Cosmic habit force was at work. American Express kept doing business the way it always had until a crisis hit it right between the eyes. The habits that had made it the premier charge card were not the habits that would keep it the premier charge card. Its habits ruled them, not the other way around. Whatever your habits, cosmic habit force will carry them out. It isn't enough merely to develop good habits and leave it at that. You must remain alert to the effect of your habits and be willing on a moment's notice to change them when new ones will serve you better. Beware of these habits. The good news is, ironically, if you have any of these habits, they will eventually cause some sort of defeat that will inspire you to eliminate them. Of course, you can spare yourself that trouble if you're willing to examine yourself, identify your negative habits, and resolve to replace them with positive ones. Poverty, imaginary illness, laziness, envy, greed, vanity, cynicism, drifting without aim or purpose, irritability, revenge, jealousy, dishonesty, arrogance, sadism. Embrace these habits. You can replace any of the above with one of the following and profit by doing it. Definiteness of purpose. This is the primary good habit. It makes you more alert, more imaginative, more enthusiastic, and it increases your willpower. Faith. Let your mind dwell on positive ideas and on clearing away all negative influences and fears. This takes self-discipline. Personal initiative. You may have to force yourself at first to do things without being told to do them, but persistence will make it easier. Enthusiasm. Remember that controlled enthusiasm is your goal. You'll want to be able to summon it at will or shut it off when it isn't appropriate or might actually be dangerous. Self-discipline. This is a circular process. The more you exercise it, the more you have it. Going the extra mile. Start right now by doing something for which you don't expect to be paid directly. Go the extra mile every day by sheer effort if necessary, and soon the effort will be replaced by habit. Controlling your willpower. In the chapter on self-discipline, you learned about your ego, the source of your willpower. Developing positive habits which can be taken over by cosmic habit force depends heavily on strong willpower. Here's a review of the steps to strengthen your will. Step 1.
I got some big shoes for a big buck, like I can't lose. Look, I be going up these days. That mean I move through this maze like the Matrix, just like some latex. I be protecting. Of course they showing me love after neglecting. Confidence turned to common sense, and the common sense be kinda lit, bringing compliments every season. We don't stop until your heartbeat drop. Come on, like when the ball drop at New Year's Eve. I got some big shoes, my balls dropped at 13. They try and cut me down cause I be shining like Christmas tree. I always been a star, maybe I gotta be. And I don't go too hard unless I got to. Like Tupac too, I keep a fine boo. And yeah, she talk smooth, cause she my little dog. She my best friend, and I got big shoes. This ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking them, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes. This ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking them, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. I be blocking them when I see that they copying and pasting. Shit the DM, I ain't respond, so they erase it. Boy, move at your own damn pace, nigga, just face it. Cause you be in my ear all day, talking that basic. My boo bought me big ass shoes and I don't lace them. How could I replace her? I mean, she do so much for me. I be hugging the beat, I be loving the beat. She be chopping to me. I said, damn, I'm gon' high walk across the street. And afterwards, she be running and jumping on me. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes. This ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in.
One, actively ally yourself with other people who can help you attain your major purpose. A mastermind alliance creates multiple patterns for cosmic habit force to work on. Step 2, develop your plan, drawing on all the members of your alliance for knowledge, ability, and the power of their faith. Step 3, distance yourself from anyone and any circumstance that make you feel inferior. A positive ego does not grow in a negative environment. Remember that cosmic habit force causes every living thing to partake of the dominating influence of its environment. Step 4, close the door on the unpleasant experiences of the past. A strong will doesn't dwell on the past. A vital ego thrives on hopes and desires of an as yet unattained objective. If you keep your mind in a state of hope and desire, cosmic habit force goes to work changing your hopes and desires into their material equivalent. Step 5, surround yourself with every possible means of impressing your mind with the nature of your definite purpose. Hang mottos on your walls. Put up pictures of people doing what you want to do. You want to make it easier to create a mental image of yourself realizing your objective. The more you create this image, the sooner it will be taken over by cosmic habit force and impressed on your subconscious. Step 6, watch out that you don't overinflate your ego. One small prick with a pin, and the escaping hot air will be like a runaway rocket, carrying you far away from where you want to be. The 3 essentials of cosmic habit force. 3 qualities underlie the process of voluntary establishment of a habit. Plasticity. This is the capability to change. It also implies that once a change has been made, your new form will hold until a subsequent change is made. You won't revert to your old status. Consider the difference between modeling clay, which is malleable but holds the shape it is given, and mercury, which can take any shape for a moment but will never keep it. You can be changed by environmental influences or by your own decisions. Frequency of impression. Repetition is the mother of habit. One of the factors affecting the speed with which a habit can be adopted is how often it is consciously repeated. Your ability to do this may vary with circumstances. Your job may require enough concentration on the task at hand that you have to pay attention only to it and develop your habits in your spare time. Personal initiative also comes into play. If you're lazy, you won't knock yourself out developing a habit. This can definitely slow down the process of acquiring it. Intensity of impression. You can go through the motions of an activity, or you can concentrate on doing it. Concentration builds the habit quickly. You impress the habit on your subconscious mind, and it becomes a part of everything you do. Here's an example of these 3 essentials at work. A woman working the swing shift at an electronics assembly plant was allowed 2 10-minute breaks, one at 6 p.m. and one at 10:30. Most of her coworkers used these breaks for cigarettes. She didn't want to cultivate a bad habit that would affect her health and make her a less pleasing personality, so she decided instead to have a snack. Her garden was in full bloom, so she would have a carrot, an apple, or something else she had grown herself. Being human, she already had plasticity. It's part of everyone's nature. Every day throughout the summer and fall, precisely at 6 and at 10:30, she would have her snack. This gave a definite frequency of impression. The element of intensity varied according to her relative hunger. Sometimes she ate with relish because her meal at home had been small. Sometimes she skipped a meal before coming to work, and the intensity of her hunger was even greater. But whenever the break came, she ate, no matter how hungry she was. As the months passed, she realized that regardless of what she had eaten, she got hungry before her breaks. She watched the clock, waiting for a chance to eat. Sometimes it seemed the time would never come. And when her garden was no longer producing good, fresh food, she switched to anything else she had at home: a candy bar, a donut, cookies. This is a clear example of the voluntary establishment of a habit. But it wasn't really a good habit. She began to put on weight and found she was distracted from her work for half an hour before her breaks. So she decided to break her habit and stopped bringing food. This wasn't the answer because there was food in the vending machines at the plant, and she just started buying that. Not only was she still eating, but she was now spending more money to do it. At this point, she really had to seize possession of her mind, inspire it with a strong motive, and take definite action. She set a definite minor purpose to break her habit. She did this by reading, substituting the desire for knowledge and inspiration for the desire for food. When her break came, she reached for a book instead of a candy bar. The same frequency of impression was there, of course. The only thing different was the intensity. At first, the feeling of hunger persisted, but after a few days, she acquired an appetite for reading, which overwhelmed the old physical desire. She established a new habit to supplant the old. Any worthless, superfluous, or harmful habit can be broken and replaced with a more desirable one if you want it to be so. The nucleus of the entire science of personal achievement lies in this concept. Cosmic habit force is the means for incorporating every one of the 17 principles of success into your life. Control your mental attitude. Keep it positive by exercising self-discipline. And prepare your mental soil so that any worthwhile plan, purpose, or desire may be planted by repeated, intense impression. Know that it will germinate, grow, and find expression, bringing you whatever it is you want from life. Whatever your mind can conceive and believe, your mind can achieve. Chapter 18, The 17 Principles of Success. The list that follows is meant to serve as a reminder. Look it over once a week. Are you making regular progress in each of these areas? If you routinely evaluate your efforts to embrace the principles, you are less likely to be caught in a crisis because you've neglected to think accurately, for instance, or to find that your coworkers suddenly regard you as an opportunistic shark. 1. Develop definiteness of purpose. 2. Establish a mastermind alliance. 3. Assemble an attractive personality. 4. Use applied faith. 5. Go the extra mile. 6. Create personal initiative. 7. Build a positive mental attitude. 8. Control your enthusiasm. 9. Enforce self-discipline. 10. Think accurately. 11. Control your attention. 12. Inspire teamwork. 13. Learn from adversity and defeat. 14. Cultivate creative vision. 15. Maintain sound health. 16. Budget your time and money. 17. Use cosmic habit force. A detailed evaluation. Following are concise summaries of the steps to making each principle a part of your life. Read them through, and then at the end of each section, stop the tape, write down specific actions you plan to take to implement the principles, then restart the tape for the next section. The summaries themselves will give you concrete recommendations about what to do. Under the definiteness of purpose, you might write down that you will define your major goal, write out a plan for achieving it, and read that plan aloud to yourself every day, all of which are mentioned in the summary. But if you also include a date by which you will have your plan written down, you will be making a commitment to yourself that will provide you with extra motivation. So do not simply parrot back the summary suggestions. Consider carefully the changes you need to make and be as detailed as possible in writing them out. In a few weeks or months, you can look at these notes, recognize the progress you've made, and renew your commitment to success. 1. Develop definiteness of purpose with PMA, the starting point of all worthwhile achievements. You should have one high, desirable, outstanding goal and keep it ever before you. You can have many non-conflicting goals which help you to reach your major definite goal. It is advisable to have immediate, intermediate, and distant objectives. When you set a definite major goal, you are apt to recognize that which will help you achieve it. Determine or fix in your mind exactly what you desire. Be definite. Evaluate and determine exactly what you will give in return. Set a definite date for exactly when you intend to possess your desire. Identify your desire with a definite plan for carrying out and achieving your objective. Put your plan into action at once. Clearly define your plan for achievement. Write out precisely and concisely exactly what you want, exactly when you want to achieve it, and exactly what you intend to give in return. Each and every day, morning and evening, read your written statement aloud. As you read it, see, feel, and believe yourself already in possession of your objective. Engage in personal inspection with regularity to determine whether you're on the right track and headed in the right direction, so that you don't deviate from the path that leads to the achievement of your objective. To guarantee success, engage daily in study, thinking, and planning time with PMA regarding yourself and your family, how you can achieve your definite goals. Whatever your mind can conceive and believe, you can achieve when you have PMA and apply it. Now stop the tape and write your commitment to use this principle in your life. Then restart the tape. 2. Establish a mastermind alliance with PMA. A mastermind alliance is two or more minds working together in the spirit of perfect harmony toward the attainment of a specific objective. This principle makes it possible for you, through association with others, to acquire and utilize the knowledge and experience needed for the attainment of any desired goal in life. Your mastermind alliance can be created by surrounding yourself or aligning yourself with the advice, counsel, and personal cooperation of several people who are willing to lend you their wholehearted aid for the attainment of your objective in the spirit of perfect harmony. You can create a mastermind alliance with your spouse, your manager, a friend, a co-worker. Once a mastermind alliance is formed, the group as a whole must become and remain active. The group must move in a definite plan, at a definite time, toward a definite common objective. Indecision, inactivity, or delay will destroy the usefulness of the alliance. There must be a complete meeting of the minds without reservations on the part of any member. You can have several mastermind alliances, each with different objectives. That is, an alliance with your spouse to reach your family objectives, an alliance with your banker or investment counselor or attorney for your financial objectives, an alliance with your minister or clergy for your spiritual objectives, and so on. Now stop the tape and write your commitment to use this principle in your life. Then restart the tape. 3. Assemble an attractive personality with PMA. Your personality is your greatest asset or greatest liability, for it embraces everything that you control, mind, body, and soul. A person's personality is the person. It shapes the nature of your thoughts, your deeds, your relationships with others, and it establishes the boundaries of the space you occupy in the world. It is essential that you develop a pleasing personality, pleasing to yourself and to others. It is imperative that you develop the habit of being sensitive to your own reactions to individuals, circumstances, and events, and to the reactions of individuals and groups to what you say, think, or do. Positive factors of a pleasing personality: a positive mental attitude, tolerance, alertness, common courtesy, a fondness for people, flexibility, tactfulness, personal magnetism, a pleasant tone of voice, control of facial expressions, sportsmanship, sincerity, a sense of humor, humility of the heart, smiling, enthusiasm, control of temper and emotions, patience, proper dress. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Now stop the tape, write your commitment to use this principle in your life, and then restart the tape. Number 4, use applied faith with PMA. Faith is a state of mind through which your aims, desires, plans, and purposes may be translated into their physical or financial equivalent. Applied faith means action, specifically the habit of applying your faith under any and all circumstances. It is faith in your God, yourself, your fellow man, and the unlimited opportunities available to you. Faith without action is dead. Faith is the art of believing by doing. It comes as a result of persistent action. Fear and doubt are faith in reverse gear. Faith in its positive application is the key which will give one direct communications with infinite intelligence. Applied faith is belief in an objective or purpose backed by unqualified activity. If you want results, try a prayer. When you pray, express your gratitude and thanksgiving for the blessings you already have received. Then ask the good Lord for his help. Affirm the objectives of your desires through prayer each night and morning. Inspire your imagination to see yourself already in possession of them, and act precisely as if you were already in physical possession of them. The possession of anything first takes place mentally by being imagined in the mind's eye. Prayer is your greatest power. Now stop the tape, write your commitment to use this principle in your life, and restart the tape. 5. Go the extra mile with PMA. Render more and better service for which you are paid, and do it with a positive mental attitude. Form the habit of going the extra mile because of the pleasure you get out of it, and because of what it does to you and for you deep down inside. It is inevitable that every seed of useful service you sow will multiply itself and come back to you in overwhelming abundance. Following this principle will make you indispensable to other people. The principle manifests itself in two important laws: the law of compensation and the law of increasing returns. These unvarying laws always reward intelligent effort rendered in the attitude of faith and rendered instinctively without regard to the limits of immediate compensation. Q1 plus Q2 plus MA equals C. The quality of the service rendered plus the quantity of the service rendered plus the mental attitude in which it is rendered equals your compensation in the world and the amount of space you will occupy in the hearts of your fellow man. Make going the extra mile with PMA a habit. Now stop the tape, write your commitment to use this principle in your life, and restart the tape. 6. Create personal initiative with PMA. Personal initiative is the inner power that starts all action. It is the power that inspires the completion of that which one begins. It is the dynamo that starts the faculty of the imagination into action. It is, in fact, self-motivation. Motivation is that which induces action or determines choice. It is that which provides a motive. A motive is that inner urge only within the individual which incites you to action, such as an idea, an emotion, a desire, or an impulse. It is a hope or other force which starts in an attempt to produce specific results. When you know principles that can motivate you, you will then know principles that can motivate others. Motivate yourself with PMA. Hope is the magic ingredient in motivation, but the secret of accomplishment is getting into action. Use and develop the self-starter. Do it now. Now stop the tape and write your commitment to use this principle in your life and then restart the tape. Number 7, build a positive mental attitude. PMA stands for positive mental attitude. A positive mental attitude is the right, honest, constructive thought, action, or reaction to any person, situation, or set of circumstances that does not violate the laws of God or the right of one's fellow man. PMA allows you to build on hope and overcome the negative attitudes of despair and discouragement. It gives you the mental power, the feeling, the confidence to do anything you make up your mind to do. PMA is commonly referred to as the I can, I will attitude applicable to all challenging circumstances in your life. You create and maintain a positive mental attitude through your own willpower, based on motives of your own adaptation. To develop PMA, strive to understand and apply the golden rule. Be considerate and sensitive to the reactions of others. Be sensitive to your own reactions by controlling your emotional responses. Be a good finder. Believe that any goal can be achieved, and develop what are understood to be right habits of thought and action. A positive mental attitude is the catalyst necessary for achieving worthwhile success. Achievement is attained through some combination of PMA and definiteness of purpose with one or more of the other 15 success principles. Maintain the right attitude, a positive mental attitude. Stop the tape and write your commitment to use this principle in your life. Then restart the tape. 8. Control your enthusiasm with PMA. A person without enthusiasm is like a watch without a mainspring. Father John O'Brien, research professor of theology at the University of Notre Dame, says the first ingredient which I believe is absolutely necessary for a successful, efficient, and competent individual is enthusiasm. He adds, enthusiasm comes from the Greek words that let you look into the root of this word, into its basic, fundamental, and original meaning. The first is theos, which means God. The other two words are ente, so that in the early usage of this term of the ancient Greeks, it literally meant God within you. Further, no battle of any importance can be won without enthusiasm. To become enthusiastic about achieving a desirable goal, keep your mind on that goal day after day. The more worthy and desirable your objectives, the more dedicated and enthusiastic you will become. Understand and act on William James' statement. The emotions are not always immediately subject to reason, but they are always immediately subject to action. Enthusiasm thrives on a positive mind and a positive action. This is the key to controlling your enthusiasm. Always give it a worthy goal to focus on. Once you have channeled it toward that goal, it will carry you forward. Real enthusiasm comes from within. However, enthusiasm is like getting water from a well. First, you have to prime the pump, but soon the water flows and flows and flows. You can be enthusiastic about everything and anything you know or do. Enthusiasm is a PMA characteristic. It can be generated naturally from one's thoughts, feelings, and emotions. But more important, it can be generated at will. To be enthusiastic, act enthusiastically. Stop the tape now and write your commitment to use this principle in your life. then restart the tape. 9. Enforce self-discipline with PMA. Self-discipline enables you to develop control over yourself. Self-discipline begins with mastery of your thoughts, what you really are, what you really do. Your failures and your successes are the results of habits. We are creatures of habit, but because we are minds with bodies, we can change our habits. Self-discipline is perhaps the most important function in aiding an individual in the development and maintenance of habits of thought, which enable that person to fix his or her entire attention upon any desired purpose and to hold it there until that purpose has been attained. If you do not control your thoughts, you do not control your deeds. Think first and act afterward. Self-discipline is the principle by which you may voluntarily shape the patterns of your thoughts to harmonize with your goals and purposes. Direct your thoughts, control your emotions, ordain your destiny with PMA. Stop the tape now and write your commitment to use this principle in your life. Then restart the tape. 10. Think accurately with PMA. Accurate thinking is based on two major fundamentals. 1. Inductive reasoning, based on the assumption of unknown facts or hypotheses. 2. Deductive reasoning, based on known facts or what are believed to be facts. In school, we are taught deductive and inductive reasoning and the fallacy that results in starting with the wrong premise in the one instance and making the wrong inference in the other. Accurate thinking and common sense are in part the result of experiences. You can learn from your own experiences as well as those of others when you learn how to recognize, relate, assimilate, and apply principles in order to achieve your goals. 1. Separate facts from fiction or hearsay evidence. 2. Separate facts into classes, important and unimportant. Be careful of others' opinions. They could be dangerous and destructive. Make sure your opinions are not someone else's prejudices. The accurate thinker learns to use his or her own judgment and to be cautious no matter who may endeavor to influence him or her. Truth will be truth regardless of a closed mind, ignorance, or refusal to believe. Stop the tape and write your commitment to use this principle in your life. Then restart the tape. 11. Control your attention with PMA. Controlled attention is organized mind power. It is the highest form of self-discipline. Controlled attention is the act of coordinating all the faculties of the mind and directing their combined power to a given end or definite objective. It is an act that can be obtained only by the strictest sort of self-discipline. It is obvious, therefore, that when you voluntarily fix your attention upon a definite major purpose of a positive nature and force your mind through your daily habits of thought to dwell on the subject, you condition your subconscious mind to act on that purpose. Controlled attention, when it is focused upon the object of your definite major purpose, is a medium by which you make positive application of the principle of suggestion. The mind never remains inactive, not even during sleep. It works continuously by reactions to the influences which reach it. Therefore, the object of controlled attention is that of keeping your mind busy with thought material which may be helpful in attaining the object of your desire. Controlled attention is self-mastery of the highest order, for it is an accepted fact that the person who controls his or her own mind may control everything else. Keep your mind on the things you want and off the things you don't want. Now stop the tape, write your commitment to use this principle in your life, and restart the tape.
On my best run, it doesn't even feel like I'm moving. You're driving and the miles are at 0, and you feel like you could go for days.
The Science of Getting Rich. Written by Wallace D. Wattles and originally published in 1910. Read by Randy Scott. This recording is a production of the Master Key Society, copyright 2021. This recording may contain antiquated language, expressions, and ideas. While worthy of study, the views and opinions contained within this book may not necessarily reflect those of Master Key Society nor its affiliates. This book is pragmatical, not philosophical, a practical manual, not a treatise upon theories. It is intended for the men and women whose most pressing need is for money, who wish to get rich first and philosophize afterward. It is for those who have, so far, found neither the time, the means, nor the opportunity to go deeply into the study of metaphysics, but who want results and who are willing to take the conclusions of science as a basis for action, without going into all the processes by which those conclusions were reached. It is expected that the reader will take the fundamental statements upon faith, just as he would take statements concerning a law of electrical action if they were promulgated by a Marconi or an Edison, and taking the statements upon faith that he will prove their truth by acting upon them without fear or hesitation. Every man or woman who does this will certainly get rich, for the science herein applied is an exact science, and failure is impossible. For the benefit, however, of those who wish to investigate philosophical theories and so secure a logical basis for faith, I will here cite certain authorities. The monistic theory of the universe, the theory that one is all, and that all is one, that one substance manifests itself as the seeming many elements of the material world, is of Hindu origin, and has been gradually winning its way into the thought of the Western world for 200 years. It is the foundation of all the Oriental philosophies, and of those of Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Schopenhauer, Hegel, and Emerson. The reader who would dig to the philosophical foundations is advised to read Hegel and Emerson for himself. In writing this book, I have sacrificed all other considerations to plainness and simplicity of style, so that all might understand. The plan of action laid down herein was deduced from the conclusions of philosophy. It has been thoroughly tested and bears the supreme test of practical experiment. It works. If you wish to know how the conclusions were arrived at, read the writings of the authors mentioned above. And if you wish to reap the fruits of their philosophies in actual practice, read this book and do exactly as it tells you to do. The author. Chapter 1. The Right to be Rich. Whatever may be said in praise of poverty, the fact remains that it is not possible to live a really complete or successful life unless one is rich. No man can rise to his greatest possible height in talent or soul development unless he has plenty of money. For to unfold the soul and to develop talent, he must have many things to use, and he cannot have things unless he has money to buy them with. Man develops in mind, soul, and body by making use of things, and society is so organized that man must have money in order to become the possessor of things. Therefore, the basis of all advancement for man must be the science of getting rich. The object of all life is development, and everything that lives has an inalienable right to all the development it is capable of attaining. Man's right to life means his right to have the free and unrestricted use of all the things which may be necessary to his fullest mental, spiritual, and physical unfoldment, or, in other words, his right to be rich. In this book, I shall not speak of riches in a figurative way. To be really rich does not mean to be satisfied or contented with a little. No man ought to be satisfied with a little if he is capable of using and enjoying more. The purpose of nature is the advancement and unfoldment of life, and every man should have all that can contribute to the power, elegance, beauty, and richness of life. To be content with less is sinful. The man who owns all he wants for the living of all the life he is capable of living is rich, and no man who has not plenty of money can have all he wants. Life has advanced so far and become so complex that even the most ordinary man or woman requires a great amount of wealth in order to live in a manner that even approaches completeness. Every person naturally wants to become all that they are capable of becoming. This desire to realize innate possibilities is inherent in human nature. We cannot help wanting to be all that we can be. Success in life is becoming what you want to be. You can become what you want to be only by making use of things. And you can have the free use of things only as you become rich enough to buy them. To understand the science of getting rich is therefore the most essential of all knowledge. There is nothing wrong in wanting to get rich. The desire for riches is really the desire for a richer, fuller, and more abundant life. And that desire is praiseworthy. The man who does not desire to live more abundantly is abnormal. And so the man who does not desire to have money enough to buy all he wants is abnormal. There are three motives for which we live. We live for the body, we live for the mind, we live for the soul. No one of these is better or holier than the other. All are alike desirable, and no one of the three, body, mind, or soul, can live fully if either of the others is cut short of full life and expression. It is not right or noble to live only for the soul and deny mind or body, and it is wrong to live for the intellect and deny body and soul. We are all acquainted with the loathsome consequences of living for the body and denying both mind and soul. And we see that real life means the complete expression of all that man can give forth through body, mind, and soul. Whatever he can say, no man can be really happy or satisfied unless his body is living fully in every function, and unless the same is true of his mind and his soul. Wherever there is unexpressed possibility, or function not performed, there is unsatisfied desire. Desire is possibility seeking expression, or function seeking performance. Man cannot live fully in body without good food, comfortable clothing, and warm shelter, and without freedom from excessive toil. Rest and recreation are also necessary to his physical life. He cannot live fully in mind without books and time to study them, without opportunity for travel and observation, or without intellectual companionship. To live fully in mind, he must have intellectual recreations, and must surround himself with all the objects of art and beauty he is capable of using and appreciating. To live fully in soul, man must have love, and love is denied fullest expression by poverty. Man's highest happiness is found in the bestowal of benefits on those he loves. Love finds its most natural and spontaneous expression in giving. The man who has nothing to give cannot fill his place as a husband or father, as a citizen, or as a man. It is in the use of material things that man finds full life for his body, develops his mind, and unfolds his soul. It is therefore of supreme importance to him that he should be rich. It is perfectly right that you should desire to be rich. If you are a normal man or woman, you cannot help doing so. It is perfectly right that you should give your best attention to the science of getting rich, for it is the noblest and most necessary of all studies. If you neglect the study, you are derelict in your duty to yourself, to God, and to humanity. For you can render God and humanity no greater service than to make the most of yourself.
3, 2, 1.
The New York Times calls The Holdovers laugh out loud funny.
Bravo.
It's pure movie magic.
That's glaringly apparent.
The Holdovers, rated R. Stream it now, exclusively on Peacock.
Chapter 2. There is a science of getting rich, and it is an exact science, like algebra or arithmetic. There are certain laws which govern the process of acquiring riches, and once these laws are learned and obeyed by any man, he will get rich with mathematical certainty. The ownership of money and property comes as a result of doing things in a certain way. Those who do things in this certain way, whether on purpose or accidentally, get rich, while those who do not do things in this certain way, no matter how hard they work or how able they are, remain poor. It is a natural law that like causes always produce like effects. And, therefore, any man or woman who learns to do things in this certain way will infallibly get rich. That the above statement is true is shown by the following facts. Getting rich is not a matter of environment, for if it were, all the people in certain neighborhoods would become wealthy. The people of one city would all be rich, while those of other towns would all be poor. Or the inhabitants of one state would roll in wealth, while those of an adjoining state would be in poverty. But everywhere we see rich and poor living side by side, in the same environment, and often engaged in the same vocations. When two people are in the same locality and in the same business, and one gets rich while the other remains poor, it shows that getting rich is not, primarily, a matter of environment. Some environments may be more favorable than others. But when two people in the same business are in the same neighborhood, and one gets rich while the other fails, it indicates that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. And further, the ability to do things in this certain way is not due solely to the possession of talent. For many people who have great talent remain poor, while others who have very little talent get rich. Studying the people who have got rich, we find that they are an average lot in all respects, having no greater talents and abilities than other men. It is evident that they do not get rich because they possess talents and abilities that other men do not, but because they happen to do things in a certain way. Getting rich is not the result of saving or thrift. Many very penurious people are poor, while free spenders often get rich. Nor is getting rich due to doing things which others fail to do, for two men in the same business often do almost exactly the same things, and one gets rich while the other remains poor or becomes bankrupt. From all these things, we must come to the conclusion that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. If getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way, and if like causes always produce like effects, then any man or woman who can do things in that way can become rich. And the whole matter is brought within the domain of exact science. The question arises here, whether this certain way may not be so difficult that only a few may follow it. This cannot be true, as we have seen, so far as natural ability is concerned. Talented people get rich, and blockheads get rich. Intellectually brilliant people get rich, and very stupid people get rich. Physically strong people get rich, and weak and sickly people get rich. Some degree of ability to think and understand is, of course, essential. But insofar as natural ability is concerned, any man or woman who has sense enough to read and understand these words can certainly get rich. Also, we have seen that it is not a matter of environment. Location counts for something. One would not go to the heart of the Sahara and expect to do successful business. Getting rich involves the necessity of dealing with men, and of being where there are people to deal with. And if these people are inclined to deal in the way you want to deal, so much the better. But that is about as far as environment goes. If anybody else in your town can get rich, so can you. And if anybody else in your state can get rich, so can you. Again, it is not a matter of choosing some particular business or profession. People get rich in every business and in every profession, while their next-door neighbors in the very same vocation remain in poverty. It is true that you will do best in a business which you like, and which is congenial to you. And if you have certain talents which are well developed, you will do best in a business which calls for the exercise of those talents. Also, you will do best in a business which is suited to your locality. An ice cream parlor would do better in a warm climate than in Greenland, and a salmon fishery would succeed better in the Northwest than in Florida, where there are no salmon. But aside from these general limitations, getting rich is not dependent upon your engaging in some particular business, but upon your learning to do things in a certain way. If you are now in business and anybody else in your locality is getting rich in the same business, while you are not getting rich, it is because you are not doing things in the same way that the other person is doing them. No one is prevented from getting rich by lack of capital. True, as you get capital, the increase becomes more easy and rapid, but no one who has capital is already rich and does not need to consider how to become so. No matter how poor you may be, if you begin to do things in the certain way, you will begin to get rich, and you will begin to have capital. The getting of capital is a part of the process of getting rich, and it is a part of the result which invariably follows the doing of things in the certain way. You may be the poorest person on the continent and be so deeply in debt, you may have neither friends, influence, nor resources. But if you begin to do things in this way, you must infallibly begin to get rich. For like causes must produce like effects. If you have no capital, you can get capital. If you are in the wrong business, you can get into the right business. If you are in the wrong location, you can go to the right location. And you can do so by beginning in your present business and in your present location to do things in the certain way which causes success. Chapter 3. Is opportunity monopolized? No man is kept poor because opportunity has been taken away from him, because other people have monopolized the wealth and have put a fence around it. You may be shut off from engaging in business in certain lines, but there are other channels open to you. Probably it would be hard for you to get control of any of the great railroad systems. That field is pretty well monopolized. But the electric railway is still in its infancy and offers plenty of scope for enterprise. And it will be but a very few years until traffic and transportation through the air will become a great industry. And in all its branches will give employment to hundreds of thousands and perhaps to millions of people. Why not turn your attention to the development of aerial transportation, instead of competing with J.J. Hill and others for a chance in the steam railway world? It is quite true that if you are a workman in the employ of the Steel Trust, you have very little chance of becoming the owner of the plant in which you work. But it is also true that if you will commence to act in a certain way, you can soon leave the employ of the Steel Trust. You can buy a farm of from 10 to 40 acres and engage in business as a producer of foodstuffs. There is a great opportunity at this time for men who will live upon small tracts of land and cultivate the same intensively. Such men will certainly get rich. You may say that it is impossible for you to get the land, but I'm going to prove to you that it is not impossible, and that you can certainly get a farm if you will go to work in a certain way. At different periods, the tide of opportunity sets in different directions, according to the needs of the whole and the particular stage of social evolution which has been reached. At present, in America, it is setting toward agriculture and the allied industries and professions. Today, opportunity is open before the farmer in his line more than before the factory worker in his line. It is open before the businessman who supplies the farmer more than before the one who supplies the factory worker, and before the professional man who waits upon the farmer more than before the one who serves the working class. There is abundance of opportunity for the man who will go with the tide, instead of trying to swim against it. So the factory workers, either as individuals or as a class, are not deprived of opportunity. The workers are not being kept down by their masters. They are not being ground by the trusts and combinations of capital. As a class, they are where they are because they do not do things in a certain way. If the workers of America chose to do so, they could follow the example of their brothers in Belgium and other countries and establish great department stores and cooperative industries. They could elect men of their own class to office and pass laws favoring the development of such cooperative industries. And in a few years, they could take peaceable possession of the industrial field. The working class may become the master class whenever they will begin to do things in a certain way. The law of wealth is the same for them as it is for all others. This they must learn, and they will remain where they are as long as they continue to do as they do. The individual worker, however, is not held down by the ignorance or the mental slothfulness of his class. He can follow the tide of opportunity to riches, and this book will tell him how. No one is kept in poverty by a shortness in the supply of riches. There is more than enough for all. A palace as large as the Capitol at Washington might be built for every family on earth from the building material in the United States alone. And under intensive cultivation, this country would produce wool, cotton, linen, and silk enough to clothe each person in the world finer than Solomon was arrayed in all his glory, together with food enough to feed them all luxuriously. The visible supply is practically inexhaustible, and the invisible supply really is inexhaustible. Everything you see on earth is made from one original substance, out of which all things proceed. New forms are constantly being made, and older ones are dissolving, but all are shapes assumed by one thing. There is no limit to the supply of formless stuff or original substance. The universe is made out of it, but it was not all used in making the universe. The spaces in, through, and between the forms of the visible universe are permeated and filled with the original substance, with the formless stuff, with the raw material of all things. 10,000 times as much as has been made might still be made, and even then we should not have exhausted the supply of universal raw material. No man, therefore, is poor because nature is poor, or because there is not enough to go around. Nature is an inexhaustible storehouse of riches. The supply will never run short. Original substance is alive with creative energy and is constantly producing more forms. When the supply of building material is exhausted, more will be produced. When the soil is exhausted, so that foodstuffs and materials for clothing will no longer grow upon it, it will be renewed or more soil will be made. When all the gold and silver has been dug from the earth, if man is still in such a stage of social development that he needs gold and silver, more will be produced from the formless. The formless stuff responds to the needs of man. It will not let him be without any good thing. This is true of man collectively. The race as a whole is always abundantly rich, and if individuals are poor, it is because they do not follow the certain way of doing things which makes the individual man rich. The formless stuff is intelligent. It is stuff which thinks. It is alive and is always impelled toward more life. It is the natural and inherent impulse of life to seek to live more. It is the nature of intelligence to enlarge itself, and of consciousness to seek to extend its boundaries and find fuller expression. The universe of forms has been made by formless living substance, throwing itself into form in order to express itself more fully. The universe is a great living presence, always moving inherently toward more life and fuller functioning. Nature is formed for the advancement of life. Its impelling motive is the increase of life. For this cause, everything which can possibly minister to life is bountifully provided. There can be no lack unless God is to contradict himself and nullify his own works. You are not kept poor by lack in the supply of riches. It is a fact which I shall demonstrate a little farther on that even the resources of the formless supply are at the command of the man or woman who will act and think in a certain way. Chapter 4. The first principle in the science of getting rich. Thought is the only power which can produce tangible riches from the formless substance. The stuff from which all things are made is a substance which thinks, and a thought of form in this substance produces the form. Original substance moves according to its thoughts. Every form and process you see in nature is the visible expression of a thought in original substance. As the formless stuff thinks of a form, it takes that form. As it thinks of a motion, it makes that motion. That is the way all things were created. We live in a thought world, which is part of a thought universe. The thought of a moving universe extended throughout formless substance, and the thinking stuff moving according to that thought, took the form of systems of planets and maintains that form. Thinking substance takes the form of its thought and moves according to the thought. Holding the idea of a circling system of suns and worlds, it takes the form of these bodies and moves them as it thinks. Thinking the form of a slow-growing oak tree, it moves accordingly and produces the tree. Those in creating move according to the lines of motion it has established. The thought of an oak tree does not cause the instant formation of a full-grown tree, but it does start in motion the forces which will produce the tree, along established lines of growth. Every thought of form, held in thinking substance, causes the creation of the form, but always, or at least generally, along lines of growth and action already established. The thought of a house of a certain construction, if it were impressed upon formless substance, might not cause the instant formation of the house, but it would cause the turning of creative energies already working in trade and commerce into such channels as to result in the speedy building of the house. And if there were no existing channels through which the creative energy could work, then the house would be formed directly from primal substance, without waiting for the slow processes of the organic and inorganic world. No thought of form can be impressed upon original substance without causing the creation of the form. Man is a thinking center and can originate thought. All the forms that man fashions with his hands must first exist in his thought. He cannot shape a thing until he has thought that thing. And so far, man has confined his efforts wholly to the work of his hands. He has applied manual labor to the world of forms, seeking to change or modify those already existing. He has never thought of trying to cause the creation of new forms by impressing his thoughts upon formless substance. When man has a thought form, he takes material from the forms of nature and makes an image of the form which is in his mind. He has, so far, made little or no effort to cooperate with formless intelligence, to work with the Father. He has not dreamed that he can do what he seeth the Father doing. Man reshapes and modifies existing forms by manual labor. He has given no attention to the question whether he may not produce things from formless substance by communicating his thoughts to it. We propose to prove that he may do so, to prove that any man or woman may do so, and to show how. As our first step, we must lay down three fundamental propositions. First, we assert that there is one original formless stuff, or substance, from which all things are made. All the seemingly many elements are but different presentations of one element. All the many forms found in organic and inorganic nature are but different shapes, made from the same stuff. And this stuff is thinking stuff. A thought held in it produces the form of the thought. Thought, in thinking substance, produces shapes. Man is a thinking center, capable of original thought. If man can communicate his thought to original thinking substance, he can cause the creation or formation of the thing he thinks about. To summarize this, there is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought, in this substance, produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought and, by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. It may be asked if I can prove these statements, and without going into details, I answer that I can do so both by logic and experience. Reasoning back from the phenomena of form and thought, I come to one original thinking substance. And reasoning forward from this thinking substance, I come to man's power to cause the formation of the thing he thinks about. And by experiment, I find the reasoning true. And this is my strongest proof. If one man who reads this book gets rich by doing what it tells him to do, that is evidence in support of my claim. But if every man who does what it tells him to do gets rich, that is positive proof until someone goes through the process and fails. The theory is true until the process fails, and this process will not fail, for every man who does exactly what this book tells him to do will get rich. I have said that men get rich by doing things in a certain way, and in order to do so, men must become able to think in a certain way. A man's way of doing things is the direct result of the way he thinks about things. To do things in a way you want to do them, you will have to acquire the ability to think the way you want to think. This is the first step toward getting rich. To think what you want to think is to think truth, regardless of appearances. Every man has the natural and inherent power to think what he wants to think, but it requires far more effort to do so than it does to think the thoughts which are suggested by appearances. To think according to appearance is easy. To think truth regardless of appearances is laborious and requires the expenditure of more power than any other work man is called upon to perform. There is no labor from which most people shrink as they do from that of sustained and consecutive thought. It is the hardest work in the world. This is especially true when truth is contrary to appearances. Every appearance in the visible world tends to produce a corresponding form in the mind which observes it, and this can only be prevented by holding the thought of the truth. To look upon the appearance of disease will produce the form of disease in your own mind, and ultimately in your body, unless you hold the thought of truth, which is that there is no disease. It is only an appearance, and the reality is health. To look upon the appearances of poverty will produce corresponding forms in your own mind, unless you hold to the truth that there is no poverty. There is only abundance. To think health when surrounded by the appearances of disease, or to think riches when in the midst of appearances of poverty, requires power. But he who acquires this power becomes a mastermind. He can conquer fate. He can have what he wants. This power can only be acquired by getting hold of the basic fact which is behind all appearances. And that fact is that there is one thinking substance, from which and by which all things are made. Then we must grasp the truth that every thought held in this substance becomes a form, and that man can so impress his thoughts upon it as to cause them to take form and become visible things. When we realize this, we lose all doubt and fear, for we know that we can create what we want to create. We can get what we want to have, and can become what we want to be. As a first step toward getting rich, you must believe the three fundamental statements given previously in this chapter. And in order to emphasize them, I repeat them here. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imagined by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. You must lay aside all other concepts of the universe than this monistic one, and you must dwell upon this until it is fixed in your mind and has become your habitual thought. Read these creed statements over and over again. Fix every word upon your memory. Meditate upon them until you firmly believe what they say. If a doubt comes to you, cast it aside as a sin. Do not listen to arguments against this idea. Do not go to churches or lectures where a contrary concept of things is taught or preached. Do not read magazines or books which teach a different idea. If you get mixed up in your faith, all your efforts will be in vain. Do not ask why these things are true, nor speculate as to how they can be true. Simply take them on trust. The science of getting rich begins with the absolute acceptance of this faith. Chapter 5. Increasing Life. You must get rid of the last vestige of the old idea that there is a deity whose will it is that you should be poor, or whose purposes may be served by keeping you in poverty. The intelligent substance which is all and in all, and which lives in all and lives in you, is a consciously living substance. Being a consciously living substance, it must have the natural and inherent desire of every living intelligence for increase of life. Every living thing must continually seek for the enlargement of its life, because life, in the mere act of living, must increase itself. A seed dropped into the ground springs into activity, and in the act of living produces 100 more seeds. Life, by living, multiplies itself. It is forever becoming more. It must do so, if it continues to be at all. Intelligence is under this same necessity for continuous increase. Every thought we think makes it necessary for us to think another thought. Consciousness is continually expanding. Every fact we learn leads us to the learning of another fact. Knowledge is continually increasing. Every talent we cultivate brings to the mind the desire to cultivate another talent. We are subject to the urge of life, seeking expression, whichever drives us on to know more, to do more, and to be more. In order to know more, do more, and be more, we must have more. We must have things to use, for we learn and do and become only by using things. We must get rich so that we can live more. The desire for riches is simply the capacity for larger life-seeking fulfillment. Every desire is the effort of an unexpressed possibility to come into action. It is power seeking to manifest which causes desire. That which makes you want more money is the same as that which makes the plant grow. It is life, seeking fuller expression. The one living substance must be subject to this inherent law of all life. It is permeated with the desire to live more. That is why it is under the necessity of creating things. The one substance desires to live more in you. Hence, it wants you to have all the things you can use. It is the desire of God that you should get rich. He wants you to get rich because He can express Himself better through you if you have plenty of things to use in giving Him expression. He can live more in you if you have unlimited command of the means of life. The universe desires you to have everything you want to have. Nature is friendly to your plans. Everything is naturally for you. Make up your mind that this is true. It is essential, however, that your purpose should harmonize with the purpose that is in all. You must want real life, not mere pleasure or sensual gratification. Life is the performance of function, and the individual really lives only when he performs every function, physical, mental, and spiritual, of which he is capable, without excess in any. You do not want to get rich in order to live swinishly. For the gratification of animal desires, that is not life. But the performance of every physical function is a part of life, and no one lives completely who denies the impulses of the body a normal and healthful expression. You do not want to get rich solely to enjoy mental pleasures, to get knowledge, to gratify ambition, to outshine others, to be famous. All these are a legitimate part of life, but the man who lives for the pleasures of the intellect alone will only have a partial life, and he will never be satisfied with his lot. You do not want to get rich solely for the good of others, to lose yourself for the salvation of mankind, to experience the joys of philanthropy and sacrifice. The joys of the soul are only a part of life, and they are no better or nobler than any other part. You want to get rich in order that you may eat, drink, and be merry when it is time to do these things, in order that you may surround yourself with beautiful things, see distant lands, feed your mind, and develop your intellect, in order that you may love men and do kind things, and be able to play a good part in helping the world to find truth. But remember that extreme altruism is no better and no nobler than extreme selfishness. Both are mistakes. Get rid of the idea that God wants you to sacrifice yourself for others, and that you can secure His favor by doing so. God requires nothing of the kind. What He wants is that you should make the most of yourself, for yourself, and for others. And you can help others more by making the most of yourself than in any other way. You can make the most of yourself only by getting rich. So it is right and praiseworthy that you should give your first and best thought to the work of acquiring wealth. Remember, however, that the desire of substance is for all, and its movements must be for more life to all. It cannot be made to work for less life to any, because it is equally in all, seeking riches and life. Intelligent substance will make things for you, but it will not take things away from someone else and give them to you. You must get rid of the thought of competition. You are to create, not to compete for what is already created. You do not have to take anything away from anyone. You do not have to drive sharp bargains. You do not have to cheat or to take advantage. You do not need to let anyone work for you for less than he earns. You do not have to covet the property of others, or to look at it with wishful eyes. No man has anything of which you cannot have the like, and that without taking what he has away from him. You are to become a creator, not a competitor. You are going to get what you want, but in such a way that when you get it, every other man will have more than he has now. I am aware that there are men who get a vast amount of money by proceeding in direct opposition to the statements in the paragraph above, and may add a word of explanation here. Men of the plutocratic type who become very rich do sometimes purely by their extraordinary ability on the plane of competition, and sometimes they unconsciously relate themselves to substance in its great purposes and movements for the general racial upbuilding through industrial evolution. Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgan, et al. Have been the unconscious agents of the supreme and the necessary work of systematizing and organizing productive industry. And in the end, their work will contribute immensely toward increased life for all. Their day is nearly over. They have organized production and will soon be succeeded by the agents of the multitude, who will organize the machinery of distribution. The multimillionaires are like the monster reptiles of the prehistoric eras. They play a necessary part in the evolutionary process, but the same power which produced them will dispose of them. And it is well to bear in mind that they have never been really rich. A record of the private lives of most of this class will show that they have really been the most abject and wretched of the poor. Riches secured on the competitive plane are never satisfactory and permanent. They are yours today and another's tomorrow. Remember, if you are to become rich in a scientific and certain way, you must rise entirely out of the competitive thought. You must never think for a moment that the supply is limited. Just as soon as you begin to think that all the money is being cornered and controlled by bankers and others, and that you must exert yourself to get laws passed to stop this process, and so on, in that moment you drop into the competitive mind, and your power to cause creation is gone for the time being. And what is worse, you will probably arrest the creative movements you have already instituted. Know that there are countless millions of dollars worth of gold in the mountains of the earth, not yet brought to light. And know that if there were not, more would be created from thinking substance to supply your needs. Know that the money you need will come, even if it is necessary for 1,000 men to be led to the discovery of new gold mines tomorrow. Never look at the visible supply. Look always at the limitless riches in formless substance. And know that they are coming to you as fast as you can receive and use them. Nobody, by cornering the visible supply, can prevent you from getting what is yours. So never allow yourself to think for an instant that all the best building spots will be taken before you get ready to build your house, unless you hurry. Never worry about the trusts and combines, and get anxious for fear that they will soon come to own the whole earth. Never get afraid that you will lose what you want because some other person beats you to it. That cannot possibly happen. You are not seeking anything that is possessed by anybody else. You are causing what you want to be created from formless substance, and the supply is without limits. Stick to the formulated statement. There is the thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imagined by the thought. Man can form things in his thought and, by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created.
Easy weeknight dinners. Approved.
Chapter 6. How Riches Come to You. When I say that you do not have to drive sharp bargains, I do not mean that you do not have to drive any bargains at all, or that you are above the necessity for having any dealings with your fellow men. I mean that you will not need to deal with them unfairly. You do not have to get something for nothing, but can give to every man more than you take from him. You cannot give every man more in cash market value than you take from him, but you can give him more in use value than the cash value of the thing you take from him. The paper, ink, and other material in this book may not be worth the money you pay for it. But if the ideas suggested by it bring you thousands of dollars, you have not been wronged by those who sold it to you. They have given you a great use value for a small cash value. Let us suppose that I own a picture by one of the great artists, which, in any civilized community, is worth thousands of dollars. I take it to Baffin Bay, and by salesmanship, induce an Eskimo to give a bundle of furs worth $500 for it. I have really wronged him, for he has no use for the picture. It has no use value to him. It will not add to his life. But suppose I give him a gun worth $50 for his furs. Then he has made a good bargain. He has use for the gun. It will get him many more furs and much food. It will add to his life in every way. It will make him rich. When you rise from the competitive to the creative plane, you can scan your business transactions very strictly. And if you are selling any man anything which does not add more to his life than the thing he gives you in exchange, you can afford to stop it. You do not have to beat anybody in business. And if you are in business which does beat people, get out of it at once. Give every man more in use value than you take from him in cash value. Then you are adding to the life of the world by every business transaction. If you have people working for you, you must take from them more in cash value than you pay them in wages. But you can so organize your business that it will be filled with the principle of advancement, and so that each employee who wishes to do so may advance a little every day. You can make your business do for your employees what this book is doing for you. You can so conduct your business that it will be a sort of ladder, by which every employee who will take the trouble may climb to riches himself. And, given the opportunity, if he will not do so, it is not your fault. And finally, because you are to cause the creation of your riches from formless substance, which permeates all your environment, it does not follow that they are to take shape from the atmosphere and come into being before your eyes. If you want a sewing machine, for instance, I do not mean to tell you that you are to impress the thought of a sewing machine on thinking substance until the machine is formed without hands, in the room where you sit or elsewhere. But if you want a sewing machine, hold the mental image of it with the most positive certainty that it is being made or is on its way to you. After once forming the thought, have the most absolute and unquestioning faith that the sewing machine is coming. Never think of it or speak of it in any other way than as being sure to arrive. Claim it as already yours. It will be brought to you by the power of the supreme intelligence, acting upon the minds of men. If you live in Maine, it may be that a man will be brought from Texas or Japan to engage in some transaction which will result in your getting what you want. If so, the whole matter will be as much to that man's advantage as it is to yours. Do not forget for a moment that the thinking substance is through all, in all, communicating with all, and can influence all. The desire of thinking substance for fuller life and better living has caused the creation of all the sewing machines already made, and it can cause the creation of millions more, and will, whenever men set it in motion by desire and faith, and by acting in a certain way. You can certainly have a sewing machine in your house, and it is just as certain that you can have any other thing or things which you want, and which you will use for the advancement of your own life and the lives of others. You need not hesitate about asking largely. It is your Father's pleasure to give you the kingdom, said Jesus. Original substance wants to live all that is possible in you, and wants you to have all that you can or will use for the living of the most abundant life. If you fix upon your consciousness the fact that the desire you feel for the possession of riches is one with the desire of omnipotence for more complete expression, your faith becomes invincible. Once I saw a little boy sitting at a piano and vainly trying to bring harmony out of the keys, and I saw that he was grieved and provoked by his inability to play real music. I asked him the cause of his vexation, and he answered, "I can feel the music in me, but I can't make my hands go right." The music in him was the urge of original substance, containing all the possibilities of all life. All that there is of music was seeking expression through the child. God, the one substance, is trying to live and do and enjoy things through humanity. He is saying, I want hands to build wonderful structures, to play divine harmonies, to paint glorious pictures. I want the feet to run my errands, eyes to see my beauties, tongues to tell mighty truths and to sing marvelous songs, and so on. All that there is of possibility is seeking expression through men. God wants those who can play music to have pianos and every other instrument, and to have the means to cultivate their talents to the fullest extent. He wants those who can appreciate beauty to be able to surround themselves with beautiful things. He wants those who can discern truth to have every opportunity to travel and observe. He wants those who can appreciate dress to be beautifully clothed, and those who can appreciate good food to be luxuriously fed. He wants all these things because it is himself that enjoys and appreciates them. It is God who wants to play and sing and enjoy beauty and proclaim truth and wear fine clothes and eat good foods. It is God that worketh in you to will and to do, said Paul. The desire you feel for riches is the infinite, seeking to express himself in you as he sought to find expression in the little boy at the piano. So you need not hesitate to ask largely. Your part is to focalize and express the desires of God. This is a difficult point with most people. They retain something of the old idea that poverty and self-sacrifice are pleasing to God. They look upon poverty as a part of the plan, a necessity of nature. They have the idea that God has finished his work and made all that he can make, and that the majority of men must stay poor because there is not enough to go around. They hold to so much of this erroneous thought that they feel ashamed to ask for wealth. They try not to want more than a very modest competence, just enough to make them fairly comfortable. I recall now the case of one student who was told that he must get in mind a clear picture of the things he desired, so that the creative thought of them might be impressed on formless substance. He was a very poor man, living in a rented house, and having only what he earned from day to day. And he could not grasp the fact that all wealth was his. So, after thinking the matter over, he decided that he might reasonably ask for a new rug for the floor of his best room, and an anthracite coal stove to heat the house during the cold weather. Following the instructions given in this book, he obtained these things in a few months, and that it dawned upon him that he had not asked enough. He went through the house in which he lived and planned all the improvements he would like to make in it. He mentally added a bay window here and a room there, until it was complete in his mind as his ideal home. And then he planned its furnishings. Holding the whole picture in his mind, he began living in the certain way and moving toward what he wanted. And he owns the house now and is rebuilding it after the form of his mental image. And now, with still larger faith, he is going on to get greater things. It has been unto him according to his faith, and it is so with you and with all of us. Chapter 7. Gratitude. The illustrations given in the last chapter will have conveyed to the reader the fact that the first step toward getting rich is to convey the idea of your wants to the formless substance. This is true, and you will see that in order to do so, it becomes necessary to relate yourself to the formless intelligence in a harmonious way. To secure this harmonious relation is a matter of such primary and vital importance that I shall give some space to its discussion here, and give you instructions which, if you follow them, will be certain to bring you into perfect unity of mind with God. The whole process of mental adjustment and atonement can be summed up in one word: gratitude. First, you believe that there is one intelligent substance from which all things proceed. Second, you believe that this substance gives you everything you desire. And third, you relate yourself to it by a feeling of deep and profound gratitude. Many people who order their lives rightly in all other ways are kept in poverty by their lack of gratitude. Having received one gift from God, they cut the wires which connect them with Him by failing to make acknowledgement. It is easy to understand that the nearer we live to the source of wealth, the more wealth we shall receive. And it is easy also to understand that the soul that is always grateful lives in closer touch with God than the one which never looks to Him in thankful acknowledgement. The more gratefully we fix our minds on the Supreme when good things come to us, the more good things we will receive, and the more rapidly they will come. And the reason simply is that the mental attitude of gratitude draws the mind into closer touch with the source from which the blessings come. If it is a new thought to you that gratitude brings your whole mind into closer harmony with the creative energies of the universe, consider it well, and you will see that it is true. The good things you already have come to you along the line of obedience to certain laws. Gratitude will lead your mind out along the ways by which things come, and it will keep you in close harmony with creative thought and prevent you from falling into competitive thought. Gratitude alone can keep you looking toward the all and prevent you from falling into the error of thinking of the supply is limited, and to do that would be fatal to your hopes. There is a law of gratitude, and it is absolutely necessary that you should observe the law if you are to get the results you seek. The law of gratitude is the natural principle that action and reaction are always equal and in opposite directions. The grateful outreaching of your mind in thankful praise to the Supreme is a libertarian or expenditure of force. It cannot fail to reach that to which it addressed, and the reaction is an instantaneous movement towards you. Draw nigh unto God, and He will draw nigh unto you. That is a statement of psychological truth. And if your gratitude is strong and constant, the reaction in formless substance will be strong and continuous. The movement of the things you want will be always toward you. Notice the grateful attitude that Jesus took. How He always seems to be saying, I thank Thee, Father, that Thou hearest me. You cannot exercise much power without gratitude, for it is gratitude that keeps you connected with power. But the value of gratitude does not consist solely in getting you more blessings in the future. Without gratitude, you cannot long keep from dissatisfied thought regarding things as they are. The moment you permit your mind to dwell with dissatisfaction upon things as they are, you begin to lose ground. You fix attention upon the common, the ordinary, the poor, and the squalid and mean, and your mind takes the form of these things. Then you will transmit these forms or mental images to the formless, and the common, the poor, the squalid, and mean will come to you. To permit your mind to dwell upon the inferior is to become inferior and to surround yourself with inferior things. On the other hand, to fix your attention on the best is to surround yourself with the best and to become the best. The creative power within us makes us into the image of that to which we give our attention. We are thinking substance, and thinking substance always takes the form of that which it thinks about. The grateful mind is constantly fixed upon the best. Therefore, it tends to become the best. It takes the form or character of the best and will receive the best. Also, Faith is born of gratitude. The grateful mind continually expects good things, and expectation becomes faith. The reaction of gratitude upon one's own mind produces faith, and every outgoing wave of grateful thanksgiving increases faith. He who has no feeling of gratitude cannot long retain a living faith. And without a living faith, you cannot get rich by the creative method, as we shall see in the following chapters. It is necessary, then, to cultivate the habit of being grateful for every good thing that comes to you, and to give thanks continuously. And because all things have contributed to your advancement, you should include all things in your gratitude. Do not waste time thinking or talking about the shortcomings or wrong actions of plutocrats or trust magnates. Their organization of the world has made your opportunity. All you get really comes to you because of them. Do not rage against corrupt politicians. If it were not for politicians, we should fall into anarchy, and your opportunity would be greatly lessened. God has worked a long time and very patiently to bring us up to where we are in industry and government, and He is going right on with His work. There is not the least doubt that He will do away with plutocrats, trust magnates, captains of industry, and politicians as soon as they can be spared. But in the meantime, behold that they are all very good. Remember that they are all helping to arrange the lines of transmission along which your riches will come to you, and be grateful to them all. This will bring you into harmonious relations with the good in everything, and the good in everything will move toward you. Chapter 8. Thinking in a Certain Way. Turn back to Chapter 6 and read again the story of the man who formed a mental image of his house, and you will get a fair idea of the initial step toward getting rich. You must form a clear and definite mental picture of what you want. You cannot transmit an idea unless you have it yourself. You must have it before you can give it. And many people fail to impress thinking substance because they have themselves only a vague and misty concept of the things they want to do, to have, or to become. It is not enough that you should have a general desire for wealth, to do good with. Everybody has that desire. It is not enough that you should have a wish to travel, see things, live more, etc. Everybody has those desires also. If you were going to send a wireless message to a friend, you would not send the letters of the alphabet in their order and let him construct the message for himself, nor would you take words at random from the dictionary. You would send a coherent sentence, one which meant something. When you try to impress your wants upon substance, remember that it must be done by a coherent statement. You must know what you want and be definite. You can never get rich or start the creative power into action by sending out unformed longings and vague desires. Go over your desires just as the man I have described went over his house. See just what you want, and get a clear mental picture of it as you wish it to look when you get it. That clear mental picture you must have continually in mind, as the sailor has in mind the port toward which he is sailing the ship. You must keep your face toward it all the time. You must no more lose sight of it than the steersman loses sight of the compass. It is not necessary to take exercises in concentration, nor to set apart special times for prayer and affirmation, nor to go into the silence, nor to do occult stunts of any kind. These things are well enough, but all you need is to know what you want, and want it badly enough so that it will stay in your thoughts. Spend as much of your leisure time as you can in contemplating your picture, but no one needs to take exercises to concentrate his mind on a thing which he really wants. It is the things you do, not really care about, which require effort to fix your attention upon them. And unless you really want to get rich, so that the desire is strong enough to hold your thoughts directed to the purpose as the magnetic pole holds the needle of the compass, it will hardly be worthwhile for you to try to carry out the instructions given in this book. The methods herein set forth are for people whose desire for riches is strong enough to overcome mental laziness and the love of ease and make them work. The more clear and definite you make your picture then, and the more you dwell upon it, bringing out all its delightful details, the stronger your desire will be, and the stronger your desire, the easier it will be to hold your mind fixed upon the picture of what you want. Something more is necessary, however, than merely to see the picture clearly. If that is all you do, you are only a dreamer and will have little or no power for accomplishment. Behind your clear vision must be the purpose to realize it, to bring it out in tangible expression. And behind this purpose must be an invincible and unwavering faith that the thing is already yours, that it is at hand, and you have only to take possession of it. Live in the new house, mentally, until it takes form around you physically. In the mental realm, enter at once into full enjoyment of the things you want. Whatever so things ye ask for when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them, said Jesus. See the things you want as if they were actually around you all the time. See yourself as owning and using them. Make use of them in imagination, just as you will use them when they are your tangible possessions. Dwell upon your mental picture until it is clear and distinct, and then take the mental attitude of ownership toward everything in that picture. Take possession of it, in mind, in the full faith that it is actually yours. Hold to this mental ownership. Do not waver for an instant in the faith that it is real. And remember what was said in a preceding chapter about gratitude. Be as thankful for it all the time as you expect to be when it has taken form. The man who can sincerely thank God for the things which as yet he owns only in imagination has real faith. He will get rich. He will cause the creation of whatsoever he wants. You do not need to pray repeatedly for things you want. It is not necessary to tell God about it every day. Use not vain repetitions as the heathen do, said Jesus to his pupils, for your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things before ye ask him. Your part is to intelligently formulate your desire for the things which make for a larger life, and to get these desires arranged into a coherent whole, and then to impress this whole desire upon the formless substance, which has the power and the will to bring you what you want. You do not make this impression by repeating strings of words. You make it by holding the vision with unshakable purpose to attain it, and with steadfast faith that you do attain it. The answer to prayer is not according to your faith while you are talking, but according to your faith while you are working. You cannot impress the mind of God by having a special Sabbath day set apart to tell him what you want, and then forgetting him during the rest of the week. You cannot impress him by having special hours to go into your closet and pray, if you then dismiss the matter from your mind until the hour of prayer comes again. Oral prayer is well enough and has its effect, especially upon yourself, in clarifying your vision and strengthening your faith. But it is not your oral petitions which get you what you want. In order to get rich, you do not need a sweet hour of prayer. You need to pray without ceasing. And by prayer, I mean holding steadily to your vision, with the purpose to cause its creation into solid form, and the faith that you are doing so. Believe that ye receive them. The whole matter turns on receiving. Once you have clearly formed your vision, when you have formed it, it is well to make an oral statement, addressing the supreme and reverent prayer. And from that moment, you must, in mind, receive what you ask for. Live in the new house, wear the fine clothes, ride in the automobile, go on the journey, and confidently plan for greater journeys. Think and speak of all the things you have asked for in terms of actual, present ownership. Imagine an environment and a financial condition exactly as you want them, and live all the time in that imaginary environment and financial condition. Mind, however, that you do not do this as a mere dreamer and castle builder. Hold to the faith that the imaginary is being realized, and to the purpose to realize it. Remember that it is faith and purpose in the use of the imagination which make the difference between the scientist and the dreamer. And having learned this fact, it is here that you must learn the proper use of the will. Chapter 9. How to use the will. To set about getting rich in a scientific way, you do not try to apply your willpower to anything outside of yourself. You have no right to do so anyway. It is wrong to apply your will to other men and women in order to get them to do what you wish done. It is as flagrantly wrong to coerce people by mental power as it is to coerce them by physical power. If compelling people by physical force to do things for you reduces them to slavery, compelling them by mental means accomplishes exactly the same thing. The only difference is in methods. If taking things from people by physical force is robbery, then taking things by mental force is robbery also. There is no difference in principle. You have no right to use your willpower upon another person, even for his own good, for you do not know what is for his good. The science of getting rich does not require you to apply power or force to any other person in any way whatsoever. There is not the slightest necessity for doing so. Indeed, any attempt to use your will upon others will only tend to defeat your purpose. You do not need to apply your will to things in order to compel them to come to you. That would simply be trying to coerce God and would be foolish and useless, as well as irrelevant. You do not have to compel God to give you good things, any more than you have to use your willpower to make the sun rise. You do not have to use your willpower to conquer an unfriendly deity or to make stubborn and rebellious forces do your bidding. Substance is friendly to you and is more anxious to give you what you want than you are to get it. To get rich, you need only to use your willpower upon yourself. When you know what to think and do, then you must use your will to compel yourself to think and do the right things. That is the legitimate use of the will in getting what you want, to use it in holding yourself to the right course. Use your willpower to keep yourself thinking and acting in a certain way. Do not try to project your will or your thoughts or your mind out into space to act on things or people. Keep your mind at home. It can accomplish more there than elsewhere. Use your mind to form a mental image of what you want and to hold that vision with faith and purpose. And use your will to keep your mind working in the right way. The more steady and continuous your faith and purpose, the more rapidly you will get rich, because you will make only positive impressions upon substance, and you will not neutralize or offset them by negative impressions. The picture of your desires, held with faith and purpose, is taken up by the formless and permeates it to great distances, throughout the universe, for all I know. As this impression spreads, all things are set moving toward its realization. Every living thing, every inanimate thing, and the things yet uncreated are stirred toward bringing into being that which you want. All force begins to be exerted in that direction. All things begin to move toward you. The minds of people, everywhere, are influenced toward doing the things necessary to the fulfilling of your desires, and they work for you unconsciously. But you can check all this by starting a negative impression in the formless substance. Doubt or unbelief is as certain to start a movement away from you as faith and purpose are to start one toward you. It is by not understanding this that most people who try to make use of mental science in getting rich make their failure. Every hour and moment you spend in giving heed to doubts and fears, every hour you spend in worry, every hour in which your soul is possessed by unbelief, sets a current away from you in the whole domain of intelligent substance. All the promises are unto them that believe, and unto them only. Notice how insistent Jesus was upon this point of belief, and now you know the reason why. Since belief is all important, it behooves you to guard your thoughts, as your beliefs will be shaped to a very great extent by the things you observe and think about. It is important that you should command your attention. And here the will comes into use, for it is by your will that you determine upon what things your attention shall be fixed. If you want to become rich, you must not make a study of poverty. Things are not brought into being by thinking about their opposites. Health is never to be attained by studying disease and thinking about disease. Righteousness is not to be promoted by studying sin and thinking about sin. And no one ever got rich by studying poverty and thinking about poverty. Medicine as a science of disease has increased disease. Religion as a science of sin has promoted sin. And economics as a study of poverty will fill the world with wretchedness and want. Do not talk about poverty. Do not investigate it or concern yourself with it. Never mind what its causes are. You have nothing to do with them. What concerns you is the cure. Do not spend your time in charitable work or charity movements. All charity only tends to perpetuate the wretchedness it aims to eradicate. I do not say that you should be hard-hearted or unkind and refuse to hear the cry of need, but you must not try to eradicate poverty in any of the conventional ways. Put poverty behind you, and put all that pertains to it behind you, and make good. Get rich. That is the best way you can help the poor. And you cannot hold the mental image which is to make you rich if you fill your mind with pictures of poverty. Do not read books or papers which give circumstantial accounts of the wretchedness of the tenement dwellers, of the horrors of child labor, and so on. Do not read anything which fills your mind with gloomy images of want and suffering. You cannot help the poor in the least by knowing about these things, and the widespread knowledge of them does not tend at all to do away with poverty. What tends to do away with poverty is not the getting of pictures of poverty into your mind, but getting pictures of wealth into the minds of the poor. You are not deserting the poor in their misery when you refuse to allow your mind to be filled with pictures of that misery. Poverty can be done away with, not by increasing the number of well-to-do people who think about poverty, but by increasing the number of poor people who purpose with faith to get rich. The poor do not need charity, they need inspiration. Charity only sends them a loaf of bread to keep them alive in their wretchedness, or gives them an entertainment to make them forget an hour or two. But inspiration will cause them to rise out of their misery. If you want to help the poor, demonstrate to them that they can become rich. Prove it by getting rich yourself. The only way in which poverty will ever be banished from this world is by getting a large and constantly increasing number of people to practice the teachings of this book. People must be taught to become rich by creation, not competition. Every man who becomes rich by competition throws down behind him the ladder by which he rises and keeps others down. But every man who gets rich by creation opens a way for thousands to follow him and inspires them to do so. You are not showing hardness of heart or an unfeeling disposition when you refuse to pity poverty, see poverty, read about poverty, or think or talk about it, or to listen to those who do talk about it. Use your willpower to keep your mind off the subject of poverty and to keep it fixed with faith and purpose on the vision of what you want. Chapter 10. Further use of the will. You cannot retain a true and clear vision of wealth if you are constantly turning your attention to opposing pictures, whether they be external or imaginary. Do not tell of your past troubles of a financial nature. If you have had them, do not think of them at all. Do not tell of the poverty of your parents or the hardships of your early life. To do any of these things is to mentally class yourself with the poor for the time being, and it will certainly check the movement of things in your direction. Let the dead bury their dead, as Jesus said. Put poverty and all things that pertain to poverty completely behind you. You have accepted a certain theory of the universe as being correct, and are resting all your hopes of happiness on its being correct. And what can you gain by giving heed to conflicting theories? Do not read religious books which tell you that the world is soon coming to an end, and do not read the writings of muckrakers and pessimistic philosophers who tell you that it is going to the devil. The world is not going to the devil. It is going to God. It is a wonderful becoming. True, there may be a good many things in existing conditions which are disagreeable, but what is the use of studying them when they are certainly passing away, and when the study of them only tends to check their passing and keep them with us? Why give time and attention to things which are being removed by evolutionary growth, when you can hasten their removal only by promoting the evolutionary growth as far as your part of it goes? No matter how horrible and seeming may be the conditions in certain countries, sections, or places, you waste your time and destroy your own chances by considering them. you should interest yourself in the world's becoming rich. Think of the riches the world is coming into, instead of the poverty it is growing out of. And bear in mind that the only way in which you can assist the world in growing rich is by growing rich yourself through the creative method, not the competitive one. Give your attention wholly to riches. Ignore poverty. Whenever you think or speak of those who are poor, think and speak of them as those who are becoming rich, as those who are to be congratulated rather than pitied. Then they and others will catch the inspiration and begin to search for the way out. Because I say that you are to give your whole time and mind and thought to riches, it does not follow that you are to be sordid or mean. To become really rich is the noblest aim you can have in life, for it includes everything else. On the competitive plane, the struggle to get rich is a godless scramble for power over other men. But when we come into the creative mind, all this is changed. All that is possibly in the way of greatness and soul unfoldment of service and lofty endeavor comes by way of getting rich. All is made possible by the use of things. If you lack for physical health, you will find that the attainment of it is conditional on your getting rich. Only those who are emancipated from financial worry and who have the means to live a carefree existence and follow hygienic practices can have and retain health. Moral and spiritual greatness is possible only to those who are above the competitive battle for existence, and only those who are becoming rich on the plane of creative thought are free from the degrading influences of competition. If your heart is set on domestic happiness, remember that love flourishes best where there is refinement, a high level of thought, and freedom from corrupting influences. And these are to be found only where riches are attained by the existence of creative thought, without strife or rivalry. You can aim at nothing so great or noble, I repeat, as to become rich, and you must fix your attention upon your mental picture of riches, to the exclusion of all that may tend to dim or obscure the vision. You must learn to see the underlying truth in all things. You must see beneath all seemingly wrong conditions the great one life ever moving forward toward fuller expression and more complete happiness. It is the truth that there is no such thing as poverty, that there is only wealth. Some people remain in poverty because they are ignorant of the fact that there is wealth for them. And these can be best taught by showing them the way to affluence in your own person and practice. Others are poor because, while they feel that there is a way out, they are too intellectually indolent to put forth the mental effort necessary to find that way and travel it. And for those, the very best thing you can do is to arouse their desire by showing them the happiness that comes from being rightly rich. Others still are poor because, while they have some notion of science, they have become so swamped and lost in the maze of metaphysical and occult theories that they do not know which road to take. They try a mixture of many systems and fail in all. For these, again, the very best thing to do is to show the right way in your own person and practice. An ounce of doing things is worth a pound of theorizing. The very best thing you can do for the whole world is to make the most of yourself. You can serve God and man in no more effective way than by getting rich. That is, if you get rich by the creative method and not by the competitive one. Another thing, we assert that this book gives in detail the principles of the science of getting rich. And if that is true, you do not need to read any other book upon the subject. This may sound narrow and egotistical, but consider, there is no more scientific method of compilation in mathematics than by addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. No other method is possible. There can be but one shortest distance between 2 points. There is only one way to think scientifically, and that is to think in the way that leads by the most direct and simple route to the goal. No man has yet formulated a briefer or less complex system than the one set forth herein. It has been stripped of all non-essentials. When you commence on this, lay all others aside. Put them out of your mind altogether. Read this book every day. Keep it with you. Commit it to memory. And do not think about other systems and theories. If you do, you will begin to have doubts and to be uncertain and wavering in your thought, and then you will begin to make failures. After you have made good and become rich, you may study other systems as much as you please, but until you are quite sure that you have gained what you want, do not read anything on this line but this book, unless it be the authors mentioned in the preface. And read only the most optimistic comments on the world's news, those in harmony with your picture. Also, postpone your investigations into the occult. Do not dabble in theosophy, spiritualism, or kindred studies. It is very likely that the dead still live and are near, but if they are, let them alone. Mind your own business. Wherever the spirits of the dead may be, they have their own work to do and their own problems to solve, and we have no right to interfere with them. We cannot help them, and it is very doubtful whether they can help us, or whether we have any right to trespass upon their time if they can. Let the dead and the hereafter alone, and solve your own problem. Get rich. If you begin to mix with the occult, you will start mental cross-currents which will surely bring your hopes to shipwreck. Now, this and the preceding chapters have brought us to the following statement of basic facts. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought, in the substance, produces the thing that is imagined by the thought. Man can form things in his thought and, by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the things he wants, and hold this picture in his thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what he wants, and the unwavering faith that he does get what he wants, closing his mind against all that may tend to shake his purpose, dim his vision, or quench his faith. In addition to all of this, we shall now see that he must live and act in a certain way. Chapter 11. Acting in the certain way. Thought is the creative power, or the impelling force which causes the creative power to act. Thinking in a certain way will bring riches to you, but you must not rely upon thought alone, paying no attention to personal action. That is the rock upon which many otherwise scientific metaphysical thinkers meet shipwreck, the failure to connect thought with personal action. We have not yet reached the stage of development, even supposing such a stage possible, in which man can create directly from formless substance without nature's process or the work of human hands. Man must not only think, but his personal action must supplement his thought. By thought, you can cause the gold in the hearts of the mountains to be impelled toward you, but it will not mine itself, refine itself, coin itself into double eagles, and come rolling along the roads seeking its way into your pocket. Under the impelling power of the Supreme Spirit, men's affairs will be so ordered that someone will be led to mine the gold for you. Other men's business transactions will be so directed that the gold will be brought toward you, and you must so arrange your own business affairs that you may be able to receive it when it comes to you. Your thought makes all things, animate and inanimate, work to bring you what you want. But your personal activity must be such that you can rightly receive what you want when it reaches you. You are not to take it as charity, nor to steal it. You must give every man more in use value than he gives you in cash value. The scientific use of thought consists in forming a clear and distinct mental image of what you want, in holding fast to the purpose to get what you want, and in realizing with grateful faith that you do get what you want. Do not try to project your thought in any mysterious or occult way, with the idea of having it go out and do things for you. That is wasted effort, and will weaken your power to think with sanity. The action of thought in getting rich is fully explained in the preceding chapters. Your faith and purpose positively impress your vision upon formless substance, which has the same desire for life that you have. And this vision, received from you, sets all the creative forces at work in and through their regular channels of action, but directed toward you. It is not your part to guide or supervise the creative process. All you have to do with that is to retain your vision, stick to your purpose, and maintain your faith and gratitude. But you must act in a certain way so that you can appropriate what is yours when it comes to you, so that you can meet the things you have in your picture and put them in their proper places as they arrive. You can readily see the truth of this. When things reach you, they will be in the hands of other men who will ask an equivalent for them. And you can only get what is yours by giving the other man what is his. Your pocketbook is not going to be transformed into a fortuneous purse, which shall be always full of money without effort on your part. This is the crucial point in the science of getting rich, right here, where thought and personal action must be combined. There are very many people who, consciously or unconsciously, set the creative forces in action by the strength and persistence of their desires, but who remain poor because they do not provide for the reception of the thing they want when it comes. By thought, the thing you want is brought to you. By action, you receive it. Whatever your action is to be, it is evident that you must act now. You cannot act in the past, and it is essential to the clearness of your mental vision that you dismiss the past from your mind. You cannot act in the future, for the future is not here yet. And you cannot tell how you will want to act in any future contingency until that contingency has arrived. Because you are not in the right business or the right environment now, do not think that you must postpone action until you get into the right business or environment. And do not spend time in the present taking thought as to the best course in possible future emergencies. Have faith in your ability to meet any emergency when it arrives. If you act in the present with your mind on the future, your present action will be with a divided mind, and you will not be effective. Put your whole mind into present action. Do not give your creative impulse to original substance, and then sit down and wait for results. If you do, you will never get them. Act now. There is never any time but now, and there never will be any time but now. If you are ever to begin to make ready for the reception of what you want, you must begin now. And your action, whatever it is, business or employment, and must be upon you. Cannot act where you are not. You cannot act where you have been, and you cannot act where you are going to be. You can act only where you are. Do not bother as to whether yesterday's work was well done or ill done. Do today's work well. Do not try to do tomorrow's work now. There will be plenty of time to do that when you get to it. Do not try by occult or mystical means to act on people or things that are out of your reach. Do not wait for a change of environment before you act. Get a change of environment by action. You can so act upon the environment in which you are now as to cause yourself to be transferred to a better environment. Hold with faith and purpose the vision of yourself in the better environment, but act upon your present environment with all your heart, and with all your strength, and with all your mind. Do not spend any time in daydreaming or castle building. Hold to the one vision of what you want and act now. Do not cast about seeking some new thing to do or some strange, unusual, or remarkable action to perform as a first step toward getting rich. It is probable that your actions, at least for some time to come, will be those you have been performing for some time past. But you are to begin now to perform these actions in the certain way, which will surely make you rich. If you are engaged in some business and feel that it is not the right one for you, do not wait until you get into the right business before you begin to act. Do not feel discouraged or sit down and lament because you are misplaced. No man was ever so misplaced but that he could not find the right place. And no man ever became so involved in the wrong business but that he could get into the right business. Hold the vision of yourself in the right business, with the purpose to get into it, and the faith that you will get into it, and are getting into it. but act in your present business. Use your present business as the means of getting a better one, and use your present environment as the means of getting into a better one. Your vision of the right business, if held with faith and purpose, will cause the Supreme to move the right business toward you. And your action, if performed in a certain way, will cause you to move toward the business. If you are an employee or wage earner and feel that you must change places in order to get what you want, do not project your thought into space and rely upon it to get you another job. It will probably fail to do so. Hold the vision of yourself in the job you want, while you act with faith and purpose on the job you have, and you will certainly get the job you want. Your vision and faith will set the creative force in motion and bring it toward you, and your action will cause the forces in your own environment to move you toward the place you want. In closing this chapter, we will add another statement to our syllabus. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought, in this substance, produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, created. In order to do this, man makes a picture of the things he wants, and hold his picture in his thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what he wants, and the unwavering faith that he does get what he wants, closing his mind to all that may tend to shake his purpose, dim his vision, or quench his faith. That he may receive what he wants when it comes, man must act now upon the people and things in his present environment. Chapter 12. Efficient action. You must use your thought as directed in previous chapters and begin to do what you can do where you are, and you must do all that you can do where you are. You can advance only by being larger than your present place, and no man is larger than his present place who leaves undone any of the work pertaining to that place. The world is advanced only by those who more than fill their present places. If no man quite filled his present place, you can see that there must be a going backward in everything. Those who do not quite fill their present places are a dead weight upon society, government, commerce, and industry. They must be carried along by others at a great expense. The progress of the world is retarded only by those who do not fill the places they are holding. They belong to a former age and a lower stage or plane of life, and their tendency is toward degeneration. No society could advance if every man was smaller than his place. Social evolution is guided by the law of physical and mental evolution. In the animal world, evolution is caused by excess of life. When an organism has more life than can be expressed in the functions of its own plane, it develops the organs of a higher plane, and a new species is originated. There never would have been new species had there not been organisms which more than filled their places. The law is exactly the same for you. Your getting rich depends upon your applying this principle to your own affairs. Every day is either a successful day or a day of failure. And it is the successful days which get you what you want. If every day is a failure, you can never get rich. While if every day is a success, you cannot fail to get rich. If there is something that may be done today and you do not do it, you have failed insofar as the thing is concerned, and the consequences may be more disastrous than you imagine. You cannot foresee the results of even the most trivial act. You do not know the workings of all the forces that have been set moving in your behalf. Much may be depending on your doing some simple act. It may be the very thing which is to open the door of opportunity to very great possibilities. You can never know all the combinations which supreme intelligence is making for you in the world of things and of human affairs. Your neglect or failure to do some small thing may cause a long delay in getting what you want. Do every day all that can be done that day. There is, however, a limitation or qualification of the above that you must take into account. You are not to overwork, nor to rush blindly into your business in the effort to do the greatest possible number of things in the shortest possible time. You are not to try to do tomorrow's work today, nor to do a week's work in a day. It is really not the number of things you do, but the efficiency of each separate action that counts. Every act is, in itself, either a success or a failure. Every act is, in itself, either effective or inefficient. Every inefficient act is a failure. And if you spend your life doing inefficient acts, your whole life will be a failure. The more things you do, the worse for you, if all your acts are inefficient ones. On the other hand, every efficient act is a success in itself. And if every act of your life is an efficient one, your whole life must be a success. The cause of failure is doing too many things in an inefficient manner, and not doing enough things in an efficient manner. You will see that it is a self-evident proposition that if you do not do any inefficient acts, and if you do a sufficient number of efficient acts, you will become rich. If now it is possible for you to make each act an efficient one, you see again that the getting of riches is reduced to an exact science, like mathematics. The matter turns, then, on the question whether you can make each separate act a success in itself. And this you can certainly do. You can make each act a success, because all power is working with you, and all power cannot fail. Power is at your service, and to make each act efficient, you have only to put power into it. Every action is either strong or weak, and when everyone is strong, you are acting in a certain way which will make you rich. Every act can be made strong and efficient by holding your vision while you are doing it, and putting the whole power of your faith and purpose into it. It is at this point that the people fail who separate mental power from personal action. They use the power of mind in one place and at one time, and they act in another place and at another time. So their acts are not successful in themselves. Too many of them are inefficient. But if all power goes into every act, no matter how commonplace, every act will be a success in itself. And as in the nature of things, every success opens the way to other successes. Your progress toward what you want, and the progress of what you want toward you, will become increasingly rapid. Remember that successful action is cumulative in its results. Since the desire for more life is inherent in all things, when a man begins to move toward larger life, more things attach themselves to him, and the influence of his desire is multiplied. Do every day all that you can do that day, and do each act in an efficient manner. In saying that you must hold your vision while you are doing each act, however trivial or commonplace, I do not mean to say that it is necessary at all times to see the vision distinctly to its smallest details. It should be the work of your leisure hours to use your imagination on the details of your vision, and to contemplate them until they are firmly fixed upon your memory. If you wish speedy results, spend practically all your spare time in this practice. By continuous contemplation, you will get the picture of what you want, even to the smallest details, so firmly fixed upon your mind and so completely transferred to the mind of formless substance, that in your working hours you need only to mentally refer to the picture to stimulate your faith and purpose, and cause your best effort to be put forth. Contemplate your picture in your leisure hours until your consciousness is so full of it that you can grasp it instantly. You will become so enthused with its bright promises that the mere thought of it will call forth the strongest energies of your whole being. Let us again repeat our syllabus, and by slightly changing the closing statements, bring it to the point we have now reached. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imagined by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the things he wants and do with faith and purpose, all that can be done each day, doing each separate thing in an efficient manner. Chapter 13, Getting into the Right Business. Success in any particular business depends for one thing upon your possessing in a well-developed state the faculties required in that business. Without good musical faculty, no one can succeed as a teacher of music. Without well-developed mechanical faculties, no one can achieve great success in any of the mechanical trades. Without tact and the commercial faculties, no one can succeed in mercantile pursuits. But to possess in a well-developed state the faculties required in your particular vocation does not ensure getting rich. There are musicians who have remarkable talent and who yet remain poor. There are blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on who have excellent mechanical ability but who do not get rich. And there are merchants with good faculties for dealing with men who nevertheless fail. The different faculties are tools. It is essential to have good tools. But it is also essential that the tools should be used in the right way. One man can take a sharp saw, a square, a good plane, and so on, and build a handsome article of furniture. Another man can take the same tools and set to work to duplicate the article, but his production will be a botch. He does not know how to use good tools in a successful way. The various faculties of your mind are the tools with which you must do the work which is to make you rich. It will be easier for you to succeed if you get into a business for which you are well equipped with mental tools. Generally speaking, you will do best in that business which will use your strongest faculties, the one for which you are naturally best fitted. But there are limitations to this statement also. No man should regard his vocation as being irrevocably fixed by the tendencies with which he was born. You can get rich in any business, for if you have not the right talent for it, you can develop that talent. It merely means that you will have to make your tools as you go along, instead of confining yourself to the use of those with which you were born. It will be easier for you to succeed in a vocation for which you already have the talents in a well-developed state. But you can succeed in any vocation, for you can develop any which you have not at least the rudiment. But you will get rich mostly satisfactory if you do that which you want to do. Doing what you want to do is life, and there is no real satisfaction in living if we are compelled to be forever doing something which we do not like to do, and can never do what we want to do. And it is certain that you can do what you want to do. The desire to do it is proof that you have within you the power which can do it. Desire is a manifestation of power. The desire to play music is the power which can play music seeking expression and development. The desire to invent mechanical devices is the mechanical talent seeking expression and development. Where there is no power, either developed or underdeveloped, to do a thing, there is never any desire to do that thing. And where there is strong desire to do a thing, it is certain proof that the power to do it is strong and only requires to be developed and applied in the right. All things else being equal, it is best to select the business for which you have the best developed talent. But if you have a strong desire to engage in any particular line of work, you should select that work as the ultimate end at which you aim. You can do what you want to do, and it is your right and privilege to follow the business or avocation which will be most congenial and pleasant. You are not obligated to do what you do not like to do, and should not do it except as a means to bring you to the doing of the thing you want to do. If there are past mistakes whose consequences have placed you in an undesirable business or environment, you may be obliged for some time to do what you do not like to do, but you can make the doing of it pleasant by knowing that it is making it possible for you to come to the doing of what you want to do. If you feel that you are not in the right vocation, do not act too hastily in trying to get into another one. The best way, generally, to change business or environment is by growth. Do not be afraid to make a sudden and radical change if the opportunity is presented, and you feel after careful consideration that it is the right opportunity. But never take sudden or radical action when you are in doubt as to the wisdom of doing so. There is never any hurry on the creative plane, and there is no lack of opportunity. When you get out of the competitive mind, you will understand that you never need to act hastily. No one else is going to beat you to the thing you want to do. There is enough for all. If one place is taken, another and a better one will be opened for you a little farther on. There is plenty of time. When you are in doubt, wait. Fall back on the contemplation of your vision, and increase your faith and purpose. And by all means, in times of doubt and indecision, cultivate gratitude. A day or two spent in contemplating the vision of what you want and in earnest thanksgiving that you are getting it will bring your mind into such close relationship with the Supreme that you will make no mistake when you do act. There is a mind which knows all there is to know, and you can come into close unity with this mind by faith and the purpose to advance in life if you have deep gratitude. Mistakes come from acting hastily, or from acting in fear or doubt, or in forgetfulness of the right motive, which is more life to all and less to none. As you go on in a certain way, opportunities will come to you in increasing number, and you will need to be very steady in your faith and purpose, and to keep in close touch with the all mind by reverent gratitude. Do all that you can do in a perfect manner every day, but do it without haste, worry, or fear. Go as fast as you can, but never hurry. Remember that in the moment you begin to hurry, you cease to be a creator and become a competitor. You drop back upon the old plane again. Whenever you find yourself hurrying, call a halt. Fix your attention on the mental image of the thing you want and begin to give thanks that you are getting it. The exercise of gratitude will never fail to strengthen your faith and renew your purpose. Chapter 14. The impression of increase. Whether you change your vocation or not, your actions for the present must be those pertaining to the business in which you are now engaged. You can get into the business you want by making constructive use of the business you are already established in, by doing your daily work in a certain way. And insofar as your business consists in dealing with other men, whether personally or by letter, the key thought of all your efforts must be to convey to their minds the impression of increase. Increase is what all men and all women are seeking. It is the urge of the formless intelligence within them, seeking fuller expression. The desire for increase is inherent in all nature. It is the fundamental impulse of the universe. All human activities are based on the desire for increase. People are seeking more food, more clothes, better shelter, more luxury, more beauty, more knowledge, more pleasure, increase in something, more life. Every living thing is under this necessity for continuous advancement. Where increase of life ceases, dissolution and death set in at once. Man instinctively knows this, and hence he is forever seeking more. This law of perpetual increase is set forth by Jesus in the parable of the talents. Only those who gain more retain any. From him who hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. The normal desire for increased wealth is not an evil or reprehensible thing. It is simply the desire for more abundant life. It is aspiration. And because it is the deepest instinct of their natures, all men and women are attracted to him who can give them more of the means of life. In following the certain way as described in the foregoing pages, you are getting continuous increase for yourself, and you are giving it to all with whom you deal. You are a creative center, from which increase is given off to all. Be sure of this, and convey assurance of the fact to every man, woman, and child with whom you come in contact. No matter how small the transaction, even if it be only the selling of a stick of candy to a little child, put into the thought of increase, and make sure that the customer is impressed with the thought. Convey the impression of advancement with everything you do, so that all people shall receive the impression that you are an advancing man, and that you advance all who deal with you, even to the people whom you meet in a social way, without any thought of business, and to whom you do not try to sell anything. Give the thoughts of increase. You can convey this impression by holding the unshakable faith that you, yourself, are in the way of increase, and by letting this faith inspire, fill, and permeate every action. Do everything that you do in the firm conviction that you are an advancing personality, and that you are giving advancement to everybody. Feel that you are getting rich, and that in so doing, you are making others rich, and conferring benefits on all. Do not boast or brag of your success, or talk about it unnecessarily. True faith is never boastful. Wherever you find a boastful person, you find one who is secretly doubtful and afraid. Simply feel the faith and let it work out in every transaction. Let every act and tone and look express the quiet assurance that you are getting rich, that you are already rich. Words will not be necessary to communicate this feeling to others. They will feel the sense of increase when in your presence and will be attracted to you again. You must so impress others that they will feel that in associating with you, they will get increase for themselves. See that you give them a use value greater than the cash value you are taking from them. Take an honest pride in doing this and let everybody know it, and you will have no lack of customers. People will go where they are given increase, and the Supreme, which desires increase in all and which knows all, will move toward you men and women who have never heard of you. Your business will increase rapidly, and you will be surprised at the unexpected benefits which will come to you. You will be able from day to day to make larger combinations, secure greater advantages, and to go on into a more congenial vocation if you desire to do so. But in doing all this, you must never lose sight of your vision of what you want or your faith and purpose to get what you want. Let me here give you another word of caution in regard to motives. Beware of the insidious temptation to seek for power over other men. Nothing is so pleasant to the unformed or partially developed mind as the exercise of power or dominion over others. The desire to rule for selfish gratification has been the curse of the world. For countless ages, kings and lords have drenched the earth with blood in their battles to extend their dominions. This not to seek more life for all, but to get more power for themselves. Today, the main motive in the business and industrial world is the same. Men marshal their armies of dollars and lay waste the lives and hearts of millions in the same mad scramble for power over others. Commercial kings, like political kings, are inspired by the lust for power. Jesus saw in this desire for mastery the moving impulse of that evil world he sought to overthrow. Read the 23rd chapter of Matthew and see how he pictures the lust of the Pharisees to be called master, to sit in the high places, to domineer over others, and to lay burdens on the backs of the less fortunate. And note how he compares this lust for dominion with the brotherly seeking for the common good to which he calls his disciples. Look out for the temptation to seek authority, to become a master, to be considered as one who is above the common herd, to impress others by lavish display, and so on. The mind that seeks for mastery over others is the competitive mind, and the competitive mind is not the creative one. In order to master your environment and your destiny, it is not at all necessary that you should rule over your fellow men. And indeed, when you fall into the world's struggle for the high places, you begin to be conquered by fate and environment, and your getting rich becomes a matter of chance and speculation. Beware of the competitive mind. No better statement of the principle of creative action can be formulated than the favorite declaration of the late Golden Rule Jones of Toledo. What I want for myself, I want for everybody. Chapter 15. The Advancing Man. What I have said in the last chapter applies as well to the professional man and the wage earner as to the man who is engaged in mercantile business. No matter whether you are a physician, a teacher, or a clergyman, if you can give increase of life to others and make them sensible of the fact, they will be attracted to you, and you will get rich. The physician who holds the vision of himself as a great and successful healer, and who works toward the complete realization of that vision with faith and purpose, as described in former chapters, will come into such close touch with the source of life that he will be phenomenally successful. Patients will come to him in throngs. No one has a greater opportunity to carry into effect the teaching of this book than the practitioner of medicine. It does not matter to which of the various schools he may belong, for the principle of healing is common to all of them, and may be reached advancing man in medicine who holds a clear mental image of himself as faith, purpose, and gratitude will cure every curable case he undertakes, no matter what remedies he may use. In the field of religion, the world cries out for the clergyman who can teach his hearers the true science of abundant life. He who masters the details of the science of getting rich, together with the allied sciences of being well, of being great, and of winning love, and who teaches these details from the pulpit, will never lack for a congregation. This is the gospel that the world needs. It will give increase of life, and men will hear it gladly, and will give liberal support to the man who brings it to them. What is now needed is a demonstration of the science of life from the pulpit. We want preachers who can not only tell us how, but who in their own persons will show us how. We need the preacher who will himself be rich, healthy, great, and beloved, to teach us how to attain to these things. And when he comes, he will find a numerous and loyal following. The same is true of the teacher who can inspire the children with the faith and purpose of the advancing life. He will never be out of a job, and any teacher who has the faith and purpose can give it to his pupils. He cannot help giving it to them if it is a part of his own life and practice. What is true of the teacher, preacher, and physician is true of the lawyer, dentist, real estate man, insurance agent, of everybody. The combined mental and personal action I have described is infallible. It cannot fail. Every man and woman who follows these instructions steadily, perseveringly, and to the letter will get rich. The law of the increase of life is as mathematically certain in its operation as the law of gravitation. Getting rich is an exact science. The wage earner will find this as true of his case as of any of the others mentioned. Do not feel that you have no chance to get rich because you are working where there is no visible opportunity for advancement, where wages are small and the cost of living high. Form your clear mental vision of what you want and begin to act with faith and purpose. Do all the work you can do every day and do each piece of work in a perfectly successful manner. Put the power of success and the purpose to get rich into everything that you do. But do not do this merely with the idea of currying favor with your employer, in the hope that he or those above you will see your good work and advance you. It is not likely that they will do so. The man who is merely a good workman, filling his place to the very best of his ability and satisfied with that, is valuable to his employer. And it is not to the employer's interest to promote him. He is worth more where he is. To secure advancement, something more is necessary and to be too large for your place. The man who is certain to advance is the one who is too big for his place and who has a clear concept of what he wants to be, who knows that he can become what he wants to be, and who is determined to be what he wants to be. Do not try to more than fill your present place with a view to pleasing your employer. Do it with the idea of advancing yourself. Hold the faith and purpose of increase during work hours, after work hours, and before work hours. Hold it in such a way that every person who comes in contact with you, whether foreman, fellow workman, or social acquaintance, will feel the power of purpose radiating from you, so that everyone will get the sense of advancement and increase from you. Men will be attracted to you, and if there is no possibility for advancement in your present job, you will very soon see an opportunity to take another job. There is a power which never fails to present opportunity to the advancing man who is moving in obedience to law. God cannot help helping you if you act in a certain way. He must do so in order to help himself. There is nothing in your circumstances or in the industrial situation that can keep you down. If you cannot get rich working for the Steel Trust, you can get rich on a 10-acre farm. And if you begin to move in the certain way, you will certainly escape from the clutches of the Steel Trust and get on to the farm or wherever else you wish to be. If a few thousand of its employees would enter upon the certain way, the Steel Trust would soon be in a bad plight. It would have to give its working men more opportunity or go out of business. Nobody has to work for a trust. The trusts can keep men in so-called hopeless conditions only so long as there are men who are too ignorant to know of the science of getting rich, or too intellectually slothful to practice it. Begin this way of thinking and acting, and your faith and purpose will make you quick to see any opportunity to better your condition. Such opportunities will speedily come, for the Supreme, working in all and working for you, will bring them before you. Do not wait for an opportunity to be all that you want to be. When an opportunity to be more than you are is presented and you feel impelled toward it, take it. It will be the first step toward a greater opportunity. There is no such thing possible in this universe as a lack of opportunities for the man who is living the advancing life. It is an
I got some big shoes for a big buck, like I can't lose. Look, I be going up these days. That mean I move through this maze like the Matrix, just like some latex. I be protecting. Of course they showing me love after neglecting. Confidence turned to common sense, and the common sense be kinda lit, bringing compliments every season. We don't stop until your heartbeat drop. Come on, like when the ball drop at New Year's Eve. I got some big shoes, my balls dropped at 13. They try and cut me down cause I be shining like Christmas tree. I always been a star, maybe I gotta be. And I don't go too hard unless I got to. Like Tupac too, I keep a fine boo. And yeah, she talk smooth, cause she my little dog, she my best friend. And I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking them, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. She my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking them, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. I be blocking them when I see that they copying and pasting. Shit the DM, I ain't respond, so they erase it. Boy, move at your own damn pace, nigga, just face it. Cause you be in my ear all day, talking that basic. My boo bought me big ass shoes, and I don't lace them. How could I replace her? I mean, she do so much for me. I be hugging the beat, I be loving the beat. She be chopping to me. I said, damn, I'm gon' high walk across the street. And afterwards, she be running and jumping on me. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend. And I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in.
inherent in the constitution of the cosmos, and all things shall be for him and work together for his good. And he must certainly get rich if he acts and thinks in the certain way. So let wage-earning men and women study this book with great care and enter with confidence upon the course of action it prescribes. It will not fail. Chapter 16. Some cautions and concluding observations. Many people will scoff at the idea that there is an exact science of getting rich, holding the impression that the supply of wealth is limited. They will insist that social and governmental institutions must be changed before even any considerable number of people can acquire a competence. But this is not true. It is true that existing governments keep the masses in poverty, but this is because the masses do not think and act in the certain way. If the masses begin to move forward as suggested in this book, neither governments nor industrial systems can check them. All systems must be modified to accommodate the forward movement. If the people have the advancing mind, have the faith that they can become rich and move forward with the fixed purpose to become rich, nothing can possibly keep them in poverty. Individuals may enter upon the certain way at any time and under any government, and make themselves rich. And when any considerable number of individuals do so under any government, they will cause the system to be so modified as to open the way for others. The more men who get rich on the competitive plane, the worse for others. The more who get rich on the creative plane, the better for others. The economic salvation of the masses can only be accomplished by getting a large number of people to practice the scientific methods set down in this book and become rich. These will show others the way and inspire them with a desire for real life, with the faith that it can be attained, and with the purpose to attain it. For the present, however, it is enough to know that neither the government under which you live nor the capitalistic or competitive system of industry can keep you from getting rich. When you enter upon the creative plane of thought, you will rise above all these things and become a citizen of another kingdom. But remember that your thought must be held upon the creative plane. You are never for an instant to be betrayed into regarding the supply as limited or into acting on the moral level of competition. Whenever you do fall into old ways of thought, correct yourself instantly. For when you are in the competitive mind, you have lost the cooperation of the mind of the whole. Do not spend any time in planning as to how you will meet possible emergencies in the future. except as the necessary policies may affect your actions today. You are concerned with doing today's work in a perfectly successful manner, and not with emergencies which may arise tomorrow. You can attend to them as they come. Do not concern yourself with questions as to how you shall surmount obstacles which may loom upon your business horizon, unless you can see plainly that your course must be altered today in order to avoid them. No matter how tremendous an obstruction may appear at a distance, you will find that if you go on in this certain way, it will disappear as you approach it, or that a way over, through or around, it will appear. No possible combination of circumstances can defeat a man or woman who is proceeding to get rich along strictly scientific lines. No man or woman who obeys the law can fail to get rich, any more than one can multiply 2 by 2 and fail to get 4. Give no anxious thought to possible disasters, obstacles, panics, or unfavorable combinations of circumstances. It is time enough to meet such things when they present themselves before you in the immediate present, and you will find that every difficulty carries with it the wherewithal for its overcoming. Guard your speech. Never speak of yourself, your affairs, or anything else in a discouraged or discouraging way. Never admit the possibility of failure, or speak in a way that infers failure as a possibility. Never speak of the times as being hard, or of business conditions as being doubtful. Times may be hard and business doubtful for those who are on the competitive plane, but they can never be so for you. You can create what you want, and you are above fear. When others are having hard times and poor business, you will find your greatest opportunities. Train yourself to think of and to look upon the world as a something which is becoming, which is growing, and to regard seeming evil as being only that which is undeveloped. Always speak in terms of advancement. To do so otherwise is to deny your faith, and to deny your faith is to lose it. Never allow yourself to feel disappointed. You may expect to have a certain thing at a certain time and not get it at that time, and this will appear to you like failure. But if you hold to your faith, you will find that the failure is only apparent. Go on in the certain way, and if you do not receive that thing, you will receive something so much better that you will see that the seeming failure was really a great success. A student of this science had set his mind on making a certain business combination which seemed to him at the time to be very desirable, and he worked for some weeks to bring it about. When the crucial time came, the thing failed in a perfectly inexplicable way. It was as if some unseen influence had been working secretly against him. He was not disappointed. On the contrary, he thanked God that his desire had been overruled, and went steadily on with a grateful mind. In a few weeks, an opportunity so much better came his way that he would not have made the first deal on any account, and he saw that a mind which knew more than he knew had prevented him from losing the greater good by entangling himself with the lesser. That is the way every seeming failure will work out for you if you keep your faith, hold to your purpose, have gratitude, and do every day all that can be done that day, doing each separate act in a successful manner. When you make a failure, it is because you have not asked for enough. Keep on, and a larger thing than you were seeking will certainly come to you. Remember this. You will not fail because you lack the necessary talent to do what you wish to do. If you go on as I have directed, you will develop all the talent that is necessary to the doing of your work. It is not within the scope of this book to deal with the science of cultivating talent, but it is as certain and simple as the process of getting rich. However, do not hesitate or waver for fear that when you come to any certain place, you will fail for lack of ability. Keep right on, and when you come to that place, the ability will be furnished to you. The same source of ability which enabled the untaught Lincoln to do the greatest work in government ever accomplished by a single man is open to you. You may draw upon all the mind there is for wisdom to use in meeting the responsibilities which are laid upon you. Go on in full faith. Study this book. Make it your constant companion until you have mastered all the ideas contained in it. While you are getting firmly established in this faith, you will do well to give up most recreations and pleasure, and to stay away from places where ideas conflicting with these are advanced in lectures or sermons. Do not read pessimistic or conflicting literature, or get into arguments upon the matter. Do very little reading outside of the writers mentioned in the preface. Spend most of your leisure time in contemplating your vision and in cultivating gratitude and in reading this book. It contains all you need to know of the science of getting rich, and you will find all the essentials summed up in the following chapter.
Got water. Open the bar.
Chapter 17, Summary of the Science of Getting Rich. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. Otherwise, he cannot be in harmony with the formless intelligence, which is always creative and never competitive in spirit. Man may come into full harmony with the formless substance by entertaining a lively and sincere gratitude for the blessings it bestows upon him. Gratitude unifies the mind of man with the intelligence of substance, so that man's thoughts are received by the formless. Man can remain upon the creative plane only by uniting himself with the formless intelligence through a deep and continuous feeling of gratitude. Man must form a clear and definite mental image of the things he wishes to have, to do, or to become, and he must hold this mental image in his thoughts, while being deeply grateful to the Supreme that all his desires are granted to him. The man who wishes to get rich must spend his leisure hours in contemplating his vision and an earnest thanksgiving that the reality is being given to him. Too much stress cannot be laid on the importance of frequent contemplation of the mental image, coupled with unwavering faith and devout gratitude. This is the process by which the impression is given to the formless, and the creative force is set in motion. The creative energy works through the established channels of natural growth and of the industrial and social order. All that is included in his mental image will surely be brought to the man who follows the instructions given above, and whose faith does not waver. What he wants will come to him through the ways of established trade and commerce. In order to receive his own when it shall come to him, man must be active, and this activity can only consist in more than filling his present place. He must keep in mind the purpose to get rich through the realization of his mental image. And he must do every day all that can be done that day, taking care to do each act in a successful manner. He must give to every man a use value in excess of the cash value he receives, so that each transaction makes for more life. And he must so hold the advancing thought that the impression of increase will be communicated to all with whom he comes in contact. The men and women who practice the foregoing instructions will certainly get rich, and the riches they receive will be in exact proportion to the definiteness of their vision, the fixity of their purpose, the steadiness of their faith, and the depth of their gratitude.
Force a useful truth. The Instant Millionaire presents us with a powerful and original fable, one that reveals one of the most useful truths of all, that financial prosperity and a fulfilling life well lived are goals we can all achieve if we understand and practice the principles of success. Perhaps a fable is the finest form in which to present these truths, for in the childlike simplicity of a fable, we can communicate directly with the childlike simplicity of our subconscious minds and create a great many positive changes in our lives. We're very proud to be the publisher of these cassettes. The author is a genuine millionaire, and his little fable is not one to be taken lightly. We recommend listening to these cassettes repeatedly, studying and practicing the material. The Instant Millionaire is a brilliantly conceived book that can make you wealthy in a great many ways, and some are far more satisfying and valuable than material riches. And now, The Instant Millionaire. Chapter 1, in which the young man consults a wealthy relative. There was once a bright young man who wanted to get rich. He had had his fair share of disappointments and setbacks that couldn't be denied, and yet he still believed in his lucky star. While he waited for fortune to smile, he worked as an assistant to an account executive in a small advertising agency. He was inadequately paid and had felt for some time that his job offered him little satisfaction. His heart was simply no longer in it. He dreamed of doing something else, perhaps writing a novel that would make him wealthy and famous and end his financial problems once and for all. But wasn't his ambition a bit unrealistic? Did he really have enough talent and technique to write a bestseller? Or would the pages be filled with the bleak, unfocused ramblings of his inner misery? His job had been a daily nightmare for more than a year. His boss spent most of each morning reading the newspaper and writing memos before disappearing to indulge in a 3-hour lunch. He also changed his mind continually and gave contradictory orders. But it wasn't only his boss. He was surrounded by colleagues who were also fed up with what they were doing. They seemed to have abandoned any sense of vision. They seemed to have given up altogether. He didn't dare tell any of them about his fantasy of dropping everything and becoming a writer. He knew they would treat it as a joke. When he was at work, he often felt cut off from the world, as if he was in a foreign country unable to speak the language. Every Monday morning, he wondered how on earth he was going to survive another week at the office. He felt totally alienated from the files piled high on his desk, from the needs of clients clamoring to sell their cigarettes, their cars, their beer. He had written a letter of resignation 6 months earlier and had walked into his boss's office a dozen times with the letter burning in his pocket, but he had never been quite able to go through with it. It was funny. He would not have hesitated 3 or 4 years ago, but now he seemed unsure of what to do. Something was holding him back, some kind of force. Or was it simply cowardice? He seemed to have lost the nerve that had always helped him get what he wanted in the past. He kept waiting till the time was ripe, finding all kinds of excuses for not jumping into action, wondering if he could ever really succeed. Had he turned into a perpetual dreamer? Did his paralysis spring from the fact that he was saddled with debts? Or was it because he had simply started to get old, a process inevitably triggered the minute we give up our visions of the future? One day when he was feeling especially frustrated, he suddenly thought of visiting an uncle of his who had become a millionaire. Perhaps he might be able to give him some advice, or better yet, some money. His uncle was a warm, friendly person who immediately agreed to see him. He refused to lend him any money, however, claiming he wouldn't be doing him a favor. "How old are you?" his uncle asked, after listening to his tale of woe. 32, the young man whispered timidly. "Do you know that by the time John Paul Getty was 23, he'd already made his first $1,000,000? And that when I was your age, I had $500,000? So how in the world is it that you're forced to borrow money at your age?" "Beats me. I work like a dog, sometimes over 50 hours a week. Do you really believe that hard work is what makes people rich?" "I guess so. Anyway, that's what I've always been led to believe." "How much do you make a year? $25,000? "Yeah, about that much," replied the young man. "Do you think that someone who earns $250,000 works 10 times as many hours a week as you do? Obviously not. So if this person earns 10 times more than you do without working any more than you do, then he must be doing something quite different from you. He must have a secret you are totally unaware of." "That must be true." "You're lucky you understand that at least. Most people don't even get that far. They're far too busy trying to earn a living to stop and think about how they could get rid of their money problems. Most people don't even spend an hour of their time trying to figure out how they could get rich and why they've never managed to do so." The young man had to admit that despite his burning ambition and his dream of making a fortune, he had never taken the time to really think his situation through. Everything seemed to distract him and prevent him from facing up to a task that was obviously of fundamental importance. The young man's uncle was silent for a while, then smiled. "I've decided to help you out. I'm going to send you to the man who helped me get rich. He's called the Instant Millionaire. Have you heard of him?" "No, never," the young man said. "He chose that name because he claims he became a millionaire overnight after discovering the true secret of making a fortune. He claims he can help anyone become a millionaire overnight, or at least acquire the mentality of a millionaire. His uncle turned to a large map on the wall and pointed to a small, somewhat isolated town. Have you ever been there? No. Why not give it a try? Go and find him. He just might reveal his secret to you. He lives in a fantastic house, the most beautiful one in the whole town. You shouldn't have any problem finding it. Why don't you just tell me the secret? Then I won't have to take the trouble of going there. Simply because I don't have a right to. When the instant millionaire confided it to me, the first thing he did was make me swear never to tell it to anybody. However, he did say I could refer people to him. All of this seemed both surprising and involved to the young man. It certainly aroused his curiosity. Are you sure you can't tell me anything? Anything at all? Absolutely positive. What I can do is recommend you highly to the instant millionaire. The young man's uncle pulled out a sheet of elegant writing paper from a drawer in his massive oak desk, took his pen, and hastily scribbled a few lines. He then folded the letter, put it in an envelope, and handed it to his nephew. Here's your introduction, he said, and here's the millionaire's address. One last thing. You must promise not to read this letter. If you ever do open it, despite my warning, and you still want it to work for you, you'll have to pretend that you haven't opened it. But how can you undo what's already been done? The young man didn't have the vaguest idea what his uncle was talking about, but he agreed. His uncle had always been a bit eccentric, and he was doing him a favor after all, so he decided not to press the point. He thanked him warmly and left. Chapter 2, in which the young man meets an elderly gardener. The young man sped off toward the instant millionaire's town, his mind racing faster than his automobile. How hard was it going to be to meet this man? Would he welcome an unannounced visitor? Would he reveal his secret method of getting rich? Just as he approached the millionaire's house, he was overcome by curiosity, and despite his uncle's words of warning, opened the letter of introduction. He was shocked. His heart rate climbed, and he broke into a sweat. He wondered whether his uncle had made a mistake or was playing a joke on him because the letter was only a blank sheet of paper. He was now at the gate of the millionaire's house and noticed a security guard. The guard had a stony expression. He looked as impenetrable as the enclosed fortress he was protecting. What can I do for you? The guard asked dryly. I'd like to meet the instant millionaire. Do you have an appointment? No, but... Well then, do you have a letter of introduction? The young man pulled the letter halfway out of his pocket and quickly stuffed it back again. May I see your letter? The guard pressed. The young man remembered his uncle's words. If you open the letter, you must pretend that you haven't. He handed the letter to the guard, who glanced at it. His face remained totally expressionless. Fine, he said, as he gave the letter back to the young man. You may come in. The guard showed him where to park and led him to the front door of the millionaire's luxurious Tudor-style home. An impeccably dressed butler opened the door. Can I help you? He asked. I want to meet the instant millionaire. He's unable to see you at the moment. Please wait for him in the garden. The butler accompanied the young man to the entrance of a garden with a glistening pond in the middle of it. He wandered in, admiring the beautiful flowers, bushes, and trees, and then he caught sight of a gardener who was bent over a rose bush. He must have been well into his 70s or 80s, and he wore a wide-brimmed straw hat that concealed his eyes. When the young man approached him, the gardener broke off his work and welcomed him with a smile. He had bright, cheerful blue eyes. What have you come here for? He asked in a warm and friendly voice. I've come to meet the instant millionaire. Oh, I see. And for what reason, if you don't mind my asking? Well, I'd simply like to ask him for advice. The gardener started to go back to his roses, then he stopped and turned and said, Oh, by the way, you wouldn't have $10 on you, would you? $10, said the young man, blushing. It's just that's all I've got left on me. Perfect. That's all I need. The gardener looked very dignified. His manner exuded exceptional grace and charm. I'd really like to give it to you, replied the young man, but the problem is I wouldn't have any money left to get back home. Are you planning on going home today? No, I've no idea, said the young man, now quite confused. I don't want to leave until I've seen the instant millionaire. But if you don't need the money today, why are you so reluctant to lend it to me? You might not need it tomorrow. Who knows? You might be a millionaire. The reasoning didn't sound completely logical to the young man, but he handed him the money. The gardener smiled. Most people are afraid of asking for things, and when they finally do, they don't insist enough. That's a mistake. At that moment, the butler arrived in the garden and spoke to the old man respectfully. Sir, could you please let me have $10? The cook's leaving today and insists on being paid. I'm just $10 short. The gardener stuck his hand into his baggy pocket and pulled out a huge roll of bills. He must have had thousands of dollars in cash on him, because the young man caught sight of nothing but $100 bills, except for the $10 bill on top. The gardener peeled off the bill he had just borrowed from the young man and handed it to the butler, who thanked him, bowed somewhat obsequiously, and quickly disappeared into the house. The young man was outraged. How did the gardener have the gall to confiscate the last $10 he had in the world when his pockets were stuffed with more cash than he had ever seen? Why did you ask me for $10? He said, trying as hard as he could to conceal the rage he felt. You didn't need it. But of course I did. Look, I don't have any $10 bills, he said, thumbing through the fat roll of cash. You don't think I was going to give him 100, do you? Why on earth do you keep so much money on you? It's my pocket money, replied the gardener. I always keep at least $25,000 on me in case of an emergency. $25,000? Sputtered the young man, aghast. Suddenly everything became clear. The ever-polite butler, that incredible amount of pocket money. You're the instant millionaire, aren't you? For the time being, replied the gardener. I'm glad you've come. But tell me, how is it that you aren't rich yet? Have you ever seriously asked yourself that question? Not really. Well, that's probably the first thing you should do. Think aloud in front of me if you want. I'll try to follow your line of reasoning. The young man made a few feeble attempts and then gave up. I see, said the millionaire. You're not used to thinking out loud. Do you know there are lots of young people your age who are already rich? Some are even millionaires. Others are just on the verge of getting their first million. Did you know that when he was 26, Aristotle Onassis already had $500,000 in the bank when he left for England, where he was planning to set up his shipping empire? Only 26. That's right. And when he started out, he had only a few $100s to his name. He didn't have a university degree, and he didn't have any rich uncles. But now it's time for dinner. Would you like to join me? Thank you very much. I'd love to. The young man followed the millionaire, who, despite his age, still had a lively bounce in his step. They went into the dining room where the table had already been set for two. Please sit down. The millionaire pointed to the end of the table, the place usually reserved for the host. He sat to the right of his young guest, directly in front of a beautiful hourglass engraved with the motto, "Time is money." The butler arrived with a bottle of wine and filled their glasses. Let's drink to your first million, said the millionaire, raising his glass. He took a sip, the only one he had all evening, and ate very modestly, just a few mouthfuls from a delicious salmon steak. Do you like what you do for a living? The millionaire asked the young man. I suppose so. The situation in the office is a bit difficult. Make sure you're positive about your choice of careers. All the millionaires I've known, and I've met quite a few over the years, loved their occupations. For them, working became almost a leisure activity, as agreeable as a hobby. That's why most rich people rarely take vacations. Why should they deprive themselves of what they enjoy doing so much? And that's why they continue working even after becoming millionaires several times over. But though it's an absolute must to enjoy your work, it's not enough. To get rich, you have to know the secrets of wealth. Tell me, do you really believe these secrets exist? Yes, I do, said the young man. Good. That's the first step. Most people don't believe there are secrets to attaining wealth. They don't even believe they can become rich. And they're right, of course. If you don't think you can become rich, you very rarely do. You have to start by believing that you can, and then crave it passionately. Most people aren't ready to accept these secrets, even if they are revealed to them in very simple terms. Their greatest limitation is their own lack of imagination. That's why the true secrets of wealth are the best-kept secrets in the world. It's a little like the purloined letter in Edgar Allan Poe's story, the millionaire went on. Do you remember it? It's the story about a letter the police were searching for and could never find, because instead of being hidden away somewhere, it was lying in the least likely spot, in plain sight. Their lack of imagination and their built-in prejudices prevented the police from finding the letter. They weren't expecting to find it in plain sight, so they never saw it. The young man listened to the millionaire with rapt attention. He was burning to find out what these secrets were. In any case, one thing was sure. Even if the millionaire didn't really have any secrets, he was certainly a master at setting an impressive scene. Chapter 3, in which the young man learns to seize opportunities and take risks. Now, how much money are you willing to pay to get these secrets of wealth? The millionaire's question took the young man by surprise. Even if I was willing to spend money to get it, I haven't got a dime. But if you had money, how much would you be willing to pay? Name a figure, any figure, the first one that comes to mind. The young man couldn't possibly evade the question now. The millionaire was asking for a very specific answer. I don't know, he replied. $100? The millionaire burst out laughing. Only $100? Then you don't really believe these secrets exist, do you? If you did, you'd surely be ready to pay a lot more for them. Come on, I'll give you a second chance. Name another figure. This isn't a game, but a very serious matter. The young man thought it over. I don't mind answering, he said, but remember, I'm flat broke. Don't worry about that. But if I don't have any money, my hands are tied, said the young man, bewildered. Oh my, exclaimed the millionaire. We've got a long way to go. Since time began, the rich have been using other people's money to amass their fortunes. Anyone really serious has never needed money to make money. By that I mean personal cash. Besides, you must have a checkbook on you. The young man wanted to deny it, but he had stuffed his checkbook into his pocket that morning. God knows why. He had exactly $4.28 in his account. He considered lying about it, but the millionaire had such a piercing gaze, he seemed capable of mind reading. The young man heard himself stutter, as if he were confessing a deep, dark secret. Yes, I brought it with me. He pulled his checkbook out as automatically as a robot, even though an urge to rebel momentarily crossed his mind. He felt spellbound by this man, like someone in the hands of a hypnotist. Yet he wasn't afraid of the millionaire, for he radiated goodwill. He even seemed somewhat amused. Fine, replied the millionaire. Now can you see there's no problem? He uncapped an elegant pen and handed it to the young man. Write out a check for the amount you have in mind and sign it. But I don't know how much to write. All right, put down, say, $25,000. The millionaire uttered this figure in a perfectly straightforward way, without a shred of arrogance. What? $25,000? Said the young man. You've got to be joking. Put down $50,000 if you like, replied the millionaire, so calmly that the young man no longer knew whether he spoke seriously or in jest. Even $25,000 seems far too much. Anyway, you couldn't cash the check because it would just bounce. And all I'd get out of it would be an angry bank manager wondering whether I'd gone crazy, and he'd be right. That's exactly how I undertook my biggest deal ever. I signed a check for $250,000 and then had to scramble around to find the money to cover it. But if I hadn't made out that check right then and there, I'd have missed an excellent opportunity. That was one of my first major business lessons, he said. People who waste time waiting for all the perfect conditions to fall into place never get anything done. The ideal time for action is now. Another lesson this little exercise can teach you is this. If you want to succeed in life, you have to make sure you have no choice in the matter. You have to put your back to the wall. People who vacillate and refuse to take risks because they don't have all the elements in hand never get anywhere. The reason is simple. When you cut off all your exits and put your back to the wall, you mobilize all your inner powers. You want something to happen with every fiber of your being. So why hesitate now, young man? Put your back to the wall. Make out that $25,000 check to me. The young man wrote out the check, slowly filling in the numbers, then the words. But when he came to sign it, he simply couldn't do it. I've never written a check as large as this in my life. If you really want to become a millionaire, you'll have to start someday. You'll have to get used to signing checks much larger than this one. This is only the beginning. But the young man still couldn't sign it. Everything was happening so quickly. He was just about to hand over a check for $25,000 to a man he just met and who was promising some pretty dubious secrets in exchange. "What's stopping you from signing?" asked the millionaire. "Everything's relative under the sun. In no time at all, this amount will appear insignificant to you." "It's not the amount," mumbled the young man. "Well, what is it then?" "I know why you can't sign it. You don't really believe my secrets will turn you into a millionaire. If you were absolutely convinced, you'd sign in a flash. Tell me, if you were absolutely positive that these secrets would help you earn an additional $100,000 in less than a year, without having to work harder than you do now, even by working less, would you sign that check?" "Sure I would," he was forced to agree. "I'd make a $75,000 profit." "So sign it. I guarantee that you'll be able to earn that amount." "Would you be willing to put that in writing?" The millionaire burst out laughing once again. "I like you, young man. You're determined to cover your back. That's often a very prudent thing to do. Even if you're absolutely sure about your resources, it doesn't mean you should trust the first person who comes your way." He left the table, rummaged about in a drawer, and pulled out a ready-made agreement. This didn't sit very well with the young man. Was the millionaire mass-producing his secrets and selling them to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who showed up? The millionaire signed the guarantee and handed it to the young man, who skimmed it over quickly, satisfied with what he'd read. Then the old man suddenly changed his mind. "I've got another idea," he said. "How about a bet?" He took a coin from his pocket and bounced it up and down in the palm of his hand. "Let's play heads or tails. If I lose, I'll give you the 25,000 cash I have in my pocket. If I win, you give me the check. In either case, let's forget about the guarantee." "The only problem," the young man said, "is what I told you. There's almost nothing in my account. Even if I give you this check, you won't be able to cash it." "No problem," said the millionaire. "I'm in no hurry. Why not post-date it a year from now?" The young man hesitated. "All right. Under those conditions, I accept the bet." He had now calculated that in any event he had a full year to change banks, close his account, or simply stop the check. He had nothing to lose. And with the millionaire's new offer, he could even earn $25,000 in a few seconds flat without having to do an ounce of work. A self-satisfied smile flitted across his lips in spite of himself. He hoped the millionaire hadn't noticed it. The millionaire then proposed a minor clarification which immediately confirmed the young man's doubts. "There's just one thing. Should you lose the bet, you have to solemnly swear that you'll honor this check." The young man tentatively gave his word, but just as the millionaire was about to toss the coin, he abruptly interrupted him. "May I see the coin?" the young man asked. The millionaire smiled. "No doubt about it. I really like you, young man. You're cautious. That'll help you avoid a lot of mistakes. Just make sure it doesn't cause you to miss out on a lot of good opportunities." The millionaire handed over the coin. As soon as the young man had carefully examined both sides and returned it, the millionaire asked him to call. "Tails." The millionaire tossed the coin, and the young man's heart began to beat as wildly as if he were on his first date. This was the first time he'd ever had the chance of winning $25,000. As he watched the coin spinning in the air, his anxiety mounted sharply. It landed on the table. "Heads," said the millionaire gleefully, but then quickly added a sympathetic, "Sorry." It was hard to say whether he was being sincere or merely polite. The young man couldn't help trembling a little as he signed the check. He would probably get used to signing big checks like this one day, but at this point, it made him feel very strange indeed. He gave the check to the millionaire, who examined it briefly, folded it, and put it in his pocket. "Now," said the young man, "can I have the secrets?" "But of course," said the millionaire. "Do you have a piece of paper? I'll write them down for you. That way you won't forget them." The young man had a hard time grasping his words. The millionaire surely couldn't expect a single sheet of paper to hold all the secrets, especially secrets he just bought for $25,000. "Sorry, I don't have any paper on me." "But didn't you have a letter of introduction when you arrived here?" The people your uncle has sent me over the years always had a letter. The young man took it out of his pocket. He handed it over, carefully watching the old man's face as he opened it. But the millionaire didn't seem at all surprised to find it was completely blank. He took his pen, leaned over the table, and was about to write something when he raised his head and asked for the young man to fetch the butler. "You'll find him in the kitchen at the far end of that corridor over there," explained the millionaire. When the young man came back with the butler, the millionaire was sealing the envelope. He seemed pleased with himself. "Our young guest will be spending the night," he said to the butler. "Would you take him to his room, please?" Then he turned to the young man and said, "Here are the secrets." He stood up and handed him the envelope. Then he solemnly shook his hand, as if he had just wrapped up one of the most important deals he had ever made in his life. "The only thing I must ask you to do is to wait until you're alone in your room before opening the envelope and reading the secrets. And oh, there's one more condition. Before you may read what I've written, you must promise to spend part of your life sharing these secrets with those less fortunate than you. If you agree, you'll be the last person to whom I'll ever give these secrets directly. My work here will be over. I'll be ready to take care of roses in a much larger garden. If you don't feel ready to share these secrets," he said, "you still have time to back out. But then, of course, you won't be able to open the envelope. I'll give you back your check, and you'll be free to go home and get on with the same life you've been leading up to now." Now that he finally had his hands on the letter containing the secrets, there was no possibility of backing out. His curiosity had gotten the better of him. "I promise," he replied. Chapter 4, in which the young man finds himself a prisoner. Soon the young man was alone in his room, a room so luxurious he couldn't help examining it. He went up to the only window, which was very high off the ground, and looked out over the park. He could see where he had first spotted the millionaire looking after his roses with such tender, loving care. Night had fallen, and a full moon cast a luminescent glow over everything. He was filled with anticipation. He was finally going to discover the secrets to making a fortune that had eluded him for so many years. He slowly opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. The sheet of paper was again completely blank. He turned it over. There wasn't the tiniest squiggle on either side. He'd been fool enough to let the old man swindle him. He'd handed over a check for a mind-boggling sum in exchange for something that didn't exist. The millionaire had seemed so honest. He'd even started feeling fond of the old man. The young man realized that he should have been more careful, that perhaps there was some truth after all in the belief that totally honest people never get rich. He was forced to admit that he had no business sense at all, probably the very reason he was still poor, and now even poorer. A feeling of rebellion engulfed him, and he threw the paper across the room. What could he do? He'd let himself be lured into a well-sprung trap. He had only one alternative, to leave as quickly as possible. Who knows, maybe his life was in danger too. He didn't want to spend the night in this place. He decided the best thing to do would be to sneak out as quietly as possible. He tiptoed to the door and slowly turned the handle, but the door was bolted from the outside. The window was the only other exit, and it was about 30 feet above the ground. If he jumped, he'd surely break his neck. The only option was to ring for the butler. He pulled the bell and waited. No one came. He rang again. Nothing. Maybe the bell was out of order. The house was totally silent. He was a prisoner. He lay on the bed, and the events of the day raced before his eyes. There was little he could do to fight off the feeling of absurdity that was beginning to overwhelm him. The blank sheet of paper he had bought for $25,000 kept drifting before him, as if bent on mocking him. Sleep finally overtook him. He dreamed of a stranger luring him repeatedly to sign a thick document of the utmost importance, as if his life depended on it. He protested vehemently. There must be some mistake. The document is totally blank. Chapter 5, in which the young man learns to have faith. The next morning, the young man felt as if he'd been run over by a 3-ton truck. He glanced at himself in the mirror. He had slept in his clothes and looked awful, but it only bolstered his determination. He had one thought in mind: to find the old man, give him back his secret, and get his check back. He ran his fingers through his hair and headed toward the door, recalling it had been locked the night before. It wasn't now. He strode out angrily and headed for the dining room. He found the millionaire sitting calmly at the table, dressed in the same clothes he'd had on the day before, clean but surprisingly threadbare gardener's clothes. His large, pointed, wide-brimmed hat was lying in front of him on the table. The millionaire was flipping a coin in the air and counting it as it landed on the table. 9, he muttered without taking his eyes off the coin. 10. Damn, he lifted his head. I've never been able to go beyond 10, he said. I get what I want 10 times in a row, and then invariably it fails on the 11th throw, even though I toss it exactly the same way each time. The young man realized he had been duped the night before. My father, who was an accomplished magician, would regularly get to 15, said the millionaire. I didn't inherit his talent. The young man asked to see the coin. The millionaire cheerfully gave it to him, and the young man flipped it onto the table. Heads, tails, heads, tails. It obviously wasn't a trick coin unless there was some secret mechanism that escaped his notice. There was nothing dishonest about our bet yesterday, said the millionaire. I simply displayed my skill at handling money. Some people take skillfulness for dishonesty, but they're two very different things. The young man brandished the letter and threw it on the table. You did a fine job of tricking me, sir. You made yourself some easy money there, $25,000 for a blank sheet of paper. It's the secret of wealth, the millionaire said. Well, you're going to have to explain yourself. Do you take me for an idiot? An idiot? Of course not. You're simply lacking in insight. It's quite normal. Your mind is still immature. Maybe it is, but I can certainly recognize a blank piece of paper when I see one. I assure you, you can become very rich indeed with just this blank piece of paper. That's all I needed to become an instant millionaire way back when. But since I must soon go back to tend my beloved roses, I'll help you. Listen carefully, because as soon as you apply this secret successfully, you'll have to share it with others. Once you've freed yourself of the shackles of poverty, you'll have to show the way to those still bound hand and foot. May I ask you to repeat the promise you made yesterday? There was no doubt about it, the millionaire was an extraordinarily persuasive man. Just a few minutes before, the young man had been ready to curse him, and now he was listening attentively. He repeated his promise. I must warn you that becoming a millionaire will probably seem too easy, but don't let simplicity deceive you. Each time you begin to have doubts, remember Mozart. True genius resides in simplicity. You'll tend to have doubts in the beginning. With time, as wealth is magnetically attracted to you in a most unexpected way, you'll begin to understand. That's exactly what I've been hoping for with all my heart, the young man said. To understand. So much the better. Once you've grasped this secret, you'll know why you believe in it. But in the beginning, despite its simplicity, this secret will seem so surprising that you'll be incapable of understanding it, or even believing it for that matter. So I have to ask you to make a small leap of faith. If the secret exists, you'll have gained everything because of your faith. If it doesn't, you won't have lost a thing. Chapter 6, in which the young man learns to focus on a goal. Feel free to ask me any questions that cross your mind, said the millionaire. It'll be a pleasure for me to answer them. Soon you won't be able to do so. Our time together is limited, so let's not waste it in futile discussions. Here's a pen. Do you have that piece of paper? Here it is. Do you really want to become rich? I most certainly do. All right then. Write down the amount of money you want and how much time you'll allow yourself to acquire it. Do you think money's going to drop like pennies from heaven just because I write a couple of numbers down on paper? Yes, I do, said the millionaire. I warned you that the secret would be simple. All the millionaires I've met told me they became rich the moment they set themselves an amount and a deadline by which to acquire it. If you don't know where you're heading, the chances are you'll never get anywhere. It sounds like magic to me. But that's exactly what it is, the magic of a quantified objective. Let's look at the problem from a different angle. Suppose you're trying to get a job. You go through all the necessary steps and finally get an interview. A short while later, you're told that you're being seriously considered. Then you find out you've got the job and that you'll be making a lot of money. How would you react? For a start, you'd be really pleased with yourself. Being chosen from dozens, perhaps hundreds of candidates, what a feat. And since you were unemployed for, say, 3 months, you'd think this was a very lucky break indeed. But once your initial euphoria had passed, what would be your next reaction? Well, I'd wonder when the job would start, said the young man. Then I'd like to know the exact meaning of a lot of money. All things being relative, I'd try and find out exactly how much the salary was going to be and what kind of benefits would be offered. Good. If, for example, you asked your new boss what he meant by a lot of money, and all he was willing to do was guarantee that you would definitely earn a lot, you wouldn't be satisfied, would you? Worse yet, you'd probably start having second thoughts about his honesty. The fact that he refused to name a specific figure could quite possibly mean that there was something shady going on, and that your salary wasn't going to be as generous as he'd been implying. And if he refused to tell you the exact date you were supposed to start the job, you would really be suspicious, wouldn't you? You'd try to pin him down. I suppose I would, agreed the young man. And if you insisted on it and still couldn't get the details you wanted, you might just turn it down and start looking elsewhere. In fact, you'd be fully justified in doing so. You're right. The offer leaves a lot to be desired. The millionaire looked content. He paused a moment before proceeding, his lips still set in a teasing but good-natured smile. The questions you asked your potential employer were aimed at getting hard facts, right? Just knowing that you were going to earn a lot of money wasn't enough. You also wanted to know how much. Finding out that you'd been given the job didn't satisfy you either. You wanted to know the exact starting date. And you'd probably want all of this in writing, because a contract adds backbone to verbal agreement. Spoken words are ephemeral, but the written word is permanent. What most people, or at least the unsuccessful ones, are unaware of is that life gives us exactly what we ask from it. The first thing to do, therefore, is to ask for exactly what you want. If your request is vague, whatever you get will be just as muddled. If you ask for the minimum, you'll get the minimum. Any request you make must be absolutely precise. As far as monetary wealth is concerned, you must establish an amount and a deadline by which to make it. What do people generally do? Even those who want money and lots of it make the same mistake. They don't establish an exact amount and a deadline by which to make it. If you need convincing, just ask someone exactly how much money he wants to earn next year. Ask him to reply right away. If this person is really on the road to success, if he really knows where he's going, and if he doesn't mind confiding in you, he'll be able to answer immediately. 9 out of 10 people, however, will be incapable of answering this simple question off the top of their heads. It is the most common mistake. Life wants to know exactly what you expect from it. If you don't ask for anything, you won't get anything. Now let's test you, the old man said. You told me you'd like to get rich. Definitely, said the young man. Tell me how much you'd like to earn next year. The young man found himself at a loss for words. He had had no trouble following the old man's line of reasoning. In fact, he had agreed with it wholeheartedly. And yet he had to admit that he belonged to the vast majority of people who want to get rich but don't know how much they want to make. He was embarrassed. I don't know, he was forced to admit, but I think I've just understood one of my mistakes, perhaps the most fundamental one. It is a serious mistake, said the instant millionaire. Let's try to correct it. Come on, write down the amount you have in mind. I really don't have the vaguest idea, muttered the young man. And yet it's so easy. Write down the amount you'd like to earn in the next year. I know what we'll do. Take a few minutes to think it over. When the time's up, you've got to write down an amount. We've already established the deadline, 1 year from today. So all you have to think about is the amount. Get going. Time's slipping away. As he said this, he picked up the golden hourglass on the table and turned it over. The young man quickly got into the spirit of the game and realized it was the first time he'd had to concentrate so hard in his life. All sorts of numbers flitted about uncontrollably in his head. Time was running out. When the last grain of sand had fallen, he still hadn't settled on a specific figure. Good, said the millionaire, who hadn't taken his eyes away from the hourglass. What figure do you have in mind? The young man finally picked the most expansive figure he thought he was capable of making and slowly wrote down the numbers. Only $50,000, exclaimed the millionaire. That's pretty low, but it's a start. I would have preferred $500,000. You've got quite a lot of work to do before becoming an instant millionaire. But you'll see, it won't be as tiring as most people imagine it to be, and it'll be the most important work you'll ever do in your life, no matter what occupation you end up choosing. It's called working on yourself. Chapter 7, in which the young man gets to know the value of self-image. The butler came into the dining room carrying coffee and croissants, and the young man ate while the lesson continued. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, said the millionaire, to help you understand what happened to you during your few minutes of reflection. The first thing you must realize is that the amount you wrote down on that piece of paper means much more than you think it does. In fact, that amount represents almost to a penny what you think you're worth. In your eyes, whether you're willing to admit it or not, you're worth $50,000 a year. Not a penny more and not a penny less. I don't see how you can say that, said the young man. The fact that I chose that particular amount means I'm level-headed and have both feet on the ground. I just can't see how I can earn more for the time being. After all, I don't have a very well-paying job or a degree or anything in the bank. Your way of thinking is valid to an extent, said the millionaire. In any case, I respect it. The only problem is this attitude is the cause of your current situation. External circumstances are not really very important. Keep this well in mind. All the events in your life are a mirror image of your thoughts. Your mind can't grasp this principle if you continue to accept the widespread illusion that external factors determine your life. In reality, everything in life is a matter of attitude. Life is exactly as you picture it. Everything that happens to you is a product of your thoughts. So if you want to change your life, you must start by changing your thoughts. No doubt you consider this a bit trite. Many rational individuals stubbornly refute this principle. But the truth is, all those who have accomplished great things in life, regardless of the field, have always ignored the objections raised by strictly rational thinkers. This certainly doesn't mean I'm against intelligence in any way. Quite the contrary. Reasoning and logic are essential in order to achieve success, but they aren't enough. They must be instruments and faithful servants, nothing more. In most cases, reasoning and logic become roadblocks in the way of great achievement, because great things are created only by those who have faith in the powers of the mind. Successful people never let circumstances bother them too much. When you come down to it, the circumstances facing great achievers in the past were just as difficult, and often even more difficult, than those facing their contemporaries, but this simply caused them to reach even deeper to tap their inner strength. Those achievers firmly believed that they could accomplish great things. All those who became rich were deeply convinced that they could get rich, and that's why they succeeded. But let's get back to our piece of paper and answer this question. The $50,000 figure you wrote down was surely not the largest one that came to your mind, was it? You're right, it wasn't. What was it then? My head was crowded with so many numbers. For instance, well, $100,000. And why didn't you write it down? I don't know. I suppose it seemed totally out of reach. It'll remain that way until you believe you can reach it. Since you started with only $50,000, we've got a big job ahead of us. And if we don't do it, it'll take you a very long time to become a millionaire. So write down the highest figure that now seems achievable to you. Stretch yourself. After a moment of reflection, the young man wrote down $75,000. Congratulations, the millionaire responded quickly. You've just earned $25,000 in a few seconds. Not bad. But I haven't earned it yet. It's as if you had. You've taken the biggest step. You've expanded your self-image by considering you could earn $75,000 instead of $50,000. It's not a major leap forward, but it's progress all the same. Rome wasn't built in a day after all. Inside you lies a kind of Rome, as it does in every human being. The astonishing thing is that this city is both exactly as you picture it, and it's also surprisingly flexible. The size of your city depends on the exact circumference you give it. By increasing the figure you wrote down, you expanded your city limits. Your inner Rome grew, and it's just a beginning. All wise thinkers have said for ages that the greatest limitations are those we impose on ourselves, and thus the greatest obstacle to success is a mental obstacle. Expand your mental limits, and you will expand the limits of your life. Explode your limitations, and you will explode the limitations of your life. The conditions in your life will change as if by magic. I swear by experience this is true. But how can I find out what my mental limitations are? The young man asked. All this seems plausible, yet at the same time quite abstract. I've just explained how to find the boundary that corresponds to your self-image, said the millionaire. You translated it into concrete terms when you wrote down that number. It's fascinating to see what each individual really thinks of himself. Each time someone does this exercise, a single figure immediately exposes his true self-image. He is confronted by his mental limitations, which will perfectly match the limits he encounters in life. Life will bow before the limits he sets for himself, whether he is aware of this or not. People who generally fail are the least conscious of these key principles of success and wealth. Successful individuals have become aware of this phenomenon and have done their utmost to work on their self-image. The easiest way to work on this self-image in the beginning is to take a blank sheet of paper and write down steadily increasing amounts. Let's start our little exercise over again. Write down a much bolder figure this time. The young man thought for a few seconds and, squirming, wrote down $100,000, confessing that this was the maximum he could imagine earning. Maybe it's the maximum you can imagine, but it's definitely not the maximum you could actually earn. That's a pretty modest figure. Some people earn it in a month, others in a week, even a day, every day of the year. However, let me congratulate you. You've made astounding progress. You've doubled your earnings and considerably extended your mental boundaries. Not as much as I would like, but I don't want to rush you. You have to start by setting yourself an objective that you consider bold, but at the same time reasonable. The secret of any goal is that it must be both ambitious and within reach. But don't forget that most people are overly conservative. They're afraid to burst through their mental limitations. They've turned their mental limitations into a kind of habit. They're used to going without. They're convinced that's what life is all about. They're scared to dream. You mustn't be afraid of expanding your mental boundaries. What you can accomplish in an hour, merely by writing down a series of larger and larger numbers, is amazing. You've managed to double your goal within a few minutes. Later on, when you're alone, do this next exercise. Sit down in the privacy of your own room and write out the course of your financial destiny. This is how to do it. Write, in 6 years to the day, I will be a millionaire. This is the practical application of my secret to becoming an instant millionaire. You'll probably object to the fact that it'll take you 6 long years to become a millionaire. I agree, but it'll take you only a second to activate the secret key that will ensure your financial destiny and fortune. As for me, I started out with some cash that an old millionaire lent me, equivalent to about $25,000 in today's dollars, and it took me precisely 5 years and 9 months to make my first million. Ever since then, I've made it prosper by using the same formula over and over, with ever-increasing numbers. This formula has always made some people laugh, and that's not going to change. However, the ones who laugh aren't rich. The young man shook his head pensively. He was half convinced, but it all seemed a bit too easy. Obviously, continued the millionaire, this formula is effective for those who want to become something other than millionaires. After all, not everyone cherishes that ambition, and that's precisely the beauty of this secret. It works equally well for any dream, from the most modest to the most extravagant. It can make you an extra $5,000 a year, or double your income in a year, something that's totally feasible, by the way. So if you don't mind, go and spend some time in your room while I go back to my roses and write the sentence I gave you. In 6 years to the day, I will be a millionaire. I will therefore be a millionaire on, and then write the month, the day, and the year. Make sure you take note of every impression that comes into your mind, no matter what it may be. You'll find some paper in the desk. Remember one thing. As long as you aren't used to the idea of becoming a millionaire, as long as it isn't an integral part of your life and thus of your innermost thoughts, nothing can help you become a millionaire. Go now and reflect on my formula, or affirmation as you may wish to call it. Let it become your guiding principle during the next 6 years. Chapter 8, in which the young man discovers the power of words. An hour later, the butler came to fetch the young man, who had been so engrossed in the exercise the eccentric millionaire had given him to do that it seemed as if no time at all had passed. The butler explained that the millionaire was expecting him in the garden, and he accompanied the young man there in silence. His host was sitting on a bench, contemplating a freshly cut rose. He raised his head when he heard the young man approach. A gentle smile lit his face. He was radiant. In fact, he seemed almost ecstatic. "So how did it go?" he asked. "Did the exercise work out all right?" "Yes, it did, but I've got a lot of questions." "That's what I'm here for." He invited the young man to sit next to him. "What bothers me in particular," he told the old man, "is that I just can't see how I can become a millionaire in 6 years, even if I do write down this crazy sentence and meditate on it. How can I convince myself that I can become a millionaire? I don't even know which field I want to work in, and I still feel I'm pretty young to become a millionaire. Youth is no obstacle. Countless people became rich at a much younger age than yours. The major obstacle is not knowing the secret, or knowing it and not applying it. I feel ready to apply it, but the only trouble is that I don't think I can honestly convince myself that I can become a millionaire. There's basically only one way to do it, and it's the same method you use to persuade yourself that you can't become a millionaire, even if you want to. During the next few days, or few weeks at the most, you are going to develop the attitude of an instant millionaire. Naturally, it's going to take some time to undo everything you've built up over the years. The secret to developing this personality resides in words combined with images, which are the special way in which thoughts express themselves. Each thought you have tends to manifest itself in your life in one way or another. The stronger a person's character is, the more powerful his thoughts will be, and the more quickly they will tend to manifest, thus shaping the circumstances of his life. This undoubtedly inspired the early Greek philosopher Heraclitus to observe, character equals destiny. Desire is what best sustains your thoughts. The more passionate your desire is, the more quickly the thing you want will spring up in your life. The way to become rich is to desire it fervently. In every area of life, sincerity and fervor are necessary ingredients of success. "And yet I sincerely wish to be rich," said the young man. "I've been doing everything possible for years now, but nothing's worked out." Ardent desire is necessary, but not enough. What you lack is faith. You must believe that you will become a millionaire. "How can I get this faith?" "I've read a great many books on this subject, and what my own mentor taught me corresponds to the conclusions reached in them. The way to obtain faith is through the repetition of words. Words have an extraordinary impact on our inner and outer lives. Words are omnipotent. Most people are totally unaware of this principle and fail to use it. No, I take that back. They do use the power of words, but generally to their detriment." "I don't want to contradict you," said the young man, "but I think you're exaggerating. I can't really see how words can help me become a millionaire. They have some importance, but certainly other things are more important and more powerful." The millionaire didn't respond. He was absorbed in his own thoughts for a moment. Then he said, "In the desk up in your room I left a booklet that explains this theory in a very enlightening way. Go and find it. It's very short. Read it and then come down again. We'll continue our discussion then." The young man went back to his room, closed the door, and searched for the booklet in the desk. There was no booklet, but he found a letter that was apparently addressed to him, even though it didn't have his name written on it. It was inscribed, "Letter to a Young Millionaire." He opened it. It contained a single word written in red ink, "Farewell." It was signed, "The Instant Millionaire." The young man's heart began to flutter like a butterfly gone mad. At that moment he heard a strange sound behind him. He turned around and saw a computer he had not previously noticed. The printer was spitting out some words extremely fast. The young man approached it and began to read the printout. It contained one sentence repeated over and over again. "You have an hour left to live. You have an hour left to live. You have an hour left to live." If this was a joke, it was certainly in bad taste. It had to be a joke, though. Why would the instant millionaire want him to die? The young man hadn't done anything to him. But everything was so strange in this place. Maybe the millionaire was a madman, hiding his murderous tendencies behind a veneer of kind-heartedness. The young man was terribly confused. He was sure of one thing, however. Whether or not this was a joke, he wasn't going to take any risks. He was going to make his escape and forget about his check and the magical theories the millionaire had used to fuel his gullible imagination. He threw the letter on the floor and made for the door. But again, it was firmly locked. He was overwhelmed with panic. He shook the handle, trying to force the door open, but it was hopeless. The young man went wild. He ran to the window and saw the millionaire working in the garden. He shouted to him. No answer. He screamed more frantically. Again, no answer. The butler stepped into the garden, and the young man called out to him in a hysterical voice. But it was as if his shouts didn't exist. What kind of horrible nightmare was he going through? He called again and again. Another servant appeared a few paces behind the butler. He too was completely oblivious to the prisoner's screams for help. The young man became more and more desperate. As he spun around helplessly, he spotted a telephone. What an idiot he was. Why hadn't he thought of that last time? Perhaps, like the computer, it hadn't been there. He called the operator and asked for the nearest police station. She gave him a number. She had a most unusual voice. He called quickly but got a busy signal. What an exasperating sound. He called again, still busy. He tried again and again and again, then noticed that the number he was calling was right before his eyes. It was the one on the telephone he was using. He was calling his own room. He frantically searched for something with which to pry open the door. As he passed the window, he noticed a man approaching the house. He was wearing an immense black cloak and a wide-brimmed black hat. The young man's chest was constricted. He was almost suffocating with terror. Who could it be but a hired assassin coming to get him? It was clear. He was trapped. He was going to die. Soon he heard heavy footsteps slowly making their way toward the door. He was right. His time had finally come. He searched left and right for something, anything with which to defend himself, but could find nothing. He heard the key turning in the lock. The handle moved. The door opened. Standing in the doorway was a murky black shadow, which swiftly turned into the more substantial figure of a man, standing silently, motionless as a statue. Then the man plunged his hand into his pocket. The young man thought he was going to pull out a weapon, but the mysterious stranger drew out a piece of paper instead. He lifted the brim of his hat, and the young man, breathlessly expecting the worst, saw it was the millionaire. "You forgot the figures you came up with in the garden," said the millionaire. "Did you find the booklet I told you about?" "No, I didn't. I found this instead," the young man said angrily. He retrieved the letter from the floor. "What's the meaning of this grotesque scenario you just played out?" demanded the young man. "I could sue you, you know." "But they're only words. A word scribbled on a piece of paper. A few words on a computer screen. Didn't you tell me that you didn't believe in the power of words? Look at the state you're in." The young man suddenly realized what the millionaire was talking about. "I just wanted to give you a quick lesson. Experience is a much better teacher than mere theory. Experience is life. Wasn't that Goethe's philosophy? Gray is the color of theory, green the color of the tree of life. Now do you understand the power that words have? Their power is so great they don't even need to be true to have an effect on people. I assure you I did not at any time have criminal intentions toward you." "How was I to know that?" said the young man, gradually calming down. "You could have used your head and reasoned things out. Why on earth would I want to kill you? You've never done me any harm. Even if you had, I would never waste time on revenge. All I want is to be free to tend my rose garden. You should have relied on your sense of logic. Yet did you notice how powerless logic is in a situation such as this? When you were shouting to us from the window and we were pretending not to hear, you were truly in despair. The mistake you made wasn't in reading the words, but in believing them. By doing so, you instinctively obeyed one of the greatest laws governing the human mind. When imagination and logic are in conflict with each other, the imagination invariably takes over. The millionaire then went up to the printer, tore out the sheet, and handed it to the young man. You lost your head over a threat that wasn't even directed at you. At the top of the page, a stranger's name was written. The young man was aghast. Not only was the warning sheer fabrication, but it wasn't intended for him in the first place. Chapter 9, in which the young man is first shown the heart of the rose. You've learned many important things today, the millionaire told the young man, and hopefully you've understood them not only with your head, but with your heart as well. Now you know that words deeply affect our lives whether we wish them to or not. A thought, even when false, can affect us if we believe it to be true. When you learn to distinguish the value of a thought, that is, the value you give it, your mind can regain or maintain its calm. It was your mind that gave meaning to the threat. If it had been written in a foreign language, you wouldn't have paid the slightest attention to it. The millionaire was silent for a moment, then continued. In the future, each time you come face to face with a problem, and the road to fortune is strewn with obstacles, remember this particular threat. Remind yourself that the problem facing you has as little to do with you as this threat did. This might seem unrealistic to you, since you're the one who has to deal with the problem. But you don't have to shoulder the anxiety it breeds, or let a problem acquire so much importance that it traumatizes you. By the time you have reached this point, and it's not easy, I assure you, you will have mastered an invaluable skill and will be able to fulfill all your dreams. Let me warn you, however, the journey may be long and arduous before you manage to master it, but never give up. I promise you it'll be worth your while. One day you will learn that mastering your destiny and fulfilling your dreams is the ultimate purpose of life. The rest is unimportant. They both remained silent, absorbed in their thoughts. The young man noticed the millionaire's eyes filling with sadness. The millionaire continued, as if summing up everything he had said up to that point. Life can be a rose garden or hell on earth, depending on your frame of mind. Think of the rose often. Lose yourself in the heart of a rose each time a problem crops up. And remember, you don't have to shoulder the burden of your problems. He placed particular emphasis on the following words. Most people cannot understand what I've just said. They believe it to be pure, unadulterated optimism, but it's much more profound than that. The world is but a reflection of your inner self. The conditions in your life are but a mirror image of your inner life. Concentrate on the heart of the rose, and there you will find truth and the intuition you will need to guide you through life. You will also find the dual secret of true wealth: love for whatever you do and love for others. Chapter 10, in which the young man learns to master his unconscious mind. After this long and heartfelt statement, the old millionaire seemed exhausted and became silent for several minutes. Then he continued, carefully stressing each word. The formula or affirmation I have given you is so powerful. Even if in the beginning you believe it highly unlikely you will ever become a millionaire, You will be able to become one. Just do the same thing with the formula that you did with the message on the computer. Accept it as the truth. If you have faith that you will be able to accomplish something, you will. In the case of the computer, the young man said, I let myself be tricked. I lost my head. But this formula is a different matter altogether. I have a problem believing I can become a millionaire 6 years from now. Even if you don't believe in the formula now, it'll begin acting on you. The more you internalize it, the more powerful it becomes. It's not your reasoning or conscious mind that you must convince. Remember the threat. Part of you, your imagination, accepted it as real. And the imagination is what some people call the unconscious mind. It is the hidden part of your mind, and much more powerful than the conscious part. It guides your entire life. I could spend hours talking to you about the theory of the unconscious, but it's enough for you to know that the unconscious is extremely susceptible to the power of words. Now do you know why you were having so much difficulty believing the undeniable fact that you can become a millionaire in less than 6 years? Sorry, I don't. Well, the fact remains that for years and years you've been telling yourself you can't. Words have been engraving themselves in your subconscious, deeply. In fact, every experience, every thought you've ever had, every word you've ever heard has become indelibly etched in your unconscious. In the long run, this prodigious memory becomes your self-image. Without realizing it, your past experiences and your inner monologue have convinced you that you aren't the type of person who can become a millionaire, even if, objectively speaking, you have all the qualities to do so, and you could do so more easily than you can imagine. Like everyone else, your self-image is so powerful that it unwittingly becomes your destiny. Outer circumstances end up matching the image you have of yourself with amazing precision. To become rich, you have to create a new self-image. Perhaps I can. I'm quite willing to try. The only snag is that I'm not really sure where to start. Think about the threat you experienced. It wasn't real, yet it affected you as if it was. All you have to do is play the same trick on yourself. Your unconscious won't be any the wiser for it. From the time you were a child, each suggestion you accepted, even though it was false, in effect tricked your unconscious. You may have accepted something that was patently untrue. So now you're going to experience the same thing. Your unconscious can be influenced at will. It is as easy as child's play. And once it has been influenced in the way you want it to be, you will be able to obtain exactly what you want out of life. Why? Because your unconscious will be convinced that you can obtain all these things. It will accept them as true in the same way that it's now accepting the fact that you can't get more out of life. This ties in with what I said earlier. Man is the reflection of the thoughts stored in his unconscious. The most important thing is to pretend as best you can that something is true. Why does this work with the unconscious? Simply because, though the unconscious may be powerful, it cannot discriminate between truth and falsehood. Yes, but what happens if there's a conflict between my conscious and unconscious? What happens if my conscious mind refuses to accept the idea of wealth? The best solution is repetition. This technique is commonly called self-suggestion. Each one of us is subject to it throughout our lives. Every day we are influenced by inner and outer suggestions. The inner monologue that all of us live with continually shapes our lives. Some of us repeat to ourselves that we will never be successful because we come from a family of losers, or because we've had failures, or because we think we haven't had enough education, or don't have enough money or skills or intelligence or management ability or good luck, and on it goes. So we drift from failure to failure, not because we don't have the necessary qualities to succeed, but because that's how we unconsciously picture ourselves. Some people believe they will never attract a partner, the millionaire continued, and yet they have all kinds of attractive qualities. Potential partners run from them like the plague. The power of their self-image, which is a reflection of the unconscious, is responsible for this. It brings about the circumstances that make others avoid them. But the repetition of negative formulas, which have such a tremendous impact on our lives, can be used in a different way. And that's what we're going to do. The unconscious is a slave that can dominate us because it is immensely powerful. But it is also blind, and you have to learn how to play tricks on it. The young man didn't fully understand everything the millionaire was saying, yet he was eager to find out more. The beauty of this theory is that you don't really have to believe it to use it, the millionaire said. But to get results, you have to put it to use. They won't come magically on their own. Everything, as I've said, depends on repetition. Even if you don't believe it at first, try it, at least for a couple of days. That's long enough for you to start feeling its effects. This might seem simplistic, but let me tell you, it is the most potent secret on the face of the earth. Words have tremendous power. Remember the first words of St. John in the Bible. In the beginning was the Word. Self-suggestion plays a major role in our lives. If you remain unaware of it, it will work against you more often than not. But if you decide to use it, all its tremendous power will be at your disposal. Well, I think you've convinced me to try, said the young man. Although, to tell you the truth, I'm still a little suspicious. That's all right. Just remember to base your judgment on the results rather than on intellectual criteria. Now come with me and I'll show you what to do. Chapter 11, in which the young man and his mentor discuss figures and formulas. The millionaire sat down at the desk and invited the young man to join him. He took out some paper and a pen and wrote some figures. Your formula could look like this, he said. What he had written was, by the end of the year I will possess assets worth $31,250. I will double those assets every year for 5 years, so that by, and here he left a space, I will be a millionaire. You mustn't confuse assets and income, he told the young man. Your assets are whatever you have left over after your current bills and taxes are paid. Assets can comprise real estate investments, stocks or bonds, savings in banks or mutual funds, gold, art, jewelry, valuable collectibles, and so on. Now, if you want to be a millionaire in 6 years, which is the realistic objective I'm proposing, your formula will have to be set up on this model. If you have assets worth $31,250 by the end of the first year, you will have to double them each year, and in 6 years, you will be a millionaire. Why double your assets each year? Because it's a simple operation that your subconscious can easily handle. And it's easy for you to remember. It also guarantees you constant growth. If this starting point seems too ambitious for you, then give yourself another year. Becoming a millionaire in 7 years is still pretty good. Your goal for the first year will then be to have assets of $15,625. Believe me when I tell you it's far from being beyond reach. If you're convinced that you can have a cozy nest egg worth $15,625 by the end of the first year, you will have it. Now, if that still seems overambitious, give yourself yet another year, making a total of 8. Then the goal for your first year will be $7,812.50. Along with your formula and the affirmation, I will be a millionaire on, put in the month and year in 6, 7, or 8 years' time. You will also have to set yourself short-term objectives, landmarks to help motivate you during your journey on the road to riches. And an annual goal is essential. The most important thing, however, he told his pupil, is to write your goals down on paper. Take a pencil and fool around with figures and years. Don't be afraid, it can't do you any harm. The amounts will become more and more familiar to you as you play around with them. Millions of people want to get rich, and yet not 1 out of 100 takes the initiative to outline the route he intends to take to reach his goal. Be different. Set up your plans and charts. Work out projections until you've found the plan that suits you. It'll be your plan. Use the examples I've provided for inspiration. But then let your imagination run wild. You have to start by dreaming to get rich. Then you have to know how to quantify your dream and translate it into specific sums of money and dates. This, in fact, should be the first exercise you do. Juggle numbers. You will soon see how this little game will reveal who you really are. The simple act of putting your goals, deadlines, and sums on paper is the first step toward transforming your ideal into its material equivalent. Anyone who wants to stick to an ambition of becoming a millionaire in 5 or 10 years must take note of this fact. If he is currently earning $20,000 a year and can expect nothing more than, say, an annual 10% raise, and if he can save and invest only a small percentage of that, then he'll never become a millionaire if he remains in his job without sideline activities. There's nothing reprehensible in this. It's purely an objective observation. The formula of doubling your fortune each year, or increasing your assets with respect to the previous years, is clearly not the only way to become a millionaire. However, the secret it contains, that is, a quantified goal, an amount, and a deadline by which to reach it, is valid for anyone wishing to succeed in any way. For example, you might simply want to increase your income by $5,000 a year. If you now earn $25,000, you probably would like to earn $30,000, a matter of affording a few more luxuries. Or perhaps you are earning $30,000 and would like $40,000 to enable you to trade up from your present house without worrying about the extra mortgage payments. Or you might want to be able to afford a new car, one that is a little more luxurious. To do this, simply repeat to yourself, "This year I will increase my income by $5,000 or $10,000, and I will earn $30,000 or $40,000 as the case may be." You don't need to know how you'll manage it. You simply have to realize that if all you can hope for is a 10% annual pay raise in your present job, and you don't want to moonlight, you will have to land a promotion or switch jobs to reach your goal. This may appear self-evident, but thousands of people hope to improve their material situation and do absolutely nothing about it. Is this ignorance? Is it because they are basically satisfied with their situations, even though they complain day in and day out? Once you've discovered that you need some kind of change in your life to reach your goals, you might find yourself thinking that you have no other possibilities in sight. And you might wonder how you can possibly earn that extra $5,000 or $10,000 that you need. Don't worry, this isn't a serious dilemma. Just fully permeate your unconscious with your goal, duly written down stating such and such an amount and deadline. Your unconscious will do the rest. Then just stay on your toes. Since you've become aware that things won't get better on their own, when an opportunity arises, seize it without the slightest hesitation. Don't let yourself be paralyzed by fear, which prevents so many people from living out their
She my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in,